Good morning, guys. We are live. How's everyone doing? As usual, there is no fancy intro, just a guy talking to nobody for a minute or two while people filter in. How's everybody doing? Let's see if everything's working. YouTube is live and Twitch is live. Excellent. All right, I've got to grab live split. I am going to do a guided run today. Let me remove the cool guy writing on the screen. And these splits, let's see, I'm going to save these splits. And then I am going to close the splits and just have a flat timer, because I think all I want is a flat timer on the screen today. Good morning. Yo, Kaneko, how you doing? Cease, good morning. Partis, good morning. How you guys doing? So my plan today, I didn't really have a plan, but he's seeing red. You know, I might disable that one today. Let's see. Platforms, Twitch. I might disable. I'll leave the other. Yo, Cease, how are you, man? So I think today I'm going to do just kind of a guided run, because my guide is way out of date now with all of the stuff that I've added. Slutty win probably this weekend, Llama Boy. I've been saying that for a while, but like I keep getting it keeps getting pushed back on the priorities list. But like every weekend I keep trying to add stuff and fix stuff. So
this is big brain.
We'll see. Spent so much time sleeping the last couple of days. Well, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Yo, Frequency, how you doing? Anyway, I think what I'd like to do today is just do a guided run. I'm going to do it a little faster than last time, though. I'm not going to sit on as many topics. I'm just going to play at a reasonable speed, and I'm going to describe everything I'm doing as much as I can, and then I'm going to just chop it up and put it on YouTube in as tight a format as I possibly can get it, in just one video. And then I'll update the written guide as well. There's not a lot of like massive changes from the previous guide to this one, but there are more ore lanes on the backside. There's some different strategies with the flights of the ships. So yeah, there's a few things that are different, enough things that are different that I need to update it, right? Remember to be as charming as usual. It goes to the tube. Oh yes, I mean that just oozes off of me so naturally. I mean, I can't help it. I just can't help it. Yo, Glengus, how you doing? Seems that you're not a priority, Llama Boy. I know, I just shit stir. I know, right, Cease? Listen, that's not what I said. Llama Boy is a priority, but last weekend I had to redo the entire streaming setup from scratch. And if I didn't do that, there'd be no stream. So it's still prioritizing the stream. It's just that it's that one very specific thing can't work unless the rest of it works. He just doesn't care about his mods or chat. I care about you guys so much. Don't say that. Don't break my heart. All right. So I'm gonna take the same map I played yesterday because I know it functions reasonably, and we're gonna play it again. I'm sure there'll be, hopefully there won't be any problems with that, but I'm not gonna be trying to go at light speed or anything. We're gonna be playing at a reasonable pace. I'm going to go over as many things as I can as I play, and then I'm gonna cut it up, put it on YouTube. So I'm gonna play a little slower. I'm gonna talk about what I'm doing a little more, but I'm not gonna go at a snail's pace and describe every little thing super slowly. So yeah, anyway, should just be a chill relaxing stream where I go over as many things as I reasonably can. All right, so let's start. There's a difference between saying something and actually demonstrating it's true. I think I demonstrate it's true. I'm just waiting like 20 seconds to give a reasonable time into the map. Not that it really matters. Like, we're just timing it for fun. I don't even know why I'm really timing it. All right, so you're gonna get into the map, you're gonna grab plates, and you're gonna look for one coal rock. You do not have to mimic my hotbar, because my hotbar is famously chaotic in the Factorio speedrunning community and probably not something to strive to imitate. When you open up the main blueprint book that you have, there's going to be the first 3 things that you want right away. I usually put the main base on the bar, the on-patch book on the bar, which I put here, and the drill pattern book, which I put on the bar here. The drill pattern book will give you different patterns of drills, all the way from 10 down to 2, and then a whole bunch of singles. Usually I would be mostly using the 30 drill long and the 30 drill wide at the start of the run. Next thing you're going to want is your on-patch book. This is the first thing you're going to want to place right when you get into the run after you pick up your coal rock. You're trying to run your drills in a way that it is as many of the drills as possible on iron. So if we place this, let's say here, the drills that are going to be on iron are going to be these 3 rows of drills right here. And so obviously these ones would be mixed on copper. So we're going to try to place the patch in a way that gets it as much iron coverage as you can possibly give it. I believe when I played the map for real, I had placed it down here-ish. So let's see what it looks like there. 1 drill mixed, we can live with that. So now if I check this strip of drills, this strip of drills, and this strip of drills, there's nothing mixed. Your goal is to have 25 per row, and then copper goes down here. Now these are obviously on iron. This should be copper, but it's not that hard to bring the copper down and around. I prioritize the iron. Next thing you're going to want also in the on-patch book is your little iron blueprint. So I'll put that there, making sure all of these touch iron. And then you've got a science one that can hook onto it, and an assembler one that goes next to the science. Okay, let's get back to playing the game. So the first thing you're going to craft is a couple stone furnaces, 3 gears. Wait for this to produce a single plate. That's going to let you craft another burner drill, and then you're going to have this set up with 2 drills, 2 furnaces, so you can go get coal rocks. So it should look something like this, and then you're going to go get coal rocks. While you're running, keep setting up your hotbar if you need to. The drawing is a great addition to the guide. Yeah, we'll see. Good morning, Derek. Fix your hotbar. I have iron, copper, gears, wire, greens, coal on mine. Yeah, no, my hotbar is a chaotic disaster of my own making. How hyped are you from the stream yesterday? Yeah, guys, let's talk about Silk Song coming out soon. Man, I am excited. I'm excited that Amanda gets to play it all of September, because she's really been looking for a game to like play a lot of, and I'm really excited to play it in October. So yeah, I'm hyped. Really cool. So while you're chopping rocks, just keep making sure to craft furnaces as you go. You're looking to get, you know, a couple hundred coal and stone if possible. But if your numbers are a little low, it's not the end of the world. You're going to be able to get coal and stone from just placing drills. And so just get as much coal and stone as you reasonably can. Come back and then start mass producing the burner drills so that you can finish the entire iron setup. Now, everyone's mileage may vary on this a little bit. I do not stop crafting drills and placing them on iron until iron is completely done. If your pace is a little different, or your placement is not as clean, you might find that you need coal drills earlier, or if you got very, very few coal from the rocks, you may also find that you need to place drills on coal a lot sooner than I do. But your goal right now is to just fill out all of the iron as a first priority. Amanda seems suitably excited. Yeah, no, I think she's pretty excited for Silk Song. Yeah, very, very excited. She's been waiting for that game for a long time. And like, also again, like, you know, for me, I have like Factorio as like my main game, and you know, I can always kind of fall back and play this and get good viewership from playing this. And she's looking for a game like that, and I think it'll be Silk Song. All right. So now that iron is done, again, main priority is to continue just crafting drills, and then you're trying to build out your copper, your coal, and your stone. I usually start with 4 on coal, just to make sure I don't run out. And then I would build copper, stone, coal in whatever order you feel is best. Also, there is a wooden box on the stone patch. If you have no wood, you can make an iron box instead. Or you can make a small run to trees, which I'm going to do right now. Is repeatedly saying, yep, good, pop, 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 there, okay, required for a good speed run. Yes, it is. Yeah, while you're playing, it's important that you mumble to yourself, good, yes, yes, good, good, nice, good, okay, yep. That's very, very critical. Yeah, it is. So when you go get trees at the very start of the game, I usually like to get like in the range of 20 to 30. You need enough to make 2 wooden chests, 1, 2, and then ideally enough to crank out like 20 crafts of wooden power poles, because you're trying to get power from the lake to where you are now. So depending on the distances you have to cover, when you go get trees, try to get roughly that many. Yeah, today's gonna be a nice chill, relaxing day of low amounts of time pressure. Just a nice slow run. Oh man, that world record was exciting though. Congrats on the PB world record. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, no, it was a really, really good run. Really, really good run. Waiting on stone to keep pace with me. Now, if I was, you know, trying to actually go as fast as I could, which I'm not, because I'm just doing a nice slow guide. But let's say you are trying to go as fast as you can, and you're trying to make drills, but you're limited by stone. And in this case, there's no stone around me anywhere. You can always like cut your crafting queue by going into power poles or steam engines or boilers, or like skipping the line for drills and doing things that don't require as much stone. I'm not going to do that here because I want to go over the crafting queue all at the same time. But yeah, you can jumble up your crafting queue and make like poles or something that does not need stone. Because right now I'm just stone limited. But I'm just going to keep slow playing it. Yeah, the current PB is extremely strong. It's extremely strong. It's a really, really good run. Yeah, I'm very, very happy with it. Okay, coal's done, and I need just one more for copper. All right. So, all of our drills are now done. Our setup looks like this. We've got coal, we've got copper, we got stone, we got iron. Now we have to set up a power plant. So for crafting, we're gonna do 3 steam engines, 1, 2, 3, 3 boilers, 1, 2, 3, a pump, and then 5 burner inserters. And then, like I said, 15, 20 right clicks of pole. So I'm going to 20, and then a lab. Make sure that you pick up as much coal as you can. For me, I try to get like at least 140. If you're slower, you might want to push that to 2 or even 300 when you're coming over here. And then you're going to, in your same book, your on patch book, scroll down one more. You should get access to the power plant. Find somewhere that it clicks onto the lake like this. And then you're just going to build the first 3 boilers, steam engines, and the setup that feeds coal into them. So pump, boilers, steam engines, box, burner arms, coal. Make sure when you do build this that there's not like a tree sitting right here, because it will not let coal pass. Presumably you'd clear that, but it won't let coal pass if there's a tree sitting on the ground there. And then you're just going to drag poles back to where you initially set up your assemblers. And if these 2 blueprints don't connect, so just make sure there's a pole in the middle to connect them. You can always click a pole to make sure it has green power on it, to make sure that you actually did the drags correctly and that power got brought. So I've just finished crafting my lab. As soon as the lab is done, you're right-clicking red science twice to make 10 bottles. And then you can set up your tech order, which is going to be automation, drills, logistics for underground belts. You're going to make blue arms, steel, logistics science, and then I do gun turret. Doesn't really matter. You're just doing literally anything, but that's the order you need to have. The last one does not matter very much. Then you're going to place your lab, put science in. That is the first split of the run. I'm normally trying to hit that split under 8 minutes, but it's very map dependent. Very, very map dependent on how fast you can get coal rocks, trees, everything to kind of come together. Okay. While we're crafting science, make sure you keep shoving it into the lab so it doesn't stop researching. And then the goal right now is you're going to craft 30 circuits, so 6 right clicks, 50 gears, so 10 right clicks. And then you're going to leave your lab set up with all 10 science so that it can craft all the way to automation. And then you're going to run to trees and try to chop till you have 240 wood in your inventory. And that hopefully is going to be enough wood for us to make all the power poles that we need until the big power split, when we can get more wood with steel axe at that point. 240 is a safe number. As you get faster, you might be able to assess the map and see that there's better access to trees later, or you think you're not going to need as many poles and you can cut that number down to 200 or 220, but 240 is safe. Excuse me. Yeah, so I don't know what the delay is on getting this category on speedrun.com. I think that some of the mods are at Steel Axe Con maybe, but even then, like, I know Glass Bricks isn't. Anyway, we're literally just waiting for one of the moderators to announce it and make it official, which I was told to expect to happen on Wednesday. So now that it's Friday, I would say maybe today. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just waiting with bated breath for it to become official. And then we can all start submitting our runs properly. Full redesign of the base win. Yeah. By somebody else, maybe. I think my base is what it is. If I do a full redesign, I'd say months from now after I take a break. Probably. Okay, I went way overboard on wood. I was talking. All right, so once you have a 240 wood, your crafting queue is done. You have researched automation. You're going to make 10 assemblers, so 2 right clicks. Boom, boom. Then you're going to set up those 10 assemblers here. I usually end up crafting like 20 wire at this point, just to speed up the rate at which I can make green circuits. What we're trying to do right now is make as many green circuits as fast as possible so that we can finish this build over here as fast as we can. And then we're going to get into setting up drills for the main base. Make sure you keep shoving coal into all of your burner city stuff so nothing turns off. And then while you're doing all of this stuff, you should be using all of your stone to make as many furnaces as you can. You're trying to make at least 40 so you can set up the first main line. Continue to feed wire into the green circuit so they don't stop. If you try different amounts of burner miners, is it already optimized? You always have something in the crafting queue. It's pretty optimized, Sleepy. I mean, it's one of those things like, yeah, maybe there is a slightly better amount of burners stuff to make, but it works for me and I'm happy with it, so I leave it alone. Okay, so once you have enough circuits, I went way overboard here because, again, playing slowly, you're going to be making 10 yellow inserters, so 2 right clicks, 2 assemblers, and 2 labs. I then pick up 2 of these assemblers and then copy this format where there's 2 circuits, 3 gear, 3 wire, and then make sure these don't stop crafting. So refeed those. Then you're going to build this little mini science setup. And then that's it. Once you have that set up, your goal is going to be researching drills. And while drills are researching, you're trying to craft everything you need to build the first line of drills and inserters and belts and furnaces. What that is 10 right clicks of belt to make 50 crafts, or 100 belts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then you're going to do 8 right clicks of inserters to get 40. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you're going to do at least 10 right clicks of pole to get 50 crafts of pole, which is at least 100 poles. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Could go to 12. Once you have that stuff set up, make sure that you leave as much iron and stuff into these for intermediates as you can. And while all this stuff is crafting, you also have to put copper into these science assemblers because they have no automation of copper. So make sure that you feed copper into these. You want to feed at least 15 into each one because the drill tech needs 25 total. So make sure that each of them have, I mean, technically at least 8, but like go a little overboard to make sure that your science does not stop. Another thing that you got to be a little bit careful for with this build is dragging coal. So notice the way I just dragged coal as I was doing what I'm doing here. These inserters picked up coal because when you're Z-dragging coal around, it's really, really finicky now. It's very easy to put them into the hand of an inserter by accident. So if you do that as you're pulling out of these, I just naturally start pulling out of these arms as well now, just in case I accidentally put coal in one of those and I missed it. Just start pulling the material out of those arms and pay attention to it. Because this split, it'll be time right off the clock if you screw up the science. So, okay. As the science is going and while you're waiting for electric drills, you're trying to build the first iron line. The first iron line is the one closest to copper. So there's 3 lines. It's not the one on the edge. You're looking for the one that's more in the middle of the build, closer to these assemblers. And then this would be the copper down here. So again, you got 3 lines of iron. You're building this one here, the one that is closer to copper. You're building the one that's closer to these assemblers. This is copper here. Make sense? So again, I would normally have this done before drills research. First thing I do is a line of belt and furnaces. Do whatever's comfortable for you. I know like these drags are not something everybody's gonna have perfectly, but look at that, I already made a mistake. I usually do belt furnaces, then inserters. And the reason I usually end up doing it like this with inserters first is I've usually crafted them first, but also I find it's easier to do inserters backwards because I find poles are easier to place. And so I can do poles with the belt. I can stand on the belt and place poles with the flow of the belt and make less mistakes, he says, as he makes mistakes. Whereas placing inserters with the belt is a lot harder. You move a lot faster and it's just harder. And then you're going to drag coal into all of these furnaces. Just Z-drag a little bit of coal into all of these furnaces. And now you have a setup that is ready to take 25 iron drills and make iron. And when all that's done, timing-wise, you should be coming back to your assembler setup, and you should have coal, the miner tech researching right around that time. And then you should be able to handcraft 25 drills. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If any of those drills required you to handcraft gears and circuits, if you're getting fast enough that you need to handcraft gears and circuits, try to not handcraft gears and circuits. Put plates into your assemblers. Don't handcraft that stuff. It'll slow you down. And then obviously just keep making sure that copper is being fed into this system and that circuits keep coming out, gears keep coming out. Make sure your entire burner city still has coal, all of the normal stuff. And then as your drills are crafting, get them placed along this line. Yo, Mad the Head, how you doing? So the next thing you're gonna do once the 25 drills are crafting and then get placed is you're gonna be making 3 steam engines, 1, 2, 3, and a singular pipe. And I usually don't worry about crafting intermediates for that, gear, pipe, whatever. You usually have time. And then you're trying to bring, I would say, 1,000-ish coal over to your power setup. And you're looking to expand this power from 3 steam engines to 6 steam engines with that one pipe. And then come to the box and fill it. Ideally, if you have a wooden box, it will be full right now. You will fill it all the way. Am I late for the tutorial update? You're slightly late, but that's okay. It's going to end up on YouTube in a more condensed version. So this will be like, 6 hours. And I'm hoping the YouTube one will be like 1. We'll see. All right. So this box now full of coal, 3 boilers, 6 steam engines. Return to the base. And now our goal when coming back to the base is to expand our assembler setup a little bit and to build out a larger section of the patch that's going to use all of these assemblers here on the left. So we're going to add a little bit of copper production. We're going to bring coal into the patch and kind of get it to start functioning properly. So the first thing you're going to need is 4 more assemblers. 1, 2, 3, 4. I usually just pop an extra wire up here, pop down 2 more, copy the gear and put it on all of them. So now you should have a setup that looks something like this with 12 assemblers, 3 wire, 2 circuits, and the rest on gear. And then what you're going to do is just manually feed copper into these, iron into literally everything so that you start mass producing intermediates, and make sure that wire ends up in these 2 green circuit assemblers. And then your goal for handcrafting right now is going to be to make 20 drills. The guy, I think on patch could use a better buffer. It kind of runs pretty bad unless you're clearing the belts. Yeah, I don't totally disagree. I mean, even I struggle to clear the on patch buffer at my pace. The on patch is definitely like, but I think yeah, you're right. It probably could use more buffering at the end of the line, but I've just never bothered adding it. I probably should. But for now, I think even if you're slow and you're not getting everything cleared into the on patch, it's not the end of the world. So again, your handcrafting right now is 20 electric mining drills. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then at some point, you're going to take 2 of the assemblers that are doing gear here, and you're going to switch one of them to belt, and you're going to switch another one to inserters. And you're going to get belts and inserters being made here while you're crafting 20 drills. If you ever find like you're out of plates, you're out of material, come back to the main line here that should be filling with plates from all these drills and keep pulling it. Is it really worth doing more gears instead of just getting the base running for it? I don't totally know what you mean, but for me, this setup works very, very well. For someone that's at a slower pace, like they might not need as much assemblers as I've made, or I don't know. This is what works for me. I mean, this part of the run is always like, I find the early parts of these runs are always really, really finicky and really specific, and like, you know, at different paces, they start to break down a lot. So, I mean, do what works for you. So just try to make sure these keep running as consistently as possible. Make sure that your science has enough copper to keep running as well. The main research that you're looking to hit while you're doing all of this is at the very least the blue inserters. So if you see steel researching or green science or turrets, you're fine. You can literally not research these. They're just extra as long as you get the blue inserters. Okay. Okay. Once you have your drills and enough belts, you're trying to bring 10 drills worth of coal to the base. Again, that was 11. Whoops. And where you are bringing those drills is right here where you see this complicated insertion. You're bringing it between the inserters and hooking it onto this iron lane. I know that looking at this for the first time, it's awkward. There's multiple lanes. You're not sure where to bring it. You're bringing it between the inserters, hooking it onto this iron lane. Then you're building the 2 inserters at the bottom, which are going to run coal down to here, and copper needs to be hooked on at the other side of this. Yeah, my furnaces are running out of coal because I'm taking my sweet time. Also, this drill ran out of iron. Nice. Are those 6 inserters basically just splitters? I mean, kind of. Kind of, yeah. They're just, yeah, I mean, yes, I'll show you what the inserters are doing, but yeah, they're just sending coal to like different parts of the patch. Yeah, handcrafting at this point, by the way, I mean, you can keep pushing out furnaces, you can handcraft belts, you can handcraft more power poles. Literally try to keep handcrafting as much as you possibly can. If you're slower, you'll be able to handcraft a lot more. But yeah, the critical stuff is to make sure you can build out this. So now we need 10 drills on copper. So I'll start up here. 10. Again, we're bringing those all the way down and around. Whoops. And flooding them up with this coal. And then when I'm building the copper, I usually run it to right around here where you'll see the awkward change in pattern for the inserters. And you're just looking to build this set of furnaces for 10 drills of copper to work. This should actually be a little bit more than you need, but I find it's just easier mentally to just go where this little belt break is and the inserter split. There. Now you've got your coal coming in, your copper coming in, you've got your first lane of iron. Now you're looking to build the output for all of this. And into your handcrafting queue, you should put 3 splitters. So 1, 2, 3. It doesn't matter if you have to handcraft the circuits and stuff. It shouldn't make a difference. Just handcraft 3 splitters. That's the total amount of splitters you're going to need for the entire unpatch. So I just get them all out of the way at the same time. And then you'll see this copper goes into the splitter. Right now, the game is super, super annoying when you're dragging belts that are blueprinted through a splitter. So just be aware of that. Congrats on the 422. I must have missed it during the week. I only spotted it on YouTube. Yeah, no worries, dude. It happened on Wednesday. Yeah, it was a really good run. Really, really good run. Felt awesome. Really sweet. All right. Grab more of this stuff. Come back. So like I was saying, dragging belts through a splitter. So when there's no blueprint, works just fine. You're going to be playing this category. There's going to be blueprints there. When you drag belt... What? Did they fix this? No. But yes? It doesn't work the first time? Or is it because there's blueprints on both sides? Like if I click this and then drag, nope. Is it just because that's not blueprinted? If that's placed... Anyway, all you need to know is the interaction here is weird. If there's a blueprint here and you drag through, it will not build the second side. So yeah, just be aware of the finicky dragging around splitters. I apologize for this awkward staircase of copper, but yeah, this part sucks. Just wiggle waggle the copper down here. You're trying to get it to all these assemblers. You're just ending it right there. And then make sure all your iron outputting is in. So now you have a setup of iron, copper running into these circuit assemblers, and you're basically ready to start picking up your assembler setup up here, shifting it down into the setup down here. So for handcrafting now, we need to make a total of 25 red arms. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15 blue arms, 1, 2, 3, 15 iron chests, 1, 2, 3. And then you can start picking up the assemblers. And you should, if you've fed these correctly, have more than enough intermediates to do all of this. Then you're going to do 35 assemblers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then after that, you can handcraft literally anything you might be missing. Now, one other thing I want to go over is we lost an iron drill. There's several ways to handle that. If you see a little gap here, you can put an iron drill here. And you can put an inserter here, and that will fix the iron drill that we lost on the tip. If your patch has too many iron drills in it that don't work, it does get a little more complicated to fix it. So do your best to get a patch that can cleanly place 25. But in cases where you can't, there's little ways to MacGyver it. Anyway. All right, so these assemblers, clean drag of pole down the center. And then, yes, this is kind of awkward to build at speed. I know, it's not the best. So this section here, I do all in, and then output in the middle of the gear, and output at the end of the circuit. So in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. Whoops. If you ever make a mistake like I just did, you're always, if you feel like you're not sure if it's going to fix itself properly, you can always go back to the on-patch book and just restamp to make sure everything's there that it should be. Just make sure that if drills get placed like these ones, that you delete them, because those are supposed to be copper drills, and it's not copper. But that way, if there's like a pole or logic that you feel like you might have gotten rid of, it puts it back. So then what you're trying to do is take the main line that you've just created. So now you've got a belt that's sushiing circuits, gears, and iron plates all into the same belt. You're looking to bring that through the patch right to its end right here. And then you're setting up power. So there's some nice drags for power here. You can start here and go straight up. with a small turn that goes straight over, and then down, small turn, straight back up, and then over and straight down. A little hard to get used to that one, but there is a nice drag there when you start getting used to it. Then you're setting up all of these assemblers. You're taking all your iron and you're manually half feeding all of these assemblers. Try to get all of those assemblers making pipe, gear in here, make the inner line of inserters. And then I crank out. So these inserters can be hard to see. There's like little tips for it, but wherever you make boxes, you know that adjacent to that, there's going to be a red arm feeding that box. If you have a hard time seeing these red arms, it's nighttime or whatever reason, you're on an iron patch, just look for the box and then look for the red arm that goes with it. The ones with gears are a little easier to see. I would Q click these as much as you can, but direction for facing, all the ones that are facing into the boxes have no little anti-gear symbol on them. And the ones that go into the assemblers are all facing the other way with the anti-gear symbol. So if you're looking for clean drags, just make sure you rotate between those two things. And then there's blue arms all here that you can place now as well. So now you should have one line moving, and then you should have all of this manually fed with iron. So now you're making drills, inserters, belts, and you're filling up a box at the end with intermediates. And you also crafted a ton of pipe and a ton of gear. While all of that is doing its thing, you can come and flush out all of these furnaces because they're likely full of iron at this point. And if you are really, really fast and you still find that you don't have enough iron, you can go to Burner City as well, which I usually do. Make sure that you keep iron in those, empty out all the pipes from here, and now you're looking to craft 15 boilers, 1, 2, 3, and 30 steam engines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ideally, you're not crafting any pipe by hand here or gear. It's all done from these assemblers. 13 burner inserters, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And then you should have also crafted 20 drills while you were running around. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You might be able to get them from this box, but yeah, you're looking to have ballpark, let's say 20 drills, and then you can re-shove iron plates into all of these gear assemblers to make sure they work as long as possible. And you can pick up these assemblers if you'd like to. And then yeah, just keep flushing these boxes. And you can walk along the line and flush it like this. The more you keep this line empty, the smoother it will run. All right. Power shut off because we're going really slow. Your goal right now is to get coal to power and set up a proper power plant. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At least 15 drills in this. I usually build it to like 16 or 17. That had 42 coal in it. Nice. And if your power's off like mine is right now, just make sure you bring some amount of coal to turn it back on. Sure, even at this leisurely pace, Derek is still faster than I ever will be. Yeah, it's funny going at this nice soft pace. It's a very relaxing stream for me today. Okay, so hand feed coal into your boilers, and then right now with that setup, the base is still lacking power. So if you're min-maxing like super hard, you should get as many of these set up as possible and shove coal into them. That'll make the rest of the base run properly while you're continuing to build this, because the base will be low on power from just the 6 steam engine. Okay, now we have a power setup with coal running to it, a half-assed patch, and now we're gonna finish our patch. Speedrun is slow and your inventory is full of plates and you hand feed powers out of coal. Yeah, I mean, as you go slower, like if you're going at these slower leisurely paces like I am now, you're gonna have more inventory problems than I normally have, and I normally have inventory problems that are pretty bad. You're gonna fill up with plates and copper and stone and everything. Okay, so when you come back, your next goal is to build as much of the iron here as possible. So in total, you're gonna need 50 drills, something like 80 plus stone furnaces, and then tons of belt, tons of inserters. You're gonna need everything. So usually when I am coming back to the base, I'm trying to assess the things that I am missing. So let me just finish doing my hotbar the way I would normally do it. And the reason I do the hotbar in the crazy, insane way that I do is that as many of the relevant things as possible that I'm going to need to reference counts for are visible somewhere on my bar, because I like to know how much of these things that I am holding at any given time. Okay, so I can see that I have plenty of belt, but not enough drills to build out this, so I'm just gonna handcraft some drills, at least until I'm nearly out of circuits, and then I'll handcraft some belts, and then maybe some power poles until I run out of wire in my... Oh, whoops, I'm just right-clicking my own inventory. That's funny. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do now is try to build the second line of iron. That's the one that's adjacent to the first one we built. You're gonna build these 4 inserters, which are gonna bring coal up this way. Do not build this belt. Going into this, these inserters go up. It is very misleading and looks funny. All right, so now you should have a half line of coal here coming into here. Again, I'm not going to go too into like build strategy. Do whatever works for you. I do it a little different literally every run based on how much material I have. If I have less belts, I try to get this one belt running as fast as possible, just so that as much coal filters in here as I can. And then I visit my mini mall here, which can fill me with belt inserters and everything I need. You can keep filling this with iron plates if you have to. You can keep filling this with iron plates if you have to, just to get stuff turned into stuff. You can keep manually clearing this belt if it helps. But then, yeah, the goal now, you'll see at this section of the patch that's all blue inserters, there's these belt that kiss each other right here, and you can tell the kissing is happening where these 2 marked belts are. So I always grab the unmarked belt and I drag it out like this. So this is not coming straight through here. These belts are kissing. By design, it is intended to be like this. So this one comes out and goes this way. We're not going to worry about the other one for now. We're going to build these inserters like this. And now all the iron that we can get moving from here is going to start making gear. So we've been manually feeding this gear up until now. The goal right now, as fast as we possibly can make happen, is to stop manually feeding that by getting this section of iron turned on. So again, you probably are going to have plenty of resources to build all of this because you're going to be going at a slower pace, but I typically prioritize getting that main belt down that's going to feed coal in, because if you do that last, you're going to be waiting for coal to come in here. But if you do it first, then now as I'm building this, every single furnace is basically going to have coal immediately because it's been like pre-buffered into the belt line. And now we've got our second line of iron turned on. That is going to feed iron to these gears and is going to make this entire setup work much, much smoother. I'll do one more manual drag while we're waiting for that to show up. And now we can start working on the next line of iron at the top. So typically here, I drag from here because I still don't have any undergrounds. And I get it set up going this way. This last line of iron is mostly just going to buffer until you actually go to the base. You're not actually gonna, like, a lot of this iron goes to the base with you. But if you're going at a really fast pace, it is still very helpful to get this built as fast as you can, because you are going to be short on iron. And the more you can get buffering from this line right away, the better, because you're going to need it as you try to craft everything you need to craft, go to the base. Also, you'll notice that research is not doing anything. That's fine. We got to gun turrets. We're not going to research anything else until we actually get into the base. Sure, if you want to like super min-max, you could throw down like researches that go military into bullets and keep doing red only stuff. I wouldn't worry about it. I would just completely ignore it. It is a waste of effort. Just, you got to gun turrets. That's it. That's all you needed. Okay. Now, notice that on this line, there was supposed to be a drill here, but it's mixed with copper. So this one is only 24. They should be 25 each. So again, same as last time, just find somewhere you can sneak in a drill in the middle here. And in this case, it can just butt up against the line because that's the side it's on. Now we're at 25. Now, this science setup we have here, we're going to want to rip it up because, again, we got the science we needed. I don't always, but I try to rip up the inserters first, because if you don't, you're going to leave a mess like this. So now we have a bit of a mess on the patch, and if for some reason later we belted through those sitting items, it could cause a problem in the base. It could. So yeah, just safer to always pick it up. Other things that you can do if your pace is getting really, really fast and you're building this quickly and you want to min-max, is you can take copper from this buffer and place it into these assemblers, which sometimes I find my copper is running really, really thin here, and I'm not getting as many circuits as I could get otherwise. And then yeah, just keep pulling stuff out of your buffers, making as many stone furnaces as you can, as many poles as you can, drills, belt, whatever you think you need. Now that we have our 3 iron lanes done, and our now we're gonna finish coal and copper. So coal that's running into the patch was right here. It has 10 drills on it. You need this to go to at least 15. I usually do 17. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now we have 17 drills. Again, 15 is the minimum, so if space was really, really bad, I would just go to 15, but 17 is, I find, better and safer. All right, then the copper. So there's a few ways to handle the copper. You need 30 drills on copper total, and it is 15 drills that hit this line right here. Okay. And then 15 more drills that hit this line right here. On an ideal map, you would have a bunch of copper all right here, and you would just build 2 separate lines, and it's no problem. On this map, all the copper is over here in a different spot. So if you wanted to, and you should be handcrafting some other stuff right now while you're waiting anyway, if your material is really, really high, you can make some splitters. You can also make a bunch of undergrounds. And then let's just get 30 drills onto this one belt maybe. So that is now 17. And then 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. What do we got there now? 30. All right, so again, if your copper is really, really annoyingly far away, you can just do this one belt line, and then right here, you can splitter it and send the other section this way. Now right here, you're looking to pop this line through here. So you can do one of 2 things. You can underground like this and then come through, or if for whatever reason you didn't want to do that, you can just bump around like that. And then we're just trying to build the rest of the copper here. Is the copper build awkward? Yeah, it's awkward. Is the copper build annoying? Yeah, it's annoying. It's yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay. Now you've got a fully running copper build. You've got 3 full builds of iron. Your patch is processing stuff here. Now we just have to do some little cleanup stuff before we go to the main base. First, we're going to start talking about the crafting queue. So I've already made a bunch of undergrounds and splitters. You're going to need to craft 80 red inserters. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 50 blue inserters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 30 iron chests. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 20 assemblers.
Like
1, 2, 3, 4.
God damn.
20 assemblers. You can grab as much stone as possible and keep pumping out furnaces. If you don't have to come back here, that's a good thing. So more furnaces is fine. You're gonna need, so I usually do, like, when I'm ready to go to the base, I usually make sure I've made 20 splitters and at least 20 crafts of undergrounds. I've already done that, so I'm not gonna do it again because I did it earlier before I did copper. So some cleanup stuff we want to do at the end of the patch here. There's these 2 assemblers. What is going on here? Oh, sorry, my brain is breaking. There's these 2 assemblers making gear. Get those made. There's this line of undergrounds that's bringing coal up like this. Make that. Then on this top section, you're gonna make these 3 blue inserters, these power poles, this belt. I make this 1 blue inserter right here because then this drag just goes through cleanly. I don't have to think, it just comes through naturally. If that blue inserter was not there, it would destroy all of that and not work nice. But if you make this 1 blue inserter, you can drag this belt through perfectly clean. Then you're gonna drag this belt down, and this is where the kiss happens. These two belts are gonna kiss, and you're gonna bring your copper around like this. You can start cleaning up these assemblers that you left here over here. Now you might run into major inventory problems here because if you're slower, this section is gonna be super full. So my inventory can't handle all of this. You need to make 37 labs. That should help. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2. But yeah, your goal right now is to pick up these red inserters feeding this buffer and then clear this buffer. If you can't clear the buffer, you can start leaving plates, whatever you need to leave in a chest here, but you have to be able to pick up all of these chests. My God. And then you're running 3 belts ideally. And yeah, I'm just gonna leave all of that stuff here. Wow, it's so much stuff to leave behind. All right, so now you should end up with output that looks like this. You've got 3 belts. You've got a belt with half coal.
Pay attention, man.
Looks like you learned inventory management from Nephrons. Yeah, when you play slow, inventory management is way harder. Way harder. All right, so right here, you've got a half belt of coal. You've got a half belt of copper, and the middle one is just full of intermediates. You're going to now get your main base blueprint out and place it. So as a beginner, you're more than welcome to start with stage 0.1, which should flow naturally up to the 1. If you see me play, I just start with 1. I find it easier for me to just start with number 1, and then just build what I know to build. If you are a beginner, start with 0.1, 0.2, and 0.3, and just you're basically then just going to be able to build every single entity that you see. Every single entity the whole time. I am going to do this run this time just starting with 1. This is what I would normally do in a real run. I would start with 1. I'm going to do that here too. So the giant line that you see going north south, that is the front of the base, and it's showing you like as much detail as possible if you need to see a visual of like what am I covering and what am I not covering. And then just make sure you give yourself enough space. On this map, I'm going to go pretty tight to the base. To my patch, but just make sure you give yourself enough space to play with. Ideally, you have a sense of what your backside looks like and what you're covering and not covering. And yeah, if you're practicing and have not done this before, start with 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. As you get faster, I just find it better to go straight to 1 and just know what to build. All right, let's bring our belts up. I think I've given myself more space than I did in my actual PV. We'll see. All right, you are looking to bring your belt to this little jut out here. It is next to the stone furnace assembler. It's got a filtered splitter that does coal, and the filtered splitter that has coal and this belt right here on it is what's going to accept your iron and coal mixed belt. So that's going to go right here. Sometimes these 3 belts will be aligned the other way because the patch is flippable. The main base is not flippable. So if you see it lined up like this, the middle one will pop through here and hit this, and then the copper will have to go through both and go into the top. You always want coal, mixed belt, copper belt in that order. If it was flipped, it's a lot easier because you don't need to use these undergrounds. You can just go coal, middle, copper, and it's perfect. Sometimes it's flipped. So when you're coming in, you're looking to build the 2 splitters that are handling the coal inputting, and then there's gonna be an underground here and an underground here just to get through all this mess. And you should just be looking to take these exact 3 belts through the base. Don't forget to connect power into here somewhere, and then just make sure, clicking a line, that there is power in one of these poles. Is this the PB map? No, this is the PB map. Dig down deep. This is exactly right. I just figured it'd be easier to do it on the PB map because I was comfortable with it and I knew it worked for every planet reasonably. Now, so as you're building these belts and poles, you might come to a spot like this where the base just ends. It's just because it was black and we couldn't see it. So just keep grabbing your main base blueprint, lining it up. Visual indicators for lining this up. I find one of the easiest ones is this section right up here. It's like very distinct at this early part of the game, so you can easily use that to like line up the base if you're looking for something to see. And then just hold shift, click, get the rest of the base in. All right. This section is a little technical, especially if you are using the #1 print and not the 0.1, because the 0.1 will show you exactly what you need to build only.
Damn it, Eric. Pay attention, man.
still don't think this is a good map. What you said in the start of the actual run. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the start of the actual run, I was like very hesitant about the map. Yeah. And the reason is I had to use this iron down here, which in hindsight was totally fine. But at the time I was quite concerned about it. All right, so for reasonable drags here, what I usually do is I try to get the power pole infrastructure in first. So power pole drag, as you come through here, there's a nice drag straight through, slightly down, up to pipe, and then across back this way. And then there's one pole in the middle here. And then from here, you can drag up, over, up, over. Just practice. There's a lot of visual clutter here, so getting used to it is challenging. I know it's like a lot to look at when you're building it. Now, I typically try to build the inserters here first, and the reason for that is that there's logic on the belts and the inserters that won't fully work unless the inserters are built. So you'll see if I don't build the inserters, you're gonna watch this belt run everything all the way down the line, including the copper. And it's supposed to work, and you'll notice there's filters on the arms. It is supposed to work such that copper cannot get through this belt. So you'll notice right now there's a belt reading here, and it won't let copper get by this point, so as to prevent this clutter at the end. Same thing with like belts can't get by here, inserters can't get by here. So right now I have belt here and drills can never enter this box. So just make sure if you did build that in a weird order that you flush the belt so that it can start running properly. Literally the exact same logic applies down here. If I don't have the blue inserters up, then things will run past where they're supposed to run. So if that happens, just flush the belt manually and then it should start running fine. Okay, now you should have the primary inputs coming in from your on patch. Yo, say my Jane, how you doing? So with the primary inputs done, I build all of the outputs, even though you don't need them all right now. I just find it easier for flow to build all the outputs. And then you're looking to build this one little gear guy, pop the underground through, connect all this belt, connect all this belt. And then this output's a little hard to see. You got belts that instead of kissing, they're running away from each other. So belt coming in and up, and then a belt coming over. Now you've got your mixed belt of gear and circuits, and you're borrowing gear and sending them up here for science. And then later on, we can build these two for iron. We're not worried about iron right now. So this is basically what you should have right now. You should have all of your inputs working correctly. You should have your gear circuit output so that you can borrow some gears and send them up here. Because ultimately, all we really want is our two science belts. We got our red science belt here that's got gear and copper. We got a green science belt here that's got inserters and belt on it. Then we just got to build our science setup up this way. Hey, my Jane, you're still buzzing from yesterday? Yeah, the Silk Song announcement is so exciting. I think it's so awesome that they just come in and drop a 2-week out announcement. Like, it's just really cool. Yeah, because, you know, everyone's been waiting for 6 years for some sort of knowledge from Team Cherry. And I think it would be like reasonable for them to come in and say, yeah, it's coming out like in December or something, but it's like, no, it's coming out in 2 weeks. Like, it's just so awesome. Big hype. Very exciting. Okay, get our science built. Whoops. All right, this little section is kind of awkward to build, but you don't need that one. It's just for facing. And then when you come into the labs, and I believe this is the case even if you're using the 0.1 prints, there's going to be 2 sections of labs. And the reason for that is it's letting you, the player, choose which one to build. Because if you happen to have like 1,000 trees or rocks on only one of them, it gives you the choice to build the top or the bottom. Okay. Yeah, both sections of labs are in 0.1. Yeah. So I typically try to build this top one. It builds cleaner. It has 40 labs. The bottom one's a little messy. It's only got 39 labs because of this sticking out. I typically try to build the top one. So in a perfect world, you're building the top one. But I would rather have 39 labs 2 minutes faster if there was like 10 rocks here that I had to chop. I don't want to deal with that. Okay. So in a perfect world, this one is a little cleaner, but it gives you the choice if it's covered in trees or rocks to take the other one. You do not need to build both. You only want to build one. You've made 40 labs at this point. You're looking to place only that many and not more. And then even though you don't need all these red arms, I just build them all right now because you're gonna have blue signs on the other belts in the pretty near future. All right, that's your green sign split. When that's done, you're coming back this way. Now, if you were running at a really, really fast pace, you probably would have a very, very little belt right now, possibly. So I would have been handcrafting belt as much as possible. I'm just not going to worry about that right now, though. When you come back after green signs, you're looking to build the 4 gear, the 4 pipe, and get them running as soon as you can. These are intermediates that you're going to need to build power soon. So you're going to want iron flowing properly into this little mall now. So we're going to build these 4 splitters, these 2 belt right here. You're going to bring your gear and your circuits up. I usually build to these 2 splitters right here.
Pay attention, man.
T? Yeah, you're right. I didn't T. Thanks. Sorry. Yeah, forgot tech. So when you're building the mall, bring these 2 belts up to this 2nd splitter. So now you have iron flowing into your mall and you're making gear and pipe. You do not need to worry about these 2 red arms here. You can build them, but you don't need to. All you're trying to do is buffer gear right now. The buffers for now, these red arms are going to put gear on this belt going this way later. So don't need to actually build these. I'm going to leave them empty, but if you build them, it's not the end of the world. You're mostly trying to buffer stuff. Okay, science. So once you actually build your green science, you're going to need your next section of science. You want automation. You want the steel engines. Steel furnaces. You want engines, red belt, car, fluid handling, and oil gathering. That's the list I go with. You now have a setup that's buffering pipe, a setup that's buffering gear. If you have extra crap in your inventory, you can always handcraft. There is a deliberate handcrafting queue right now. So for handcrafting, I've kept it as easy as possible at this phase in the run. You want 3 right clicks of just about every major thing that you're not otherwise making. So that's iron chests, 1, 2, 3. Undergrounds, 1, 2, 3. Splitters, 1, 2, 3. Red arms, 1, 2, 3. Blue arms, 1, 2, 3. I'm a little low on iron plates. I'm just gonna grab some. Assembler ones, 1, 2, 3. So not a lot of thought required. It's just 3 right clicks of kind of all the basic stuff that you would not otherwise be making. Then you can pick up as many drills, belt, inserters, wire, all of the different things you're gonna need to make the base, as much as you can possibly pick up. Now again, if you're slower, like, it's actually too much. You want to make sure you have some wire because you need to make more poles soon. And the thing you're trying to do now is start the processing of steel and brick. So I usually build these 2 assemblers here. You can drag that, by the way, because there's too much stuff here to make it. So yeah, the drag there works fine. So this belt is meant to have steel on one side, brick on the other. Steel comes from here, brick comes from up here. So the goal now is to get brick coming along this belt and get steel coming along this belt. I would say steel is the higher priority, but at the end of the day, you just want to do both as fast as you can. Whoops. And on my previous guide, I got a little more heavily into tips for how to build as many things as fast as possible. I'm going to try to avoid getting into that too much. Now, with the current patch, the way it is, it's very easy to accidentally delete belt like this. Oh my god, didn't do it. What? Wait, did they fix that? Oh, it does it here. Okay, so I'm guessing it's only on forward drags now. So forward and back. Wait, it didn't get rid of it there. Oh my god, I'm so confused. But it did it there. Oh, it only does it if you go back beyond where you started? Oh, what? Okay, anyway. The point I guess I'm trying to make is that belt, when you're dragging, can accidentally disappear like this. If you're just dragging back and forth, there's this new thing where it'll leave a hole in your belt, okay? And the thing you have to be careful about is deleting a section like this that has logic on it. So if I can just mimic that, there. I've been able to mimic it. So like these belts all have logic. If you accidentally deleted those like that, like me dragging around has gotten rid of all that logic, just make sure that you restamp the base. So restamp the base, the logic goes back. It's not the end of the world. It's totally fine. It's just, you got to be a little bit more aware than you used to be when you're dragging belt, because it's possible to like accidentally delete it. I get the impression there was a patch update that changed the behavior of this, because I'm almost certain it used to be even more chaotic than this. Not sure. But just, yeah, be aware that if you delete belt logic, you need to replace it. And you can easily replace it by just stamping your base. It's not the end of the world. Am I gonna run out of furnaces? No, I have hundreds. Oop, oop, oop. Okay. Starters in. So yeah, building steel. I mean, there's lots of little tricks, but again, I'm not gonna get like as deep into the tricks. When you're doing that inner line of inserters, drag them all as inserting into the furnaces. Then when you're doing these, you can just go through and fix all the ones in the middle. Make sure you don't forget this little belt here to send the coal. This belt is sending some up, some down. There's a lot of little things just to pay attention to. If you build these first, you can drag straight through the undergrounds. There's like a lot of little small tips and tricks, but ultimately just build all the steel as fast as you can. Gumby, C question. I have just joined. Did you update your blueprints, i.e. broken belt and missing roboport? Yes. Yes, I fixed the broken belt. I fixed the missing roboport. I fixed the blue chest not there for green and red science. I fixed every little thing that I could, and I'm going to they're not on my Discord yet, but by the end of the day today they'll be on my Discord, and they'll be posted properly as a guide on speedrun.com. What's with the blue splitter ghost? Yeah, so as the doe points out and wants me to highlight, there are splitter ghosts here and here and here that we're not going to build. They're on the inside, and later on we are going to delete these splitters to allow more iron to come into here, but we're just preventing that temporarily. So don't worry about the inner splitter. Don't build that. All right, so we've got our steel ready to process. Let's go get some iron. And again, I'm just using my blueprint book that's got drills, and you can hold shift and drag these and get lots of nicely placed, easy to build patterns. What you're looking to do is bring a full lane of iron into that steel setup, and then you're also at the exact same time looking to go get a full lane of stone to bring to the brick setup. And if you're deleting poles like I am around your lab setup, make sure you don't kill power to everything else. Oh, there's stone up there. Let's just go up there. Boop, boop, boop. Up. Up. Yup. Whoops. Would it be worth, would it be worth it to turn away the kissing departing belts for clarity? You can build them straight when placing anyway. You mean like build them straight and then force stamp over them? I mean, it's a little annoying that it's unclear, but they need to be exactly as they are. Like it just happens to be that the belts are adjacent to one another, but they have to either hit or run away from each other. They can't overlap. So yeah, it's a little unclear, but is what it is. Yo, Midrin, how you doing? Can't wait to see the guide going faster than my PB. Well, hey, then you can just watch the guide and go at the exact same pace, and you got a free PB. All right, so now we should have a line of iron running into here where our steel is intending to be. We should have a line of stone running in right here underneath this furnace, hitting this splitter. That's where our brick is intending to be. I did forget one thing that you should do before you leave the base. You should build this coal line. So this set of dual splitters at the bottom here is going to run exclusively coal, and you want to run this down here so that coal can start filtering into your steel. And you should do that before going to get iron and stone, because the buffer time of coal getting into all the furnaces is something that will slow you down. So do that. When should we be going yep, 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 or pop, pop, pop when building? Yeah, you always want to be saying yep, yep, yep. Anytime you're building really anything, the more you say yep, 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 the better. So, you know, as I'm doing the furnaces, okay, yep, 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 good, and yep, 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 and yep, 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 okay, that's good, and yep, 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 and right here, okay, like that, and that there. Something like that is about perfect. I'd say do it like that. It does make it faster. Yeah, it's like when you have a car. So like you guys tell me which of these two cars is faster, okay? I just want you to tell me. Like I'm gonna build a car right here. Okay, this is one car. Okay, that's one car. Okay, so this is our first car. Okay, that's our first car. And we got our second car over here. Okay, is there a second car? Okay. Well, this car. Okay, so this is car number 2. And then on the side of car number 2, okay, he's got this like red fire that's running down the side of it on the side of his car. Which of these two cars is faster? The one that's got like plain paint on it of one color, or the car that's got the massive painted fire going down the side? It's pretty obvious which of these two cars is faster. The fire that's here on the side of the car is kind of like when you're doing a speed run and you're going yep, 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 here, right, yes, here, here, yep, yep, yep. That's basically what the fire is. It makes it way faster. It speeds it up quite a bit. So it's just obvious. Just obvious stuff. The fire adds drag. No, it's not true. You're wrong. You're wrong. Okay, when you get this set up, make sure you don't forget to bring coal up into your brick. So there's a single inserter here, and all I do is take this belt and just drag it and stop it right there. Right there. Do not build further up. Do not do something silly like this, where you drag to here, because that's going to now bring coal into here. You don't want that. So just, again, carefully just drag and stop right there. Or just build them all one at a time if that's better for you. You'll notice right now 100% of the coal is running down to the left because steel was not pre-buffered. But in the very near future, some coal will go up as soon as steel has all of its coal and its belly is full. All right. Let's run brick over here. So now we should have a setup that's bringing brick. You can see some brick coming. It's bringing steel. It's getting steel and brick to these two assemblers. I typically pick up a little bit of steel here, and I make at least 2 assembler 2s, and I upgrade these steel furnaces to assembler 2s. I find that the time that I have to go build power and come back, if I don't have them as assembler 2s, it's less likely I'll have enough furnaces. But your mileage may vary. Doesn't really matter. It's probably fine either way, but I like to have them as assembler 2s. Science is finished. I'm going to go over the science queue when I get to power, because that's typically when it would happen for me in a real run. So I'm just not going to worry about it right now. Right now you should have brick running, steel running, and you should be back at your base ready to handcraft stuff for power. Holy crap, I have a lot of stone. Let me go deal with that. Here. Great. Inventory management. All right, so you're gonna want to pick up gear, pipe, iron plates, as much of all of those things as possible, and then you're gonna start crafting boilers, steam engines, offshore pumps, burner drills. You need 32 boilers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2. 64 steam engines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. 32 burner inserters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2. 6 offshore pumps. 5 and 1. After that, if you still have intermediates left and you want to be productive, feel free to handcraft whatever you think you need. Belts, drills, inserters, more pipe, whatever. At the pace I'm going at, I don't need to do anything. I have way too much of every single thing because I'm going nice and slow, and there's an abundance of everything. So grab as much belt as you can, grab as many drills as you can, inserters as you can, make sure you've got as many power poles as you can, and craft more power poles if you need to. And now we're gonna get ready to leave the base and go do the power expansion. On your way out of the base, this belt right here, you need to bring a full lane of coal to this. So as you are leaving, bring this out of the base with you and bring it to a coal patch somewhere. In a perfect world, this would be 30 drills, but it does not have to be. 28 is fine. You're not going to need to use the full value of this until later in the run. I just build it all now because you're here and it's one trip. But 28 drills is fine if you get 14 on each side, because when you get mining prod, it'll take over. So there's one drill missing there because it was mixed with stone. I don't care. Now that you have coal running to the base, you're going to get more coal, and you're going to run more coal down to the power plant. So we're going to get another lane of coal. Sure. Make this one have 30 and bring this down and figure out where you're going to put your power. So for me, it's in the on patch book. If you scroll to this large power plant build, this is what we're building. You'll notice that on one side of it, there is pipe, and on the other side of it, there's not. Typically what I try to do in most runs is the side that's got the pipe right here, I'm trying to put on the lake side. And then the side over here is where I'm trying to bring my coal belt into, like that. Does it have to be exactly like that? No, not really. It's just what I do visually for visual clarity. Make sure that your power is connected to this new power plant. And I usually build it like this with poles going in first so that pipes can be a clean drag. Yes, it's less efficient for pipes, but you should have more than enough to not worry about it. Yeah, do whatever works for you. I always struggle to get clean drags out of the power plants. Up, 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 up. Up, up. Meh. Okay. Now, your goal is to get all 6 of the offshore pumps you placed into your power. The idea being that you don't need that many offshore pumps, but the idea being is that the main base does, and oftentimes your power plant will be facing the main base, and later on we are going to grab water from the power and bring it to the main base. So I'm going to put down every single offshore pump that I have, and then I'm going to connect all of them to this newly built power. In some cases, your original power is going to be more conveniently pointing to the base. If that's the case, there's a few things you can do. One, you could build all of those offshore pumps on the old power, or you can do what I'm doing now where you disconnect it and you can run pipe. Okay, I can't do that because there's a hole there and I can't get it through, so never mind. You can put all of the water into one power plant if it's easier. There's a lot of ways you can handle it. Just the point is, get all of your pumps that you built, all 6 of them, into a power plant that is going to connect to the base as easily as possible. Once you've done that, you're gonna need more trees. So usually, hopefully, on your map, there are trees near the power plant. I usually chop about 200 more wood at this point, depending on how much wood is in the main base. Like I know on this map, there's some wood up here. So if you want to make an executive decision that you are going to have access to wood on Blue Science maybe, or in the way of your mall or your second labs or something like that, if you feel like you don't need the poles for whatever reason at this point, skip it. But usually I try to get about 200 more wood worth of poles. Up. Okay, and then turn all that into poles. All right. Now, the goal next is to bring 2 lanes of iron to the base. I'm going to come down here and get the patch that's down here. Normally, I would probably pick something closer to the base because I probably wouldn't normally have 2,000 belt on me. But I have 2,000 belt on me, so I'm going to just build this one down here because it's something I'm going to need anyway. And the reason you're building 2 lanes of iron right now is you're trying to upgrade steel to steel furnaces, so it will need another lane of iron. And then you're bringing in a full lane of iron to turn into plates, so that your mall that you're going to build in the main base has a lane of iron plates. Okay. The other thing that your main base is going to need in the very near future is a lane of copper. I usually try to leave the copper till after it's less critical. The iron is something you need as fast as possible because upgrading the steel is what I would call a high priority, and getting the iron into the mall is also what I would call a high priority, whereas the copper is not something I would call a high priority. All right. And let's send this one over here. Okay, up this way. All right, so handcrafting. You are going to need to handcraft a whole bunch of stuff at this point. I don't have a very specific list. It depends on what else I've had to go through during the run. So you're going to want a bunch of undergrounds. And you'll probably have more than enough plates in the base to do all of this. You're going to want a bunch of splitters. You're going to want a lot of blue inserters and a lot of red inserters. I'll put like somewhat specific numbers in the written guide, but like I really just look at what's in my inventory and try to hit like, you know, 80 blue inserters, 80 red inserters, 40 undergrounds, you know, 30 splitters, something like that. And then a whole bunch of assembler ones, like 25. The last, yeah, I know the last iron missed an underground. That's why I got into the handcrafting, because I knew I needed undergrounds. All right, so now you should have 2 lines of iron going into steel, 1 line of iron going into this new iron section here, which you can start building. If you are low on furnaces, there's a box here that should have 500 of them in it. But you will also get furnaces for free by upgrading steel into steel furnaces, which will give you back those furnaces. So either one. Whoops. Hey. Right, so steel furnaces, you're looking to get this box to have at least 96 steel furnaces in it so that you can upgrade steel. I had like 200, again, just playing a little slower. But at least 96, that's the number you're looking to hit. Usually at my pace, if I don't upgrade those to assembler 2s, I don't have the 96 by the time I get back. But yeah, 96, so you can upgrade every single one of these. And then once these are all upgraded, again, you'll notice right now 2 lines of iron are coming in here, but they can't both get used because there's a splitter here preventing that. Once and only once all of these are upgraded to steel, you can place a power pole on top of this splitter. Place a power pole on top of that splitter. The reason we place a power pole is that if for some reason we made a mistake, so let's say I was building this section and I deleted this thing that has logic on it, I need to restamp my base now to get that logic back. And if I restamp my base and all I did was right click this splitter, it's going to put it back. Place a power pole so that you cannot accidentally put that splitter back. Now 2 lines of iron are coming into the steel. I won't get into the logic of how this works. It is sushi steel, meaning there's coal filtering down this iron belt, and it will just work. Trust it, it will work fine. Then make sure you finish building this iron up here. Whoops. Whoops again. These lanes are cursed. I tried to steal them last night. It just did not work. I must have coal available to start up properly. Yeah, it's got to have coal available to start up properly. So like the reason they work as they do is because coal has already gone down that one side. And that is critical to having it work correctly. If it does not have coal available when it starts, it will not start correctly. The ones I've added later in the run, they have additional logic on them to make sure that that happens. Middle inserters also have filter logic on them that is ore type specific. Yep. There's a lot of like very, very specific logic like here that's like tracking specific types of ore to make sure they work or don't work. They're complicated. All right, so this new iron line that you've added, you're gonna build the splitter at the end, and you're gonna send this up. You're prioritizing the section that comes up into the mall before the section that goes down here into circuits and stuff. Some easy little tricks for fast building. I usually build these blue copper inserters and then run this belt down here with one clean drag. If you've built everything else around it, it will just drag down cleanly. If that makes you concerned, just individually place every entity. After that is built, this can then just punch through. So clean, easy. Now you've got a full line of iron coming into your main mall. You can build this bottom section here that will run this iron through the back side of the mall. And now we can build out the rest of our mall. You want to make sure that your pipe and your steel are sharing a belt here. And then, yeah, there's a lot of little annoying placements here because of the new way that splitters work when dragging belt through them. And power poles are a little awkward here. This top section does not connect through cleanly. So if you just drag here, it will double place poles. Don't do that. Bottom section will drag straight through, but there's a little dip here where it goes down and then back up. And just watch out for that. This one also has a dip up and then down. Yeah, the poles are kind of awkward. Fine when you get used to them, but just don't assume that they're all straight and clean drags. Play with your eyes open. Whoops. And then the gear, it's 4 up, 2 down, and the inserters and belt are all up. And then just make sure you output these gear now. So now you should have a fully functioning mall on the top side. Build this section here. This is all red inserters pointing straight down, so you can just drag through this pole. Perfect. And then the last thing you're going to need is you're going to want some assembler 2s. So if you don't have any, you want to craft ideally something in the range of like 40 of them right now. So just grab a little bit of steel, grab a little bit of plates, make sure you've got a little bit of gear and a little bit of circuits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. As you're making those, you want to put the engines down, and then you should have some amount of pipe. Oh, I forgot the underground pipe. Some amount of gear and some amount of steel. And you want to fill these assemblers with gear, with pipe, and with steel, so that while you're doing other stuff, they are making engines. You're looking to get enough engines to make a car and 40 pumps. Other things you can craft right now, you need to make pump jacks and you need to make storage tanks. I forgot to do my research queue. I'm sorry. After I did power, you should be doing lab speed 1, lab speed 2, circuit network, tool belt, and then it doesn't really matter too much. I do usually just a mix of these things. The ones I prioritize the most is lab speed 1, lab speed 2, circuit network, and tool belts. Those ones I want as fast as possible. After that, literally anything you're gonna need for the run. So I usually do these 3, but it's kind of nitpicky, doesn't matter. Okay, you're gonna want to make 15 pump jacks. Oops, I don't have gear. 1, 2, 3. Didn't have pipe. And then you're gonna want to make 9 storage tanks. And then after that, you're mostly waiting for engines to finish so you can make your car. And you want to make 40 pumps. So you're letting engines craft until you can make 40 pumps. Also make sure that you take assembler 2s and upgrade your green and red science all to assembler 2s. And then the next thing you need to do, usually I do while I'm waiting for engines to craft, is to set up this copper input section that you can start buffering material that's going to be used for your blue science. I'm just going to take a small intermission and chop rocks for like 3 minutes, because there's about 6,000 of them down here. 40 pumps, yes, exactly. Right, barcode. Gotta pump it. Update the guide. Yeah, sorry, if somebody was asking if you can find my blueprints in my guide, the blueprints I'm using right now are going to be updated this weekend, put into a new guide that's going to go on YouTube and in written format. That will make the run a lot easier to do. So yeah, there's going to be a brand new guide, a brand new video guide, a brand new written guide, and a brand new set of blueprints, which will probably be my final blueprints that I release for this category. I think I'm done trying to update and min-max the hell out of them. I say that, and I'll be right back at the drawing board in, you know, a month. But yeah, I think I'm done making iterations. It is like stable release now. Okay, a couple little belt drag tricks while you're trying to build this section here. So you can flip that around like that. I usually then build these undergrounds to here. Hold on, I noticed that I'm out of undergrounds and stuff, so let me just finish the crafting section. So engines 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. I notice my inventory is completely full of stone. Let's clear that. Pick up all of these if you can. If you find your inventory is really bad, you're also going to need to craft a ton of underground pipe, so you can start handcrafting that as well. If you're really slow, you may not need to handcraft as much underground pipe as I do. I find that the pace I'm ready to leave the base at, I don't have enough, so I usually end up having to craft a significant amount more. There, wonderful. When I leave the base, I also try to make sure I have some iron plates, green circuits, steel, and brick to make sure that I can craft refineries and chem plants once I start pumping oil. What did I come over here for? I came over for undergrounds. So yeah, right here you're gonna have your splitters, undergrounds, blue circuits, or sorry, blue inserters, red inserters, yellow inserters, belts, everything that you need for the base is here. I'm just gonna put some drills back to clear my inventory a little bit. Okay, sorry, back to what I was doing. So once these undergrounds are in, there's a clean drag to here, and then this one is up through here. And what you're trying to prepare right now before you go get oil, so ideally before you go get oil, you are trying to have this section be buffering green circuits, gear, and pipe, all of which you're going to need a vast amount of for this blue science setup. And it's just better if it starts buffering earlier. So we're gonna make sure this iron that's coming out of the iron lane we set up is able to flow down here. These poles drag cleanly through ups and downs. And then once the poles are dragged, this middle row can just be a held drag of blue inserters all the way down. And then on this side, you can do blue inserters and poles first. Then your red arms can be a held drag that you don't have to think about. Yep. Ooh, I'm out of chests. I need those now. There. Alright, so this is the stuff you're looking to have built. You're looking to have... Ah, crap, I need it. There's... It's so funny doing this slowly. Pacing gets all weird. Okay, so yeah, before going to oil, you want it to look something like this. You're going to have your setup for copper wire, your setup for circuits, your setup for pipe and gear. Your iron is flowing down into here as it should. You are buffering circuits, you're buffering gear, you're buffering pipe. Only thing I have not done is actually building this copper lane and then bringing coal to here. So now we can finish this and then we'll go get some oil. And again, this is why I leave copper until the very end, because we've been using iron this entire time in the mall. But copper is literally only needed at the very, very end to start buffering circuits for your blue science build. And so it's completely reasonable to do it last and to not prioritize it. And I sometimes just doing it like on the PB, I just did copper on the way to getting oil, which is totally fine. Okay. So copper's ready to process. Let's take a belt and go down this way. I'm going to use the copper that is way down here. I don't like the way that belt is. Okay. We found copper.
Damn it,
Derek.
pay attention, man.
There. Wait, why are you going to a further copper when there's one so much closer? Yeah, I mean, I'm doing this because the oil is down here. So, I mean, your goal is to just put copper in. I would not say that there's actually one so much closer. If you look at the distances and the amount of stuff you've got to go through, this is kind of closer. If you're talking about this copper right here, yeah, this is under the main base. So as I discussed earlier, this line, this imaginary line of entities is showing you what you can legally build, and you cannot legally build anything to the left of it. It's all part of the main base. So this imaginary line, you have to stay to the right of. So that's why I'm not building this copper right here. I'm skipping it. Because eventually it will be full of steam engines and boilers and stuff. Thank you for making me point that out. Okay, copper's running towards the base, and then conveniently on this map, oil is like literally right here. So after your copper's running, you should now have your entire buffering setup done, and now we can go touch oil. There's a list of things you need to do, ideally, as soon as you touch oil. So as soon as you touch oil, you should try to be crafting 14 oil refineries. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Apparently I did not bring any gear, but I'm just going to let that go because I'm going to go slow enough that it'll craft through it anyway, and I don't care. The next thing you're going to need after the oil refineries is 20 chem plants, which I can't do because I didn't bring any gear. I'll grab those when I get back to base. But the 14 oil refineries is top priority. And as far as the amount of oil, you're looking for this to be at least 12,000 to 13,000. Given that this is 17,000, I've made 15 pump jacks, but I don't actually need them all. I always make 15, but you don't always need them if the patch is relatively thick, which this one is. The 14 is fine. If you had a map where your oil was like 12,000 or less, you can speed mod 1 all of the pump jacks, or even beacon speed mod the pump jacks. To a point. I mean, it obviously can't be really, really bad, but yeah, if you're like 8,000 plus, speed modding the crap out of it should be fine. But 13,000 and up, you shouldn't have to worry about it. Now, we built a lot of pumps, and part of the reason for that is if oil would not make it to the base, this one line of oil I'm dragging, you might find it so far away it doesn't make it. If that's the case, you're just going to stop like this and add 3 pumps. It has to be 3 to get the amount of oil that you need. And set it up just like this. So now I know I didn't need to do that, but you would want to make sure that your single oil pipe is hitting 3 pumps everywhere it goes. 3 pumps. Okay, so once your oil is in the base, you're then gonna need to bring water to the base. So let's build these pumps here. I'm just gonna take 2 seconds and I'm gonna go get gear so that I can make chem plants. Yeah, Doe, I think I changed it to 3 pumps because I think there was like an iteration of my blueprints where I wasn't sure how big the oil was gonna get because I was in this process of like expanding and expanding and expanding and making oil bigger. And so I think I just switched it to 3 pumps to like future proof any changes that I might make. So I think you're correct that I think it does work with 2, but like I just put it to 3, and 3 works fine. So just do 3. Cost of 1 pump. Just do 3. But there are no more changes. You're right. I did say that loudly and firmly. I stood by that I'm not making any more changes, but we'll just keep doing 3. So yeah, I said 20 chem plants. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, and if you are low on pipe or underground pipe when you get to the base, it's a good time to grab that as well. And I was low because I'm handcrafting it for chem plants. So tech. So another thing I completely forgot to mention, the second that you touch oil, so I told you to craft refineries, I forgot to tell you to do tech. you need to immediately click blue science in the tech tree and go plastic, red circuits, sulfur, blue science, and then batteries, bulk inserters, and inserter cap 1. That should be done immediately, not super late like I just did, because you want to get to the correct techs as fast as you can so that you can be making sulfur and be making red circuits and all of that stuff for blue science. So right now I'm bringing water to the base. These 5 pumps that are here are responsible for water to the base. And like I said earlier, we're going to dovetail off of this power plant that we know has like 6 offshore pumps in it. So I can just pull water right out of that boiler to the base and it should be perfectly fine. If for some reason you are playing a map where the pipe distance of lake to base is so long that it breaks, you have to add 5 pumps. I have never had that happen. I've never had it happen. But if it does, you have to add 5 pumps. Little tricks for building these pipe sections. If you build all the regular pipes, so 2 and then 1, 2 and then 1, you can then just drag these undergrounds with a straight drag and no clicking and no thinking. So to show that again, I always build this the same way. I do 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. If I make a mistake, delete, restamp if you have to. Or so again, right there, back it up. And with all of the regular pipe built like that, I can then just take this one underground pipe and I'm just going to click and hold. I'm not min-maxing this in any way. I'm not doing any like skilled play. I'm just dragging through. Just a clean drag all the way through and it'll build it all perfectly. And now you've got oil coming straight through your prints. Just like that. All right, so when you're building this, I typically build this pump section before getting into the refineries, and I will show you why. You do not want to drag this pipe full of mixed fluid into here, meaning this pipe very specifically, because you want to be able to do this first. If this pipe was touching here, you would not be able to drag this correctly sometimes because it gets the game gets angry that you have like an intention of mixing fluids and it doesn't let you. So just I always build this pump section first and then you don't have to worry about it. And then this is just bringing heavy oil up to the lube for later because we're going to need lube for engines, electric engines. Okay, and then this section's got a same little underground pipe trick. So it's 1 and then 2, 2, 1. And then the rest is all just flat pipe. And then as you come through here, it's a clean drag of undergrounds all the way through. Simple as that. If you feel like you made any mistakes, again, just stamp. So now we've got our oil processing splitting into different things. To talk about what's going on here for oil, because this might confuse some people, the refineries are going to be mixing fluids. All the fluids, when we stamp advanced oil, are going to go into this one pipe. And then that one pipe is going to separate the fluids here via pumps into these tanks for holding. What's the actual speed for refineries using mixed output due to delay from pumping out? There's no delay. The delay only happens if you don't build enough pumps. So because that's why I have so many pumps here. By building this many pumps, the refineries will never stop working. Now, do you actually need this many pumps for this many refineries? No. It's future-proofed a little bit for when a lot more refineries get added, because there's going to be a significant amount more refineries added here, and this many pumps will eventually be needed, and later stages of the blueprints even add more pumps. But as long as you have enough pump output, your refineries throughput will be fine, and I can show that later. So once you get those refineries done, you're trying to build these chem plants right here to sulfuric acid, so that you can start making plastic, sulfur, and I turn on the sulfuric acid one right now. Technically, you don't need it until batteries, but I always just turn it on now. Now you're looking to build the most complicated section of the entire hand-built part of this run, which is the blue science. I apologize that this is very speedrunnery and hard to build. It is. It's very speedrunnery and hard to build. If you're out of any intermediates, so like right now I can see that my count of all of this stuff is kind of low. I'm just going to come through and grab some more. And then I'm also going to get more belt and inserters because those are also super, super low. My underground pipe count is ridiculous. Okay. Let me inventory manage a little bit harder. Faster inventory. And then blue assemblers. You don't need these engines, by the way. They just keep getting restamped, so you can delete those if you want to. You need a lot of pumps to clear the pipes. Yep. Fluids are a bit weird. Yeah. Yeah. The fluids are all like quite strange. What's the minimum amount of pumps needed? It's based on how many refineries you have. So just keep adding pumps until you find that it works. All right. So to build this blue sign section, we're going to bring these belts through here. This is the wire assembler should be 1 in and 2 out. It's 1 in and 2 out. So little tricks that I have, I build these 2 pipe right here. This little like pipe zigzag. Once that's done, it will let me take this belt and I can click from here and drag straight through everything else and come to here. You can't back up now. You used to be able to, but now when you back up, it like ruins your belts. So if that happens by accident for you, just restamp. Now you have to actually like re-click. So that's that green belt coming down. Next thing that you can do is get these 3 splitters in place here. And let's get sulfur coming up. Let's get steel coming down. A lot of this stuff has to be clicked manually. You can't straight drag it through. So now there is gear and pipe coming into the system with steel and sulfur on this side. You'll notice that as I built this, it accidentally put gear on the side of the belt that the pipe should be on. You can just clear that once if you feel like it's a problem. It should not be a problem. It should just filter into the belt without an issue. I'm not going to get into like the little things that I do to build this. There's like a lot of little tricks here building this faster, but I think most of it is just practice and building it as many times as possible. And I don't always do it the exact same way, but it's just Q clicking like crazy and finding little patterns that can help you build it all quicker. Yeah, I usually build this little Roboport section at the start, and I usually also build the first few red circuits completely, like right here. Then we want to get into the larger build right now. So lately what I've been doing is a combination of power, the top belts, assemblers, all in the same go. So power, top belts, do not forget wire. And power on this end is a little funky. There's like some weird extra pulls that don't follow the patterns. Just be aware of that. Make sure everything's turned on. Okay. Then we're going to want to make sure that these 2 boxes are built at the end. Otherwise, engines will not buffer correctly and you'll gum up the whole system. So just make sure you build this little box section that buffers these 2 things. Then for me, I typically build these inner belts here while doing red arms. And the reason I've adopted this pattern is so that I can end. So now all I have to build is yellow arms, which I find are nice to build all on their own. And these are just back and forth, straight drag. So these are all downs, all ups, downs, all ups. They just keep alternating.
the end, you'll get to a section that changes a little bit because it switches from blue science to engine. So then it's a 6 up, and then a split 4 down, 4 down. And now you got blue science. Easy peasy. And I like doing it in that order because I like ending over here at the belt tip so that I can then bring the blue science to the labs. Make sure you do not forget to bring blue science to the labs. Otherwise, it is all for nothing. All right, tech. So by this point, you probably are able to start researching advanced oil processing. It's usually better to research a few other things first because you don't have any blue science yet. It literally just turned on. So you could do inserter cap 2. You could also grab radar, repair packs, landfill. Any of these are fine. But you probably want to run some non-blue science techs for a certain amount of time while you let blue science buffer and catch up to green and red. Next thing we're going to do is start prepping batteries. Here. And you do want to build this little buffer. The reason that that buffer is there is to pick up batteries for later, because your power armor is going to have a section that needs batteries, and it's for that. And make sure you get all of these stuff that makes the red boxes, the steel chests, makes the bots themselves. You don't need to build the alarm. There's 2 power poles on either side of it. It's a little confusing looking. And then we can get into this section that makes your electric engines and your bot frames. Up, 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 up. Good, good. So these are all in the same direction until you get to this split. Then you're gonna get an up and like a weird 3 down. Then it's just the same as blue science. It zigzags, ups, downs, 2 by 2, 2 up, 2 down, 2 up, 2 down until the very end when there's a jammed in up like that. Blueprints are on Discord. I checked all the channels and the pins. The blueprints that I'm currently running for the guide are not on the Discord yet. I will have them on the Discord tonight. I just wanted to go through this entire guide nice and slowly like this and make sure that everything worked. But I will have them on the Discord tonight, and I'm also going to refresh the full guide that is on speedrun.com over this weekend and get a new fully edited YouTube video up of this guide this weekend as well. Okay. Once you've built that stuff, there's a few things that I do to go faster. The main thing you're looking to do right now is to just get out of the base and get as many ore lanes as possible. You can also do some handcrafting, so it can typically be helpful to pre-handcraft some steam engines and boilers and burner inserters for your base, because this first thing your bot's going to be trying to build is stuff for power. But typically right now, I would pump out as many steam engines and boilers and burner inserters as I reasonably can. And then the only other thing would maybe be some chem plants. So feel free to make a bunch of that stuff. Otherwise, just put all of your plates, gears, and circuits back into these boxes. All you're going to want to pick up is a good amount of belt. You can take all the drills you can possibly get, and again, if you're super slow and that's like the amount of drills you're going to pick up is just a crazy number that's going to kill your inventory, then just pick up a couple hundred. But yeah, lots of belts, lots of underground belts, lots of drills, and then you are ready to leave the base, and we're going to get as much more iron as possible before we research bots. If you are slower, you're going to need steel furnaces as well. If you are a slower runner, you are going to also. So another thing, there's going to be a yellow chest here in the future, right above drills, right next to drills like this. So if you are like your inventory is dead and you need to clear it, you can put a box there and clear it. I should put a box there in the actual prints for garbage. I might do that. I think that's what I'll do. So, right, yeah, if you're slower, you're probably gonna have a hard time getting a lot of ore lanes to the base before you research bots. You're probably going to be going at a slower pace. Your research is going to be faster than you, and you might not get very much to the base in time. But ideally, your goal is to connect as much ore to the base as possible right now, pre-bot, so that as soon as bots come up, they can start building the base and using it faster. Your mileage may vary. So research. Now that you're ready to actually do the research to bots, you want oil, lube, electric engines, robotics for bot frames, construction bots, not logi bots, and then bot speed 1 and bot speed 2. You're then going to add these undergrounds in here to upgrade this lane of iron. Take your steel furnaces, start mass upgrading. There's probably going to be iron plates in these furnaces. So again, if you're getting really fast and finding that you are out of iron, you can find some in these furnaces. Delete that splitter just like we did before. Technically right now, you only have one lane of iron, but once you add the steel furnaces, you can delete the splitter. Doesn't matter. And let's get another lane of iron in there as fast as we can. So in terms of the priorities you should have, the top priority is that first lane of iron. You want that one upgraded as fast as possible, because as it starts to try to feed them all, as well as feeding the blue science, it's going to be limited. And then the next one that you could prioritize is the copper. So same thing. You're going to be upgrading all of these to steel furnaces. And then you're going to be dragging this through here. And what you do is, so I did this on the iron without saying anything. There's a belt here with logic on it. And right now, your steel furnaces are all going onto this singular belt. All you want to do is turn this belt right here manually, and that is going to run the first section of steel furnaces up, allowing this section of steel furnaces to make a separate full belt. Easy peasy. I'm going to then take this belt down this way and go join the other copper that we had down at the bottom. So another thing that you need to prioritize, you'll notice I've researched advanced oil and lubricant at this point. Once those things research, you need to go into your main base blueprint, and at this point you're going to be stamping stage 2. There's a note on it specifically that it says oil recipe. Literally all this changes, and watch the oil. So watch this section right here. All this is going to change is the advanced oil. It's going to flip from regular oil to advanced oil. That's it. You need to put that in because your electric engines cannot make any without lube, which can't make any without heavy oil, which can't work unless you stamp that print in. And ideally you are like pre-buffering as many electric engines as possible, because then you will make bots faster when you actually unlock the tech. So blah 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 blah, stamp 2 as soon as advanced oil is done. Good enough. Okay, so we now have our copper upgraded, our iron upgraded. If you are a slower runner, that's probably all you're going to get upgraded. But ideally, and what I did in the PB is you're trying to drag about 5 lanes of iron to the base right now, because the first thing bots are going to do is get 5 lanes of iron ready to process. So my goal was to have 5 lanes of iron brought to the base. You can start using the blueprints now that are 28s if you'd like, because you're going to have mining prods soon. So from this point on, 28s are fine if you'd rather switch to those. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, at a faster pace, like my bot research is done right now. So I should go prioritize that. It is absolutely a higher priority to get bots to start coming out. So if you are slower and you're doing what I'm doing right now and your bot research is done, you should stop doing this. So I will stop doing this now, and you should go back to the base and you should make bots start coming out. As you get faster though, you will have time to bring all 5 of those lanes of iron up to the base so that they're literally sitting there ready to get processed. Oh, apparently I forgot to do this. Whoops. So again, same thing as always, delete the splitter there. Yeah, as you get faster, you should be able to bring all of that iron up to the base, so it's like sitting and waiting. So to get bots to start coming out, we're gonna grab the roboport from this box right here, place it. You're gonna grab the red chest from this box right here. You're gonna red chest the red chest, And then you're going to red chest the Roboport chest. And then you are going to grab your base blueprint and you're going to go to number 3. It says force after bots. This one's a little harder to line up, but you're going to hold shift and control and force stamp in number 3. That is going to get the bots to start flying and placing red chests and Roboports. Feel free to give bots back some of the Roboports and some of the red chests if you took a very significant amount of them. So now your bot should be able to start flying and doing that stuff. For me, as I've gotten faster, I typically go manually build a section down here for power. I don't think you guys have to do that, but I would typically go manually build a bunch of that power. Something you will have to do is go into the red circuit chest and grab 1 stack of them. Go into the green circuits and grab 1 stack, and then just make sure you have some steel. You can grab some from here if you have to. You're going to make 15 yellow storage chests. So 1, 2, 3. Then give back the red circuits to this box, green circuits to those boxes, and give steel back to your Roboports. So now your goal is to make storage chests for the bots. So right here, like I said, that one we put some in earlier is there. And then you're going to want to distribute stuff accordingly. So the box right here that's underneath power poles should be the one that has wood in it. If you have a bunch of extra wood, go into any random storage chest and you're going to start giving bots access to as many things as possible that you don't need and they do. So the only things you really need as a player right now are belts, underground belts, steel furnaces, some power poles, and some Roboports. So I'm going to give them pretty much all my splitters, burner inserters, red inserters, blue inserters, all my pipe, my pumps, my yellow chests. I usually keep 1 red chest on me just in case I need to give something to the bots later. Give them steam engines, boilers, brick, drills, pump jacks, assembler 2s, chem plants. Usually you should give them most of your power poles. Then you're going to make a deconstruction planner that is trees and rocks only, which I still haven't put in the blueprints. I should put these in the blueprints. I just haven't yet. Deconstruct as many trees and rocks near your base that you possibly can, so you can start making power poles and getting your boss to do that for you. That box filled up fast. Engines, anything, literally anything you don't need can go into these boxes. Now, one thing you're going to want to do,
pay attention, man.
Pay attention to the lies beneath all the truths. It's a very interesting statement. This box that's got 500 stone furnaces in it, you should pick up the stone furnaces that are in that box at some point during this section. And in your mall, this is one of the only hand deliveries that's essential. There's a box right here feeding the boilers that's red. You want to dump all of the stone furnaces into that box. Okay. Now we're ready to start building stuff for the bots. Again, your priority is to have as much belt as you can possibly have. You want to have some Roboports. You do not need a lot of Roboports, so just take half of them each time. And then undergrounds I have a decent amount of. I'd like to have more power poles, but I've given most of them to the bots. I'm going to take some back because we've already cut wood. Now you're trying to prep this section for processing ore. Why isn't that a yellow chest with stone furnace filter? The reason it's not, and you're right, I could do it like that, Eshi. I could make this a... The reason is, like, a stone furnace filter is not going to do anything unless you place stone furnaces and deconstruct them. Like, a yellow chest with stone furnace filter is not going to make the bots bring stone furnaces from here to that chest. So I just find it easier to pick up the 500 that are sitting there, manually deliver it, and then it's done. And the bots don't have to deliver like 200 stone furnaces to that chest. Because I guess another factor is right now bot time is very, very limited. So I'm trying to do as much as I possibly can for the bots so that they don't have to do anything. So by bringing the stone furnaces myself, in my opinion, it is more efficient. It's one trip, it takes 2 seconds. Yeah, I would just prefer that. So The next thing you're looking to do is to get this section ready to process, and you also have to get the ore that we started to build. It should be up here, so we'll have to do that after, but typically my ore would already be there. There are little tiny belt sections marking all the drags that you have to make here. If you are very, very, very slow, I would not do any of this manual dragging. I would just let the base and the bots handle it. But to pick up your pace, all of these belts and steel furnaces can be manually built, which will save you a lot of time as you get faster, because the bot time is very limited. These are all extremely simple, straight drags that you can make. Anywhere that you see a belt is when you stop. So like you start here and then you stop as soon as you see belt. So here. And same thing here, stop when you see belt. There should be clean markers pretty much at every single spot to tell you when to stop. But again, this is a familiarity thing. If you are unfamiliar and confused by what you're looking at, the less you build, the safer it is, because the bots will definitely build it correctly. If you feel like you made a mistake, just decon and force stamp in a print so that you can see what should have happened. Okay. One other little, let's call it an oddity of these blueprints, is that, as I said earlier, the coal belt that's coming in here, because the patch is flippable, sometimes your coal is going to be on the right and sometimes it's going to be on the left. Right now, coal is on the left. Our goal is to make this belt be a full lane of iron as much as possible, because right here the coal gets removed and now we only have a half lane. This iron that's coming out of this side of the print comes down in here and joins this belt. And we'd like that iron to prioritize the same side of the belt that the coal is on. So right now, coal is on the left. There is a splitter here where you can pick the side you want to prioritize. So right now, by default, it is set up with the belt to go to the right. If you wanted it on the right, you just have to output priority the splitter to the right. Now, that is wrong in this case because the iron is already on the right. Because the coal is on the left, we want the iron coming out of here to be on the same side that the coal is on. So then I would output priority to the left. If it's to the left, you also have to jut this belt in like this, which will now prioritize the iron coming out of here to the left, meaning it will share the side the coal is on, meaning when it comes onto this belt, if there is iron running on the right of this, it will not overlap with this iron. A little confusing, but it takes 2 seconds to do and it will get you more iron. Is this important to do if you're slow? Not really. Okay. The noise that you hear right now is the bots saying that they want stuff to do. You'll notice it says, I am being lazy. The bots want to do stuff. So typically when you hear that, you are going to check what they're missing, which I can see right now is nothing that's super concerning. If the stuff that they're missing is fine, you're going to stamp the next phase of the blueprints. Or what I'm doing right now is I'm going to get bot coverage down here to the drills because we want to give the bots something to do. We have over 100 bots that are doing absolutely nothing right now, and we want to give them things to do as fast as we possibly can, so that we can, yeah, keep developing our base. So I'm just going to get robo coverage down to here. That is going to let the bots build all of this, and then we can drag the belts up. Things that you would not stamp through. So like right now, the base is missing prods, mods. We don't care about the modules. We don't care as much about the refineries. I know all of that stuff will catch up. The things we do not want to stamp through is if we're missing belt, splitters, underground belt, inserters of any color, basically primary guts of the base that, like, if one splitter is missing can seriously screw things up. In this case, we're not missing that stuff. So I'm going to stamp phase 4, line it up, hold shift, click. It's going to stamp in the next phase of your blueprints. It'll make that noise go away. Yeah, power poles. If you're missing power poles, don't stamp through that. As your base expands, if you're covering more areas that have poles on them, you can use the deconstruction planner and continue to deconstruct trees, rocks, anything that's either in your way or that has trees that you need power poles for. All right, let me get this lane, these 5 lanes of iron moving, because base is patiently waiting for them. So at this point in the run, like, I would say that for a new runner, the hardest part is done. You've built most of the manual stuff you're gonna have to build. You can start letting bots do a lot of work for you, and you're mostly just gonna be dragging belts. Let's do tech. So once your bot speed 2 finishes, I personally prioritize inserter cap 2, which we've already done, mining prod 1, and then modules of every single type except quality. We don't want quality yet, and the reason we don't want quality yet, this is important, is that you'll notice that efficiency modules and prod modules and speed modules each take 50 bottles. They're basically free. Quality takes 500. This is a very, very expensive research. I do not touch this until after silo, personally. You want the other 3, not quality. Then we can do accumulators, we can do explosives. The main ones you want to hit is inserter cap 2, mining prod 1, all the types of modules except quality, and then you're just going through a list of things you need pre-silo, but they're less time sensitive. The time sensitive ones are inserter cap, mining prod, and modules. Excuse me. Yep. Be very careful when you're dragging belt, because the frequency with which you accidentally delete one belt is very high now with the new patch change. They were trolling with the price of quality research. Yeah, the price of quality research is very, very high. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, get ready to put your spaghetti hats on when you're doing this category. Oh, this doesn't go through. That's kind of funny. There. Then rain's not working. Sure. I think that's legal. Listen, I know you guys don't need help with spaghetti dragging belts because you catch all of the mistakes I make every run. So I know you're already experts at this. Better than I am. Okay. You'll notice that as I'm dragging that iron in, by the way, I'm replacing, like, there was iron markers here. I'm just replacing them. So, like, these little markers are here to tell you what ore goes where. Pretty common sense. I think you get it. So yeah, iron goes where iron is, copper goes where copper is, coal goes where coal is. I'm gonna stamp the base again, so checking what we're missing. Nothing I care about. I'm gonna flip to 5 and put it in place, shift stamp it. One note about the main base is it cannot be rotated. Do not rotate. Sorry, it can be rotated. It cannot be flipped. Do not flip the main base. It can be rotated. It cannot be flipped. Do not flip it. Okay. So general order of priority when you're building the base is just going in a straight line from where you started away from these refineries. So copper is upgraded, steel is upgraded, iron is upgraded. Once you get to bots, you're then going to just move in this direction and just try to connect in the exact order as shown. Sometimes you'll have a patch of iron that has too much iron. Like if I had a 6th belt, well, that's fine. I'll drag it past this stuff to my next iron connection. But like ideally, okay, I got these 5 iron done. Now I need 2 copper. Then I need a coal. Then I need 2 copper, an iron, a coal. You'll get better and more efficient at what you bring and win with your pacing over time. But in a perfect world, you are building in basically in order that it's listed on the side of the base. Did I? Oh, I left 2 lines of iron here and never built them. That's hilarious. Okay, we're going to try to add some copper over here. Again, this is like the easy part of the guide where it just sort of gets on rails and you just keep stamping and building miners, stamping and building miners. All right, tech. So other tech we need pre-silo, military science, just research right to military science. You're gonna want a military weapons 1 for shooting speed and damage, get 1 on each of them. You're gonna want stronger, not quality, you're gonna want stronger explosives researched once. You are going to want the personal battery. So typically what I do is I get heavy armor and I go armor, modular armor, personal solar panels, and personal batteries. Get that line down to personal batteries. Now we can leave this alone for a while. The next stuff we're gonna do is heading towards silo. Rodden Flecker, grats on the new world record. Grats on the new world record. Just watch the entire video. Thank you very much, dude. Appreciate it. It was a really good run. Okay, so same thing. Bots are missing nothing. Let's stamp 6. Right there. And I know I'm behind. I need copper. I'm going to make a very cursed copper line here by hand, which I don't recommend anyone do literally ever. It's always horrible when it happens. Six. That is 12. Great. Looks nice. And bots should be able to get over here. Up there. I have no belt on me. Let's go get some stuff. Minor crime unlocked, yeah. When you do this in a Canadian accent, I'm always doing this in a Canadian accent. As a Canadian, everything I say is a Canadian accent by default. That's just the way it works. So anytime you need belts, there is a catch for belt that gets added right here after bots. Your on patch. So you might remember we left a section here unbuilt earlier. Your on patch has to be connected via roboports. There's a roboport that we left unbuilt next to the on patch to remind you, connect it. Your on patch is going to start making extra belt for you right now. There is logic on all of these assemblers, which again is why it's critical that this gets connected via roboports and built. That once your base has enough belt in it, it's going to stop making belt. Because ideally, we would have the on patch sending iron to the base to make everything. But belt will be at a critical low point if you get faster, so it goes into belt making mode a little bit. All of the belt the on patch made gets caught right here, so you can pick it up like that. Your main belt catch from the on patch is here, and then you've also got belt being made right here in your mall. So pick all of that up. Now that I've picked all of that belt up, these are going to detect that we do not have 2,000 belts, so we're going to go back into making belts. Your power poles come out right here. Pick up a bunch of them. Undergrounds, I'm low on undergrounds. Those are at the back end of the mall here. And then if we go down this way, we can get roboports out of this box right here. Don't really need to touch anything else. Also, if you feel like you don't need to build more steel furnaces for the base, I usually build a lot of these for the base. You can just put all your steel furnaces into this chest. Again, I usually build a lot of steel furnaces for the bots. If you're slower, you're going to build less of them, and that's totally okay. You don't need to worry about building them. Just bring ore lanes to the base, let the bots do literally everything else for you. That's totally fine. All right, so as we recall, our next priority was trying to get these 2 copper connected, and then there's also coal that has to get connected as well. Now, if you watch my runs, especially the most recent PB, you may have noticed that I use the burner city a lot, and I'm not showing that in this guide at all. I have a little mini setup that goes with this burner city that I use quite a bit. I'm not going to get into that, and I'm not going to have you guys do that. I don't think it's worth your time to do that. If you're new at the run, you're not going to need the level of min-maxing that is providing, so we're just not going to worry about it. All right, let's see how much copper we can get out of here. Let's get 3. So I remember on this map, because it's my PB map, you have to get every little bit of these working as possible. So on this top section, remove drills. If you had to remove a whole bunch of drills like I just did, just try to put them in some way. So like at the back here, I can add a bunch. You don't have to be super perfect about getting the exact right amount. These are overbuilt a little bit. You can see how much they're overbuilt because when you open up the blueprint book, it says 3 equals 83 drills. And so if I didn't build those back ones at all, I'd be at 77. Adding in the back ones, I'm at 83. Good enough. Just try to hit the number that's on the book. And if you're a little shy of that, even if you're really slow, it's not going to kill your run. It's totally okay. Just get it to be as appropriate as possible. Again, bots missing nothing, just modules. It's totally normal. Your base is going to be missing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of modules. They catch up later. Don't worry about it. As long as you're not missing belts, assemblers, inserters, splitters, poles, all the critical infrastructure, you can just keep right on going. Does it let you flip the base with H and V? It will let you, but you shouldn't do it. You should not do it. All right, the base is going to need 2 lanes of coal brought to it at some point. I'm just going to get 2 lanes of coal trying to come to the base here. Good. Good. And report. All right. I noticed T has caught up. So I believe at this point, every single tech that I want pre-silo is done. If you are, again, if you're very slow, you can incorporate things like damage 2, and you can incorporate things like quality modules. You can start dipping into techs that are not straight at the silo if you're slower, because your base is going to need more time to catch up, and you're not going to have steel and other things. But if you feel like you've got enough, you can look up silo in the list, and you can just click on every single tech that is directly prerequisiting silo, and then silo itself. I usually prioritize the blue circuits and the LDS and the fuel, because that's the stuff you need for rocket parts. And so if by chance the base can make those sooner, you want it to, but that is your tech order to silo now. Base is beeping. So this is a weird stamp. This stamp presets a ton of assembler 2s. So when you're going from 7 to 8, it's okay that the base is missing like 100 assembler 2s. You can just stamp 8 right through it, and it's just going to add infrastructure around those assemblers. But again, you just don't want to be missing belts, inserters, splitters, poles. If you do find that your base is missing a lot of steam engines, it's worth checking to make sure power is okay. I almost never have a problem with power, so if you're going slower than me, it's very unlikely your base is going to have a power problem, but it could be worth checking. So again, there's not a lot to go over here. Just keep plugging in the resource that is listed on the base. Very simple. Just keep going to ore patches, getting the resource listed, bringing it to the base. Not a lot of complexity here. When is green belt production? Never. I do use some red belt in the run, which like hurts me. It hurts me physically, but it has to be done. But it is painful. It is like, it's an example of a failure of design in my blueprints that I have to use green or red belts for some sections. It's just, it is what it is. It just is what it is. So again, here's a case where I'm skipping a lane of copper, and I'm bringing in some lanes of iron because I had the iron and didn't have the copper. Not a big deal. But now my priority should be either 1 lane of copper or the rest of steel. So in this case, like, yes, I want that 1 lane of copper, but this massive patch of iron is right here, and I need a bunch of iron for steel. So I'm going to build the giant iron patch first, and then I'll get copper after. This looks like a comfortable 5, so I'm going to build it as a 5. Yep. And again, as you get faster, like, the more you can build for your bots, the better. So I typically try to build a lot of the belt that's in these blueprints. But if you're slower, spending your time just getting more patches to the base is probably a better use of your limited time. So you decide. Your mileage may vary. The more you can build for bots, the faster things will go. But if your better use of time is just connecting resources, that is also fine. Excuse me. Good. So yeah, we were discussing it earlier, like I think Barcode or somebody brought up the fact that like these lanes don't work properly unless coal is fed into them first. So that is why I have this like super MacGyver jerry-rigged way that the copper comes in on two sides of a splitter, and then these belts here will not run unless we have already detected that copper plates are running out of the bottom one here, or the top one, I can't remember. But it detects that copper plates are working and that coal has already reached the end of the belt. So effectively it allows coal in first, then it will turn on the second lane, which is why you very, very often will see that the end is working. And only at that point does it start filtering coal into the front. And so the front will work after the end works. So if you see blinking lights on your furnaces, it will solve itself. It absolutely will 100% solve itself. You could go drag coal if you really wanted to, and I sometimes do if I conveniently am running by there, but like you don't have to. It will solve itself and they will turn on. And at the pace that a person learning this run is going to go at, it's not something you need to worry about at all. Gonna run out of belts. Pretty close. And this one goes way up there. So when you're out of belt, there is a section outside the base that also makes belt right here. Find the bots usually prioritize this section, so it usually has less belt in it than the one inside the base, because that section is closer to what the bots are building. But it is an option for you. Something I do to min-max a lot is I empty these furnaces. Let's just check what the bots need. So around this stage of the print, you're gonna see a lot of random stuff the bots are asking for, like panels and steel and batteries. Just don't worry about any of that stuff. You're still just looking for critical infrastructure, belt, inserters, splitters, undergrounds, all that stuff. Because you don't see that stuff, you're fine to keep stamping. Let's stamp 9. Now, typically, by the time I'm stamping 9, I would be at the back side of the base. You'll notice this is prepping infrastructure at the back of the base now. Typically, by the time you're stamping this far, you should already have every single ore lane connected and be back there. It's perfectly okay to have the bots be way ahead of you and to just keep stamping the base and you just be behind on ore. If you are looking to give the bots something to do and they are way ahead of you, you could give them ore lanes and belt to build. Like just let them bring an entire section of belt, 6 lanes of belt, whatever, for you, because technically them building this infrastructure is doing nothing. It's doing literally nothing for you. If you are constantly behind them, try to give them work to do that's more relevant to like what you're currently doing. But either way, it's like, again, it's like, it's a practice thing. You'll get better at the flow of like what you're doing versus what the bots are doing over time. So I wouldn't worry about min-maxing that hard if you're just learning the prints. How long do you estimate this guide will be out of date after you get sub 4-hour runs? I don't think this guide is going to be out of date for several months. I think this guide is going to be the relevant guide for a very long time. I don't think I'm going to change the blueprints very much. If anything, I'm going to completely redesign the entire base, and I don't think I'm going to do that. So I think this will hold for a really long time. What are the random requests for? So some of the random requests are for things like your power armor, like batteries are being requested so you can make like personal batteries and stuff like that, so that it can make like the legs for power armor. Like there's a lot of random stuff that power armor needs that it's just all done by bots. They just bring that stuff over to where the power armor is and it just goes in this stage. I could put it in a later stage, but I don't. So like you'll notice this box is requesting a bunch of these things, and like these assemblers are all requesting it. Probably would be better if it was in a later stage. I think my original blueprints, like I thought in my head I would want power armor faster, but I realized now playing more that like doing the research for power armor isn't even worth it. So I delay it a lot now. Yeah, I think you're underestimating your ability. Well, I appreciate you saying that. Very kind. So something else you can do to min-max your base a little bit is your furnaces probably are holding a little bit of extra iron. They'll do that for a little while. Same thing with these ones holding copper. They'll do this for a little while until prod mods make their way more heavily throughout your base, because the prod mods are going to affect the balance of what gets used and what doesn't get used. It also is going to do that until the base is fully built, because until everything in your base is actually running, you're not going to be using all the material. And so if you feel like it's useful, you can go empty those furnaces and just dump iron where iron goes and copper where copper goes. You'll also find that your base has a ton of copper in these 2 chests. You can empty these and put them into these 4 chests. Again, only if you feel like you need to, or you have time, or you're paying attention to it, because the copper coming out of these 4 chests, which ultimately comes from your on patch, is going to get filtered down this way and get used in the base. So the more copper you can push into these chests, the better. You'll make circuits more consistently for longer. Let's check what we're missing. Nothing. Okay, so actually I'm missing some inserters. That's catching up soon. I know I need more copper. Let's do that. Instead of stamping more, let's get more copper. So I think up here we need 5 copper. Well, let's stamp a 5 on here. And so this is what I was saying earlier. If you're finding that bots are way faster than you can be, we can just start getting bots to do a lot more stuff. So right here, we can just have bots start building all of this belt infrastructure for us, and that way they will work on a task that is a lot more relevant to what is going on in your base right now, instead of stuff you're not going to be building in a long time. Still need 1 more lane of iron. Apparently this never even had roboports. Really nice. Yep, that will have roboport soon. So again, you can see that if you were somewhat slower, doing what I'm doing now is a lot faster than going to build it manually. And if you've got the bots, they may as well do all of this for you. So that will get all of that done. That needs power there. That's going to need power there. That's got power there. Perfect. And on the back side, so that concludes our front side. Our front side is now fully connected. It's fully done. Backside, your top priority on the backside. One sec. Rugeri, where can I find these blueprints? So for finding these blueprints, you will be able to find them on my Discord channel tonight. You will be able to find them on YouTube and on speedrun.com by the end of the weekend. I'm going to do a full updated guide with these blueprints and have it all available by the end of the weekend on YouTube, as well as speedrun.com and my Discord. Thanks, dude. Okay. Bots are looking for stuff to do. All of this is ready to start making steel. Let's go over the backside priorities. So in order, we want 3 lanes of coal. So back here, let's get a 3 and put coal right there. We're then going to need a lot of iron, 6 iron as fast as possible to start making steel. So let's get a 6 iron onto this piece right here. Make sure we have nothing mixed on the sides. So again, if we're nervous that we don't have enough drills, let's check the 6. It says it needs 164. If we highlight this, we can see it's at 165. Perfect. It's fine. Make sure power is connected. Make sure roboports are connected up here. And again, I'm going to play this as if I am a new and slower runner. And if I am a new and slower runner, I'm going to have the bots start going into full takeover for me. Because as long as the bots have nothing to do, I want to give them things to do. And right now they are way ahead of me. And so the best thing they can do is all of this infrastructure for coal. I don't know why those are not there. So if you find coal normally connects here, but we probably didn't have vision of that area of the base when we stamped 8. So if I stamp 8 and then 9, it will make sure I can see all these little connectors. So I can see coal goes, whoops, right here and here and here. And then the 6 iron that was coming out of here. So just make sure that this is kind of your high line, this splitter, like stay above all this. Be a little careful when I'm dragging around. There are blueprint books that have some drags in them, but I just find it easier to do it myself. Okay, so our 3 coal is in. These 6 iron lanes are all going to make steel. And steel is a priority because our silos will need a lot of steel. So as you get faster, you're really going to want the steel connected as fast as possible. Yo, Bigfoot, how you doing? Okay, Silo has finished researching. When Silo researches, hopefully, your silo assembler is crafting a silo immediately. I can see that mine has everything I need except for steel. Probably because I took a while getting steel connected over here, but it is fully running now. This last lane of iron is on its way. So we will have a silo soon. The blueprints currently only put in 4 silos early on. So one of these 4 silos will get placed. You're going to want to go into your blueprint book and grab your novice rockets book and scroll it to starter pack and put it on your bar. And you're going to want your ships book at white science and put it on your bar. As soon as a silo is crafted, which is happening now, we'll start prepping the white science ship. Next thing we can do is science post silo. So you're going to want cargo, bot cargo size 1. You're going to want lab speed 3, lab speed 4. You're going to want
this is big brain time.
Yeah, this is big brain time. You're going to want mining prod 2, and you're going to want uranium mining. So bot cargo, lab speed 3, 4, mining prod 2, uranium mining. Okay, alarms are going. The base does not need anything. I see nothing critical in here like belt, inserters, blah, 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 blah. 10, you'll notice, is a force stamp. It is written on the blueprint. So we're going to force stamp in 10. And then we can keep trying to get more connections to the backside. So you'll notice there's markers everywhere, just like on the front side. If you're confused about the counts, just count them and make as much as you can as fast as you can. So iron, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I believe at the bottom there's a 6 and a 7. So I need 7 more iron total. And it looks like I can get all 7 of it from this one patch. I'll put that right there. And I'll let the bots build that. Now I am here in the main base. If I was trying to be a better and faster runner, I would build more of this stuff for the bots. So ideally you are collecting belt from everywhere that belt is in your base, and you are getting to the backside and building more belt for your bots, because they will not be as fast as you. It will help them, but if you're not that fast, it's fine. Just let the bots do everything. There's a grenade builder right here next to the red circuits. You're going to want to take some of the grenades out. I'll just take all of them, because any case on the backside where there's biter nests, you might have to clear ore patches so that your bots can build there, and they can't do that for you. You have to get the grenades and do that manually. Okay, so one of our silos is built. Again, this part of the run's a little tough to be super efficient on because there's no alarming, like there's no alarms to tell you that your silo is built. There's no alarms to tell you that it's ready to launch. You just have to like pay attention to it and be on top of it. Basically, when your silo is done, you're going to want to stamp it with the starter pack rocket book. So the way that this book works, Novice Rockets, is it's just full of silos that have different titles on them for every single mixed or manual rocket you're going to launch for the entire run. The first thing in the book, so if you look at the whole book, is going to be starter pack, and then you're going to have in order of them being built, you're going to have the white science, the wall ships, the gleba loads, the Fagora loads, Vulcanus loads, Aquilo, etc, 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 etc. First thing you're going to need to do is launch a starter pack so you can make a white science ship. When you've put the starter pack into this silo, you can hit add a platform. I usually call it white 1, call it whatever you want. That is going to be your first of 2 white science ships. Now that you have it built up here and you have a space platform put in here, you don't have to worry about it. You will get an alert when that launches the starter pack. So you don't have to pay any attention to it now because you've made the ship and you've put a starter pack in there. The game will alert you when that starter pack launches to space. You can now spend your time focusing on the backside and other things that you need to focus on. Okay, let's get this done. So I am dragging iron into the base. Perfect. If you're dragging a lot of belt across the base like this, try to do it in chunks of 4 or less so that if you had to bring undergrounds through later of a different ore type, it's easier. All right. Yeah, there's 2 like hanging Chad irons down here at the bottom, but there, iron is done. All right, bots need stuff to do. Let's check what they're missing. Literally nothing we care about. We can now stamp 11 and stamp it there. And next thing we're gonna be looking to do is bring copper to the backside. Let's try to get Roboport coverage spreading out this way. Good. T McIntyre was not here for the last 2 hours of your world record. Congrats to that, by the way. Amazing run. I rewatched it yesterday. I could not help remembering me asking you not too long ago if the grenades chest should become a red chest because of jerry-rigging military. I was about as amused as you were annoyed when I saw it became a reality in that run. Yeah, it did. I even pointed out, like, I know someone brought this up recently. I want everyone to shut up. Oh, that's funny. So here's an example of what I was talking about. There's biter nests on top of copper. Now, you know this category is peaceful, so we don't actually have to worry about the biters themselves, but the nests are in the way. So we want to clear the nests so that we can build copper here. Total amount of copper that we are trying to connect to the base is 15 lanes of copper. So 136, the 5 says it needs 137. I will just jerry rig a couple of extra drills up here. There, good enough. Good enough for me. Maybe just add 2 more down here. Meh. Okay. And that Roboport will eventually exist. Literally none. Oh, this doesn't have power. Oh, that's funny. There we go. Iron doesn't look powered. Yeah, it was not. There's not missing power poles. That would surprise me. I'm kind of low on poles. Let's cut more trees. Where are some trees? Up here. Anytime you're low-ish on poles, mass cut trees. Okay. Again, priority right now is copper. Another thing you're gonna need is 2 lanes of stone. They get tucked into the side right here. So behind steel. They're not a high priority. You don't need it until you start making military and purple, but I know I'm gonna need it, and this is the closest stone patch. So typically what I do in runs is just send a line of poles and Roboports towards a stone patch so that I know later on when I actually want to build it, it will be quick and efficient to do so. So same as always, we're checking. Nothing is there that we need. We are stamping. Did my ship get built and I didn't pay attention? It looks like it did. Okay, I didn't notice this, but it got built. All right, so once your first white science ship is up and running, you are going to want to go to the white science ship, delete all the space platform that is on it, and then you're going to want to stamp in your white science normal ship blueprint on top of it. You can then click the ship and check off novice carbon. Just like that. So white science is built, novice carbon is checked. Then on novice, you're going to want to put space platform into your silos to send to white science. Every single ship that you build that is for white science or a wall ship for the inner planets is going to need 2 loads of space platform, which is why this book specifically says space platform 2 per ship. Every single ship is going to need 2 loads of space platform. So we're going to put that there. Typically, I would have 2 silos by now, but I'm guessing I don't have my second silo. Yeah, because I'm limited on steel. Steel is going to start catching up really, really fast, though, because I've got my backside steel running now. So we're going to start pumping out silos a little quicker. Okay. Let's get this copper Going. All right, uranium has finished researching. Next things that we need is we need purple science, we need yellow science, we need quality 1, bullets to 2. We can do all of that. And again, I said grand total, we're gonna need 15 lanes of copper. So we're gonna use this one a little bit. And we're definitely gonna use the one down here a little bit. Get all that ready. So, like I said, you're gonna have to manually keep checking on the rockets at this point. There's no alarms. There's nothing to tell you that they need to be paid attention to. You just have to keep manually checking. So just make sure you're constantly babysitting these, because as soon as these have enough platform to launch, you're going to want to launch them, because you want to get the white science ship up as fast as possible. Typically, the #1 limit I have in getting off novice is getting these white science ships built as efficiently and quick as I can. But delivered to white 1. I still need a second load of space platform. I'm going to put a second load in while that's launching. This ship is, or this silo is now built. I can put in white science 1 on this silo. When on map, there's the yellow triangle on the silo when it's not ready. Oh, really? When it's not ready, like when it's not full, you mean? I mean, it's hard to see that because my map is a disaster, but... All right, let's keep stamping. So, for white science ships, again, it's all listed in this book, but you can see that for white science, there's just a 1 and a 2. So, white science is a total of 4 launches plus a starter pack. So, they get made pretty quick. So, that's 2 loads of space platform. This has white science 1 on it, and this has white science 2 on it. Once all 4 of those launches get made, we can make another white science ship. Whoops, I went too far. Oop. 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 Okay. I might have to go kill that one nest. Ba-ba-bum-bum. Great. Put 5 more here. Put 5 more here. Yep. Yep. Tech. So other tech we need power armor, legs, book bags, all the stuff for power armor. And then I think at that point we're going to be done every single critical tech until we can actually research stuff that uses like we need yellow science, military science, purple science. We need other science colors or white. Check what bots are missing. Nothing. Let's stamp 14. Oops. Here. And I'm just going to get my stone ready up here soon. So for uranium, we're getting close to the point where we want to touch uranium, because another research we need to do is nuclear power, and we need that before leaving for Gleba, because we need things that nuclear power unlocks before going to Gleba, because we need them on Gleba. So on this map, which I'm happy about, the uranium is terrible. It's way down here in the dark. Hopefully on a good map, you'll have uranium, you know, like over here somewhere close. There are several points around the base where there is sulfuric acid ready to leave the base. So right here, there's a pump of sulfuric acid, and there's 2 exit points. You can drag undergrounds from here going left, or here going up, and cleanly go in any direction to take sulfuric from here. You can go that way with it. And then down here at the bottom of the base, there is a similar pump right here that will be having sulfuric brought to it from here, where it can leave from this pump. And then you can take sulfuric from here or here in any direction and leave the base. So that would cover sulfuric that's like around this main hub. Sulfuric that's way down here under the power is suboptimal, but there is a way to access it. So there's a pump right here that can do sulfuric. And then if you need the sulfuric to keep going down and around the future power, we're going to go into our blueprints and get this sulfuric acid pipe around power blueprint. and you are going to rotate it such that it matches the pump right here. So if I zoom out, it's going to look like a giant box like this. And the pump that you're going to put it on is not near the steam edges. You're going down from the steam edges a little bit. There's a pump with a roboport next to it. You can mirror it up, stamp it in, and it's going to create a nice box of sulfuric that goes around the power. That will give you access to uranium that's like anywhere down here in some horrible location where it's like a little harder to get sulfuric acid to. So that's that. Yo, how you doing, Jay Nova? Welcome in. I voted for the uranium train. Yeah, trains just aren't efficient. Like they're not as, it's too expensive to get a train infrastructure up and running like quick enough in this category. I know some people disagree with that, but it is the truth. And if you disagree, I look forward to your train blueprints that we can all play. I look forward to the train blueprints that will do this category, and yeah, bring them on. So, just giving my bots lots to do. And again, this is perfectly fine. Like if you are slower and you are overwhelmed with doing everything, it's perfectly fine to let bots do this much belt, all of this belt. You should have tons of bots by this point in the run. Whoops. So make them do stuff. Okay. Sweet. Sweet. Good. Okay. That's going to cover every single thing on the backside of the base. It's all in robo range. Bots are working on it. Stone is the only thing I have not done, which is in robo range itself. Let's put our 2 stone right there. Apparently that does not have power, which is but it should soon. And then we're just gonna bring stone. I'll go handle. Find acid for uranium to be usually annoying. It is. It's a little annoying to get acid out to the uranium. But it's a lot cheaper to run a line of underground pipe than it is to run an entire train network. It's just a little bit of underground pipe is just not that bad. And yeah, some maps the uranium's like pretty bad, but why not barrel acid? I think the line of underground pipes is a lot easier than setting up some kind of intricate acid barreling. It's not like, I mean, it's not yeah, it's perfectly fine to set it up in a permanent way with a pipe. It's not like that big a rush to get the uranium research, because you should have plenty of time before leaving for Gleba. So I've been lazy and not checking my rockets. Bad me. That's going to cost me time. I'm still not making any white science. Let's deliver these to White 1. We've now made a complete White Science 1 ship. Now we need to make another ship also doing white science. So let's put a starter pack. Let's put some space platforms, some space platform, and let's put white science mixed 1. And let's add a ship. I usually call my second ship Aquilo White 2. The reason I do that is because later on, this second white science ship is going to turn into a ship that goes to Aquilo. And so I find having it called Aquilo is just better for later for my brain. Yeah. And then as soon as this gets a space platform or starter pack, it will launch. Then we can make that one. At least now we've started making white science on 1 ship. Okay, let's go check the stone. So we have 2 belts for stone that are coming out here, and I can't see them. I'm just going to delete some trees. And then I should, in this case, go manually connect to uranium. So I'm going to do that. So if uranium is like super crazy far away, like you're gonna need 10 plus roboports, I find it better to just go get the roboports manually and bring them, because otherwise bots are gonna do it like 1 at a time. very, very slowly, and it's gonna take longer than you want it to take. So just easier to go get some roboports and do it yourself. Should have tons of them here. Yep. And let's check what we're missing. Nothing. So let's stamp 15. Once you stamp 15, that is the final novice stamp. That is before you leave the planet. So your bot alarm will not bother you a single time again. Once you stamp 15, 100% of your effort will be going into getting uranium done and getting all the ore lanes in. So I still don't have stone. Let's check the stone. Again, I'm just gonna let the bots do the work. Totally fine. Yep. 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 Okay, so we talked about uranium. I know it's way down to the south because I have a screenshot. My bots are working on spreading the network down here, but it takes them a long time because they can only place one roboport at a time. So to make this a little faster, it's not the end of the world to bring poles down here yourself. And then keep this network ever expanding. So for clarity, this power pole line makes a box that surrounds the future power blueprint. You do not want to build anything inside this box. Everything inside this entire box is bad. Do not touch. You can see the outer rim of the box is here. This whole section will become power later. So you're trying to stay on the outer side of this out here. And then I know uranium is down this way somewhere. Let's go find it. There it is. Okay, so when you find uranium, you're going to grab your uranium book in the blueprints, and you're going to set it up and get the drills as good as possible. And then you're going to stamp stage 1, and then you're going to force stamp stage 2 over it. That is going to put in a pipe infrastructure and then make sure that every single drill will touch pipe, even if you have some missing drills. I have some missing drills in this blueprint, but because I stamped 1 first, I know the pipe infrastructure is going to be safely touching all of it. Then we just have to get sulfuric to it. So you'll notice because we built this outer rim of sulfuric, there's a exit point for sulfuric here. If we had our uranium way over here, you can cleanly drag this sulfuric pipe to the right and it'll go underneath your entire power build over to whatever. In this case, I'm more to the south, so I'm just going to bring it down this way and this way. Get these two things to touch. Now, do not delete the pipe that is sitting here and place an underground here, because in later versions of the blueprint, it will delete your underground and put a regular pipe there again. If you see regular pipes ever in a blueprint, don't delete them for an underground. It will make your day worse later. Okay, we now have bots trying to build uranium. They're going to struggle a little bit because it's in a terrible location, but they're going to build it. Sulfuric acid, we'll get to it. We have every single lane connected to the base. They're just starting to get copper now at the end. Coal's connected to the base. This new section is being built because we just stamped it. We have stone working on it. Pretty much every single thing is now done. We're just trying to research with white science now and leave the planet. I have a second white science ship. I can delete the platform, stamp the ship in. Same as before, we're going to check off novice carbon. And then let's launch everything to make that get built. I still think I did white science mix 2. So let's launch platform to Aquilo, platform to Aquilo, white science mixed 1 to Aquilo, and this one will be white science mixed 2. Holy startup delay. Yeah, it's okay. Just a guide. But yeah, if you, again, the more that you can help the bots as the player, the faster everything will happen. So if you're trying to push your pace faster, build more belts for the bots, prevent startup delay that way. Again, the more you can do, the better. But again, if your pace is slower, then it's perfectly okay to just lean on the bots to do everything for you. That's totally fine. Not the end of the world. You may notice that the base stops at about 1,100 bots. It will not make more construction bots than that. If you're slower, I apologize. I know more construction bots would only be helpful for a slower pace. The reason the base does this is because we are using the bot frames that come out of the bot build. They also though then go into Logi bots, so we're switching from construction bots to Logi bots. But then furthermore, the bot frames that are coming out of this build are getting put into a red box and getting sent to other planets. And as your pace gets a lot faster, you're going to need a very precise amount of bot frames in order to have enough fast enough to send to like Fulgora and other places. And so bot count is limited very, very precisely so that you have a appropriate mix of construction bots and Logi bots to build the base as efficiently as possible, but still leave frames left over to send to Fulgora fast enough. And that's the end of that. Okay, let's grab our, did our power armor get fully built? I'm guessing that it did, and I just didn't hear the alarm because I'm talking about a lot of stuff. There is an alarm here that will go off one time when your power armor is done. You'll hear it one time. I believe if I put these in here, we're hearing it again. So basically what's happening is that when this box has everything that you need for power armor, it will move the Roboport, the personal Roboports over to this box, and it'll play that alarm one time. When you hear that alarm, it means your power armor is done. You can pick up these two boxes, and you can then put on your legs, batteries, Roboports, and power or your solar panels. And up here next to the heating towers, there's a red box that's doing nothing. You can dump your entire inventory into this box, including your pistol and your ammo. All you should have now is a submachine gun, everything from your power armor. You are now ready to leave this planet. All you're doing now is waiting for the base to produce enough white science for you to research Gleba and leave. Let's deliver this to Aquilo White 1. We now have 2 completed white science ships. We can now add a space platform called Gleba ship and start prepping that one. So let's do a starter pack. Let's do platform. Now we can skip the white science ones and go to wall ship. We want wall ship mixed 1, wall ship mixed 2, and wall ship mixed 3. Wall ships are what is going to take you to Gleba, Fulgora, and Vulcanus. Tech. I should have probably had it sitting on thruster all this time because I probably have some white science now. Other tech that you're trying to get out as fast as possible, one would be beacons. Now, I know we don't have the stone for purple science yet. It's only just showing up, so we've made no purple science. As soon as you have 75 purple science, you want to get beacons done. You're also going to want to make nuclear power, which we just got access to because we finally touched the nuclear. Nuclear power should be prioritized over thrusters, only because you probably have all the other science in full amounts, but white science you're probably limited on. So if you do nuclear power first, you'll let white science buffer longer. The longer you can buffer the white science, the better. But eventually we have to do a full court press on so thruster to Gleba to the logistics system, and then beacons, speed 2s, and then we can start working on bot speed. So this is roughly what your tech order should look like when you're trying to leave the planet. You want to get nuclear power ASAP. You want to get space platform, or sorry, the thrusters, Gleba, Logi system. Beacons can jump the queue if you get 75 purple science. If you get 75 purple science, beacons can jump up in the queue as fast as you need them to, because it's a super fast tech to research, and it will help you launch rockets faster. And then speed module 2s, and then you can go all in on bot speed for the other planets. Okay, let's check all these ships that we have getting ready for Gleba. So they're not quite ready. Nuclear, we know it touched, so that's ready to go. This is going to sit here unbuilt. There's going to be an alarm that goes off later to tell you to stamp it again to put beacons in it. For now, this is fine. It can sit here doing nothing. Okay. Everything looks good. The new section actually has Roboport coverage. Cool. It's okay that this starts up a little late. It relies on solid fuel coming out of this M plant, and the solid fuel hits the iron first and very slowly makes its way to everything else. So just, yeah. BRB getting world record. Good luck, though. Good luck. Okay, let's start sending stuff to the wall ship. So deliver to Gleba. Deliver to Gleba. Deliver to Gleba. Deliver to Gleba. So it's perfectly normal that you will not be able to deliver this one to Gleba because it's got no thruster in it. After you deliver wall ship 3, you can start going to Gleba mixed launches. So let's do Gleba mixed 1, Gleba mixed 2, Gleba mixed 3, Gleba mixed 4, Gleba mixed 5. You as the player, I find it's best to launch yourself with the one that needs thrusters, because right now it's not prepping a new rocket. If you travel to Gleba on the one that has thrusters on it, you will more efficiently use the rocket parts there. I love the new channel picture. Very nice, Steam Tomato. I'm glad you enjoy it. Okay, nuclear is done. We are now researching thrusters. You'll notice more labs are on because, again, we let white science buffer a little bit longer. Let's go to our Gleba ship. So let's delete the rim again, and you're going to stamp the Gleba loader. Once you stamp the Gleba loader, you can click it and you can turn on the requests for the Gleba main load. Do not turn on any other requests, just the Gleba main load. Then if you go back to novice, any silo that is free, you can start setting some of them to automatic to start filling up those auto requests. So there's only a few of them. The reason you might mix and match auto requests earlier, like I've started doing at least one silo doing an auto request like as soon as possible. And the reason for that is that it will do a better job at using a blend of your construction bots and your logi bots. Right now, I'm entirely reliant on construction bots to fill everything. Whereas if I had a silo on auto somewhere, it would start using the logi bots as well, and you'd balance, you'd have a better balance of the two of them. This is super min-maxy. You don't have to min-max to that level. You can just do all the main launches and then all the auto launches in that order. That's totally fine. And that's probably what I'll do here, just to display it a little more cleanly. Right. Thrusters are done. That's good. Researching Gleba. Ideally, in a perfect world, you will have your ship ready to go to Gleba before the research is done. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to leave for Gleba the second the research is done. You'll notice these two silos are not built. This is deliberate. The arm that is right here that's sending blue circuits up to silos turns off once we have made 6 silos until we stamp stage 16. This is something that I have done to handle the pace I play at, because if I make too many silos, I don't have enough blue circuits to leave the planet as quickly. So don't worry about that. It's totally normal. You're gonna have 6 of 8 until you leave the planet and stamp again. All right, so let's send this to Gleba. And then let's stamp Gleba mixed 6. Let's send this to Gleba, stamp Gleba mixed 7. So general rule about stamping, once you've launched, you'll notice the products move to the tip of the rocket, and you can then stamp the next load right away. You don't have to wait for the full animation to play out. You can stamp it immediately. So for example, what I'm talking about with the products, you'll notice right now the products are in the bottom of the rocket. When you deliver to Gleba, watch what happens to them. They're gonna pop up to the top. That's like a signal telling you that this rocket is launching. Even though you can't see the animation fully playing yet, products will pop from the bottom to the top, which is going to tell you that the rocket is launching. Deliver to Gleba. Deliver to Gleba. And I can start setting these to auto now. And the reason I can start setting them to auto is because I have done all the mixed loads that I need to do. So everything that is launching now can be set to auto. Did I send one of these to this ship by accident? I'm not sure. I don't think I did. Why Gleba first? So we go to Gleba first because we need biolabs as fast as possible. The number one thing the whole run is trying to do is research biolabs as quickly as possible. So go to Gleba first so that you can start doing carbon fiber, and that you can start doing capture bot rockets, and then you can start researching biolabs, because the run is like entirely hinging on getting biolabs up before doing the research for Aquilo. But yeah, you go to Gleba right away. Okay, last 2 mixed loads, deliver that to Gleba. Deliver that to Gleba, set to auto, set to auto. Cool. Wonder if you can skip biolabs and bring a second silo to Aquilo instead. I mean, you could probably, I am curious to know if you didn't do biolabs and you modified the planet order, are you going to get any faster? I don't think you will. I don't think this run benefits doing that. Because I don't see the benefit of getting any value from Fulgora or Vulcanus in the pace that we're going at. Novice can provide everything we need. Like, it's such a weird thing, is like I could scale Novice way more. Like I could keep scaling Novice, but I don't see a benefit in scaling Novice because it can't do anything for me. Like, there's nothing I'm expecting to get from it. I need to move between the planets, and Novice is doing, like, all you need Novice to do is the bare minimum to allow you to move between the planets. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It's one of those things where I do love Space Age. I do love Space Age speedrunning for the very fact that like there are differences of opinion in ideal planet order, and that's good. That's cool. I love it. Like Anti just got default settings world record, and he goes to Fulgora first, and Nephrons is going to Gleba first. And I think that it's wonderful that there are differing strategies on which planet to go to first. It's good, right? And it's totally possible that this run would be better served doing a non-Gleba planet first. Like I can totally envision that. What I can't envision is skipping biolabs, but you could just go to Gleba second and do a bigger Gleba build. Nothing wrong with that. You just have to do a bigger Gleba build to punch out the science faster to catch up. All right. Let's see how our launches are doing. Counts of everything look totally fine. I think I can bump beacons up now and just research them faster. There is going to be an alarm on the Gleba ship to indicate that it is safe to go. So basically all we're doing now is sitting and waiting until we hear that alarm. We're waiting for all of these ships to fill with auto launches and hear that alarm. You can check on the status of that alarm by looking at this combinator right here at the bottom. This has a list of all the material that we're waiting on until the alarm will sound. So you can see it's missing plates, circuits, and steel, and all of those things are being auto requested and should be on the way now. I know that it wants 1200 steel. I'm holding 400, and I think I saw it launching 2 more. So presumably this alarm is going to sound very, very, very soon. I think as soon as that stack of plates makes its way up. Gleba is now researched, so our goal is to leave. Timing is good. How do you have Novice make faster ships? That is something I think that that I think is like the next progression of these blueprints. Maybe shaving a minute or two, Medi, is making faster ships for the second and third ships. I still think wall ship is cheaper to get off the planet with to min-max the number of launches, but you're right. Faster ships might be the next thing. Okay, sorry about the annoying alarm. It's very annoying because you want to listen to it right away. As soon as you hear this, you have to leave. So I'm gonna turn it off. I'm just gonna lower the volume so we can talk over it a little. When you hear this very annoying alarm, you're going to go to the Gleba ship and you are going to stamp Gleba ship. So originally it was Gleba loader. Now you want Gleba ship. Stamp it. The alarm will shut up for you. Then you can hit automatic, and the entire schedule for the ship is all laid in. You do not have to ever change it. You're just following along with what is in the schedule list, never changing it. You're going to turn on every single active request that it has. So Gleba Carbon, Edge Carbon, Novice Resupply, and Gleba Requests. You are going to click the hub of the ship and hit the little pin button in the top right so you can see it here easily. And then you're going to hit drop to planet Gleba. That way you will know when it arrives. You do not need to babysit it. Now we need to add another platform. We're going to add a platform called Fulgora ship. We want the base to now start prepping the Fulgora ship ASAP. Because these were left on auto, this one picked up a starter pack. It's making the Fulgora ship. Now we have to send space platform. And again, wall ship 1, wall ship 2, wall ship 3. And then we're going to skip the Gleba mix and go right to Fulgora mixed 1. As soon as that ship goes up, our goal... Oh, and then also, we left Novice. So now we want to stamp with a force stamp, stage 16. You'll notice the title of the stamp is Force After Leaving Novice. That is going to get the bots adding a whole bunch of extra stuff that is only needed after we leave Novice. So let's go to our Fulgora ship. Same as always, we're going to delete everything on it. And then we are going to stamp the Fulgora loader. We are then going to set the main load on and then flip back to novice and keep sending stuff up to the Fulgora ship from every single thing that is ready. So Fulgora ship. So this doesn't have its cargo bays. Be very careful when you're launching this stuff up that it has everything you need. If you mix up a launch, it is really, really annoying to fix. It's frustrating. So just slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Make sure when you're manually launching this stuff that the rockets are full of everything that they need. Okay, we have a bunch of annoying alarms happening. First, let's take a look at the stamp uranium beacons alarm. Let's delete it. Okay, and then we're gonna come down here to the uranium and stamp in uranium stage 3 on top of it. That's just gonna put beacons in. It's just a reminder, because if you don't do that, you will not get enough uranium. It'll be very bad. So it's just a reminder to stamp beacons. The next alarm that's going off is right here. It is a novice carbon done alarm. We can delete the novice carbon done alarm. We can go to Aquilo white 2 and we can turn off novice carbon. And we can go to white 1 and we can turn off novice carbon. So we do not need to drop carbon down from these ships anymore. There's enough on the planet. We're just gonna turn those off. It's telling us that we have enough. Research. So on your way, we've done.
Pay attention, man.
Why do you need carbon on novice? We send carbon to Aquilo later to fuel the last ship. So we just try to hoard up 1,000 of it on novice. Simple as that. So priority for tech right now, I usually try to sneak in as many bot speed and cargo techs as possible. Ideally getting to bot speed 5. Then you're going to want to get your automation 3 research. And you're going to want to get lab speed 5. And then after all of that, ideally you can sneak in the Fulgora and the Cobra-X. Good. All right, let's keep launching stuff to the Fulgora ship. So deliver to Fulgora. And then after I've done all the mixed loads, which I am pretty much done now, I can start setting them all to auto. The only one that you cannot launch is this one. This one needs heating towers, which you will not have access to until you do something on Gleba. So just don't worry about that. But yeah, setting stuff to launch. You'll notice Gleba ship is getting there. We have it set for us to drop on Gleba, so we don't have to babysit this. As soon as we get to Gleba, it'll alert us very clearly that we are there. So this is done. Deliver to Fulgora. Deliver to Fulgora. Set to auto. As soon as you launch stuff, if you're setting ships to auto, you can deliver and immediately set to auto, even while it's launching. It's fine. Like I said, as soon as the products end up on the tip of the rocket, they're going. There's nothing you can do to stop it. So now you should have all of your silos set to auto, and you should have one silo that's got a heating tower in it that you can't launch. That's okay. Your silo maker here should be back on, and it should be working on silos 7 and 8. There's no huge rush. Again, if your pace is slower, typically for me, we just got to Gleba. That's good. Typically for me, I check how many processing units I have, which in this case is 1.6 thousand. Silos are only running off the blue circuits that come down this main line. Because we shut off the buffer here, you're currently going to have your silos be lacking blue circuits. If you really wanted to push out those last 2 silos, you can manually place 200 blue circuits here. Your call. I do it for my runs. You absolutely do not have to do it though. If your pace is slower, you will be fine. Let's go look at Gleba. So, dropping stuff to planets when you arrive at them. This part can be a little stressful. I'm going to try to simplify it as much as I can. First thing I'm going to do is there's an alarm on the Gleba ship. It's relatively a peaceful alarm, and you can use it if you like, or you can not use it if you don't want. The purpose of the alarm is to tell you that this ship is not moving, and that it's possible you need to check what's going on the planet because it's expecting a delivery and maybe there's a problem. It's hard to wire up an alarm perfectly to say that something on the planet exists and we want it in space. So the workaround is to just have an alarm telling me the ship is not moving. Is it annoying? It can be. So if you don't want it, just turn it down, but at least keep the visual to tell you that, hey, the Gleba ship is not doing anything. Now, we're going to drop stuff down to novice. I just hold left control and I start yeeting full stacks of things. Starting from the top left, you can click until you see repair packs. You're not dropping repair packs. So just click, click, slow is smooth and smooth is fast here. If you drop something you don't want to, it's going to be bad. You're not dropping iron ore, and you're not dropping ice, so you can skip over to the plates. You are not dropping carbon. It can stay here. It's getting manually dropped at any amount above 60. We want to keep 60 on the ship to make sure it keeps making fuel. For gear, you want to keep at least 1 stack on the ship because they're making repair packs. So I now use shift clicking and I click gear stacks out. I want at least 4 stacks that are full. And then the 5th stack I drop because I just leave 1 on the ship. I'm going to drop all the wire. I'm going to drop all the circuits except for, again, 1 stack of circuits. Then I can drop, that's green circuits, I should say. Then I'm going to drop all the red, the blue, the engines, the electric engines, the frames, and the LDS. I don't need space platform. I don't need walls. This is what should be remaining on a ship when you're done dropping to one of the planets. It needs repair packs. It needs a source of fuel. It needs stuff to make more repair packs, and it needs space platform, and it means walls. We're leaving all of this stuff here, okay? Then we can go back to our gleba and start planning this. Again, you should have a screenshot that you have some sense of where you're going. The screenshot tool that works best is called Factorio Preview Toolkit. It is on GitHub and it is on the Steel Axe Discord. I will try to post a link to it in the written version of the guide and in the comments, in the description of the video. But for now, I don't know it. Why not make more repair packs instead of leaving gears and greens? Repair packs are limited at a certain count. But because I don't want them to make it in crazy amounts, I want to make sure I have enough circuits and greens on the ship. But if the ship ran out of repair packs, I would like it to have circuits and greens so that it can make more. You're right, I could up the limit of repair packs, but I've chosen to do it this way, which I find works nicely. Okay, so when you get to gleba, typically what I do, you're going to want to craft a car, 20 construction bots, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you're going to want to craft 6 steam engines. You're going to want to craft 5 iron chests, 5 burner inserters, 5 pipe, excuse me, and 1 offshore pump. Then you are going to decon material to get spoilage and trees. And you are going to walk towards the purple plants. I always walk towards the purple plants first. And the reason I do that is because they usually have the iron stromatolites near them, and you are going to want iron stromatolites as fast as possible because you need iron to make your concrete on this planet. Okay, this very annoying alarm is telling you that silos are done. When you hear this alarm, you can delete it, and you can also delete the silo assembler and every single inserter around it. So we're done making silos. There's now 8 silos in existence. When you hear that alarm, just delete the silo assembler and all the inserters. Simple. Done. Okay. Gleba can be a little nasty for like offshore pump and base placement. It's really hard to see the water. So I usually grab an offshore pump first, manually place it to make sure it actually can go there. Get our gleba book out of our blueprint book. So what can happen is like I can put this here, but I know for a fact that offshore pump can't actually go there. I just find it's I just find it's easier to place the offshore pump first and then put the base down. Only thing I didn't make is power poles, so I do 20 at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this iron chest right here, I fill with solid fuel, and then I remove half. I remove 5 stacks of solid fuel back to my inventory. Gleba is a planet that you do have to go at a certain pace on, because if you don't go fast enough, and I recommend individual practicing of this planet, if you do not go fast enough, you will run out of solid fuel before you get your heating tower up, and you'll brick the planet or make it really, really hard on yourself. You need to pick up enough iron stromatolites that you can make at least 6 stone furnaces. I'm just going to craft all 9. I don't need the extra stone for anything. You need at least 6 stone furnaces. Then we can put down this blueprint here that is going to sit on the stone patches with these drills, and we can get into the handcrafting now to make the rest of this. There is a combinator that gets placed here to tell you the handcrafting order that you need to follow on this planet. You'll notice that I've already handcrafted everything you see in the top row. I just know that by heart. And most of this I have memorized. But if you are confused about what to handcraft, this is the order very specifically. So in order to get this little thing running, I need 13. And when it says 13 yellow belt, it means click it that many times. So it's going to make 26. So I'm going to go 2 right clicks and 3 left clicks. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Then the order is important here. You want to do the blue, then the red, then the yellow, because if you do the yellow first, it will use those yellow in the crafting of the blue and the red possibly. And then you won't have the counts right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and then bullets 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we're gonna make 2 beacons, a speaker, and as many poles as we can. So 2 beacons, a speaker, and then poles. I'll fix this for the release. It says 80, it should be 75. It should be 75. And the reason for that is that we brought exactly enough wire to make 75 poles and not handcraft wire. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you make another one, you will not have enough wire. And you don't want to use any of your copper plates. They're meant for a heating tower. So 75 poles, done. Now, make sure that this entire build is done. Get solid fuel, put it into these furnaces. I just do a couple of drags. I don't know, 6 or 7 per, whatever. It lasts a really long time. If you need it, you can get it back later. You want all of this making brick. This is now making landfill. Take any spoilage you've collected and shove it into this assembler and this box. And then you can clear your inventory as much as possible into this box. So you can get rid of things like iron bacteria. Now we've got to go into the next section of crafting. So don't put anything in this box you're going to use to craft stuff. First, you're going to craft this section. It's important that you don't start crafting this section down here until you have everything here placed, because if you start crafting blue inserters and you haven't placed all the yellow ones here, again, it's going to mess up your count. It's going to use a yellow inserter to make a blue inserter, which you don't want it to do. So just simple, make sure that yeah, works as you intend. So 45, 7, 31, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 5, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. Then it's 1, 9, 1. So 1, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. And then 34 and 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. And then speed modules 1, 2, 3, 4. Once that entire crafting queue is set, you can go to this box feeding pipe and put 2 stacks of iron plates. Then the box here that feeds the modules and the Logibots, you can give it all your green circuits, all your red circuits, all your robo frames. Then you're going to pick up 1 stack of green circuits. So that's what this box should look like right now. Now your goal, while all of that stuff is crafting and while you're handcrafting, is to get to your purple plants. You're going to want to bring poles, but not connect them. You're going to bring poles down to the purple plants. Anytime you can't make a gap like this, so you can just shift click it and use landfill where you have to. So same thing down here. Ideally, you're getting to your purple plants and you're connecting roboports. But again, we want this roboport to be unpowered. Our power is really limited right now. We do not want power connected to this stuff because we have a very, very limited amount of power that we're trying to use as efficiently as we can. In your book, you should have a purple plants print. Stamp in 2 of those or 3 if they're not very good. This is very, very thick. You're trying to get 2 that have high coverage of green squares. Then make sure that the roboports that you've placed are going to see all of the logistics chests. I can tell that this just sees them all. Now I'm good and I can leave. It's deliberate that this is unpowered. It needs landfill. It needs stuff. That's all fine. The bots will take care of that all later. If your inventory is jammed, take a break at this iron chest and dump whatever you have to free up as much of your inventory as you can. Now we are going to run to the green plants. I know that the green plants from my screenshot are up and to the left. You can do whatever's easiest for you here. I often use a car. But if you have lots of brains in your inventory, you can eat brains and it will make you run faster. So just hold it and right click and you'll eat one. On your way to green plant, you're trying to get a copper stromatolite like I just did, because your base at novice is trying to make a heating tower and it can't make a heating tower until it has that copper stromatolite picked up, because that's what unlocks the research. Okay, so we're at tomatoes now. You're going to be looking for a green plant stamp. And this one is not as good, so I'm gonna make 3 of these. I'm gonna make 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here. If you find they're not as good, you can make up to 3 of these per plant location, not more than that. 3 per plant location is the limit. Or you could do a 4 and a 2, but like you have enough resources to make 6 of these and that's it. Now you're gonna want, again, same as before, you're gonna want roboports to be able to cover as many, like all of the logistics chests. I try to place my roboports where they're not gonna need landfill, because having landfill cover the entire roboport is expensive. Last thing that you need to do, and I usually do this after the green plants, is you need to go find a large egg raft and kill it, because it will have 9 eggs in it. It is safer to find a large egg raft than it is to do a bunch of small ones, because the small ones have variance in how much they drop, and if you get unlucky, you might get all ones and not get enough eggs. It's just safer to go find a large egg raft and shoot it. Sometimes, like on this map, you have to go really, really, really far away. It's annoyingly far away.
Nice.
To find the large one. Yo, Mortez, thank you so much for the 18 months, dude. That's really nice. Thank you so much for that. All right, so I typically shoot the eggs from the car because the car shoots faster. So I get in the car, I blast the eggs. It's going to use your bullets better and more quickly. And yes, the car is kind of useless on this planet. After you kill the large one, you're more than welcome to kill as many small ones as you want, but you should only have enough bullets to kill a single large one. And that single large one is going to have 9 eggs, which is all the eggs that you need. I now have 14 eggs because I also killed some small ones. Let's run back. And yeah, the car, it's tough. I mean, I have the resources to make a car. It's often hard to get full value out of it because there's so many trees everywhere. And the reason that the egg rafts often spawn far away is because I have a very high density of plants placed, which affects the density of these, which you want super dense to make sure you have enough plants to do the build. So eggs are often far away. It's annoying. It's one little annoyance of the build, is what it is. All right, on your way back to your main base now, you're going to make sure that this roboport line connects backwards. Again, keep eating brains if you're running slowly. You just got to make sure there's a clean line of roboports all the way down to here. And again, they're not going to be powered. That's okay. I usually then pick up my Logibots from here because I don't want this trash stuff to be interacted with in any way until I'm ready, because I don't want, again, I'm trying to keep power as reserved as possible. So right now you're going to place 6 assemblers and you're going to set all of them to biochambers, and you're going to pick up all the landfill and nutrients that are here, and then you're going to fill one and remove, fill 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 and remove. You want all 6 of these making a biochamber. You want 6 exactly and not more than 6. Once that's happening, you can be a little more efficient. If you need more more spoilage and nutrients, you can come decon these nutrient spoilage towers, which will get you lots and lots and lots of spoilage. The most efficient way to get spoilage, the boom puffs have trees and stuff in them. We don't want that. We just want spoilage. Excuse me. And you can put all of that spoilage again into this assembler or this box, which is going to make nutrients, which you're going to need to start up the main system. Yo, Plappy, thank you so much for the resub for 13 months. That's so kind of you. Thanks for the hype train, guys. Appreciate it. All right, these assemblers should now have 6 biochambers in them, so let's pick them up. You can also pick up brick from here, and again, if your inventory is slammed, we're going to fix it in a second. We're going to start making the main Gleba base now. So in the next stamp of your book is going to be Gleba main 1. Let's put that here. And then you're going to connect water via pipe, which you should have 200 pipe here. You're going to bring pipe up and connect water right into here. So I always try to aim these concrete assemblers at the power plant slightly, because that's your entrance for water into this base. Try to remove boom puffs before you build your base. They're super annoying and they hurt everything, and it's just awful. And yeah, no good. Okay. There's chests here that are waiting for tomatoes here, brains here, and again, we left some tomatoes and brains back in here. Let's grab these. Again, brains here, get tomatoes out of here, put them here. You should now have 2 boxes that are dummy loaded with brains and tomatoes, and then you can take some nutrients, which you should have some more nutrients down here. and you can grab nutrients in landfill and you can get this stuff started. So in your tomatoes, you're gonna need like 10 nutrients. The other ones need a little bit less. The tomatoes are very nutrient heavy, and then 1 nutrient in this. That should get this. All you want to see is 5 bioflux come out, which ends up here, which turns this on. As soon as this is on, you're good. Put all of your eggs into this, all of them into this, and then everything else into this. It does not need nutrients or eggs. It will get them from the belt. You are now making biochambers. The system is good now. You can let this make 13 biochambers. Yo, anonymous gifter, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. Thank you very much. Okay, we're now basically waiting for this system to make biochambers for us. While it is doing that, we urgently want to get brick from here, and we want to take that brick and put it into all of these concrete assemblers, and take all of your iron ore, which you left in that box, and put it into all of these concrete assemblers as well. We want to start making concrete as fast as possible because we need concrete to make a heating tower, which the timing of is very critical so that we can get off of this power, because this power is running on limited fuel, and you can see it only has 62 left. It's almost out. I'm going to grab all of the modules from this box. It's designed to stop at 4721, which it hit. So I'm going to empty that out. You can then pick up all these assemblers and stuff so it doesn't make any more. But as soon as it's at 47 prods and 21 efficiencies, that is like the intended number for it to reach. If it makes a little bit more than that, it's okay. You're not going to rip everything. You have extra stuff. So other thing we're going to do is we're going to take some of our circuits and some of our landfill. So let's do our heating tower. The next thing we need to craft is 5 agricultural towers, because we made 5 of them, 3 at tomatoes, 2 at brains. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now we're crafting our heating tower, our 5 agricultural towers. Every other thing that we have is just going to be spammed into this until we make 13 biochambers with this biochamber. So you can see it's at 12 right above my head. It's at 12. We want it to hit 13, which it just did. As soon as it hits 13, we can empty it, take our Gleba book, and we can force stamp in Gleba main 2. And if you don't know where the biochambers are, they end up in this yellow chest here, so you can pick them up, and your bots will do everything. You can help them if you want, but they will do everything. There. Now you have science running. You have a heating tower. When your heating tower is built, put all of your remaining solid fuel into your heating tower, and then anything that doesn't fit in it into this green box right here. Okay? Your heating tower is now gaining heat. The goal is that that hits at least 500 degrees before we run out of solid fuel down here, which only has 20 left. Okay. The next thing we need to do is we set up networks of roboports going this way, and we want to turn those on. We're not turning those on until after our heating tower has enough heat to power like 20 roboports, because we made tons and tons and tons of roboports everywhere. There's no shot we're going to be powering them until we're off of this original power plant and onto this new one. So basically we're sitting and waiting until this has enough heat to justify that switch. One thing you can do right now, or let's just wait. We're just waiting for that one thing. Oh, another thing you're trying to do is you're trying to get enough concrete out of these. So keep pushing brick and iron into it. You're trying to make a silo as fast as you possibly can, because the goal right now is to get off of this planet as fast as possible. Okay, make our silo. The last thing we need concrete for is the cargo landing pad, which again, we're just gonna let that keep humming until we can make our cargo landing pad. Thanks again, guys, for the hype train. I really appreciate the gift subs. It means a lot. Okay, what's our heating tower at now? It's over 500. As soon as it's over 500, we are in the clear officially. Let's connect the power that goes that way. And let's connect the power that goes that way. We can always, add a roboport somewhere close to this base, because it's got tons of stuff that needs to be in robo range. Make sure all your excess spoilage still ends up here. Now we can release all of our bots, all the logi bots, all the construction bots. Go to this red chest, give it all your landfill, all your inserters, all your power poles, any pipe you have left over after having crafted the silo. Give it all your chests, your red and blue chests. Give it your agricultural towers, your biochambers. Give it all of your modules, your assemblers, your roboports, anything you think bots are going to need. Now that the silo is placed, we can feed it with LDS and blue circuits. It's going to get rocket fuel from the build as intended. And last thing we need to do is just keep forcing out concrete so that we can make our cargo landing pad. Once you have making the cargo landing pad and you've got a silo, that's all that you need from this planet, from everything that you've brought here. So just make sure that these tomato and brain boxes are full. Just empty your inventory of things you think this place could need. It's helpful to grab some nutrients and just pop them into these buildings. Bots will do it eventually, but your construction bots are trying to do a lot of other stuff right now, so not the end of the world to give that some nutrients by hand. But the bots will do it eventually. It's not critical. Once your cargo landing pad is up, you can give it all of your LDS and blue circuits. You want to make sure all your LDS and blue circuits end up in here so that they end up in the silo to launch stuff. At that point, whatever is left in your inventory, it does not matter what it is, can all get shoved into a red box anywhere. So I usually use this red box here. The last thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to run over here where all of this carbon is. There's tons of carbon that's been getting yeeted down from space since our ship has been parked up there. And ideally, again, just to save time for bots later, moving stuff around, we want to come bring all that carbon to this iron chest and put it here. We're just trying to fill this iron chest with carbon. This is now completely done. All we need to do is have this rocket launch and get us out of here. Now, there's another ship we're supposed to be maintaining, which is the Fulgora ship. You might notice that the alarm for the Fulgora ship has not gone off, and the reason for that is that one of the silos, this one, still has heating towers in it that we have not launched. Let's send these to the Fulgora ship, and if I was a betting man, I would say that that's the last thing that this needs to sound the alarm to leave, which looks accurate. And the reason that that didn't have heating towers, again, is because we can't get heating towers until we get rid of a copper stromatolite. It's okay, yeah, so the eggs thing, you guys were memeing about this so much in the PB, which is hilarious. It's okay to put eggs on the floor, put eggs in a box, it doesn't matter, because this category has no biters. It's peaceful, the eggs hatch into air. Nothing comes out of them, it's okay. Everything will be okay. All right, so that noise is telling us the Fulgora ship is ready. We're gonna stamp the Fulgora ship over the loader, and then just set it to auto, and it should start flying to Fulgora. After it starts flying, you can set all these requests. Only after it starts flying, you can set all these requests. By the way, these ships are designed such that it should automatically prime this engine with fuel. If for some reason your blueprint did not do that, you can click this chem plant and uncheck this enable disable feature, which will allow it to just make fuel. And when it is done making fuel, you do not want the ship to have more than 300 fuel of either type. You want it to stay under 300 of both types. So just make sure you don't make more than 300 of both types. Simple as that. Okay, let's go back to Gleba. This is ready to launch. When this is ready to launch, if your inventory is empty, you should be able to click this, travel, and go to the Gleba ship. One thing you want to double check on the planet is that all of our planters exist. So I can see that all of these planters are here. They're in network. And if I come down here, same thing. Planters exist. They are in network. Everything looks like it is functioning correctly. It's good to double check that just in case you didn't have the robo range or something went bad, but everything looks good. Gleba is functional. Again, the courses of these ships are automatically laid in. And so as soon as the passenger is present on this ship, it is going to immediately head to Fulgora. You don't have to do anything. Don't have to think, don't have to do anything. The next thing we need to do is tech. So let's check our tech list. We're starting to get ready to go to Vulcanus next, and we're getting ready to land on Fulgora. On Fulgora, we're going to need every single module at stage 2. So let's get the 3 remaining modules and send them to quality 2. After that, we need to research Power Armor Mark 2. So Military 3, Military 4, Armor Mark 2. And then we're also going to research Battery Mark 2s and the portable fission reactor. When all of this stuff is done, then we can add in Planet Discovery Vulcanus, okay? The next thing we need to do is add a platform called the Vulcanus ship. This is gonna be the ship that starts prepping a load for Vulcanus the same way we did Gleba, the same way we did Fulgora. As soon as you make that, if any of these are on auto, which many of them are, one of them will pick up a platform, which it did. And now we can start doing the same thing we did before. So the platform's already launched. We're gonna do, the starter pack's already launched. We're gonna do space platform twice. And then we're gonna do wall ship 1, wall ship 2, wall ship 3. Then you're gonna scroll through your book to Vulcanus 1 and do 1, Vulcanus 2, Vulcanus 3. As soon as the Vulcanus ship exists, you can delete the rim, go into the book and put the Vulcanus loader. You can click on the Vulcanus main load. Again, this is all the same stuff you did for the other ships. I noticed my Fulgora ship's not pinned. I'm gonna pin it so it's here. And I also like pinning the Vulcanus ship. So I can see all my main ships now. I can check on them very easily. So on Novice, all of this stuff should happen very, very quickly. So you're going to deliver this to the Vulcanus ship, to the Vulcanus ship, to the Vulcanus ship. Take time to make sure they're all full, but again, it usually happens very quickly because you have 1,000 construction bots doing nothing right now. So usually these loads are very quickly filled. Then you're gonna do Vulcanus 4, Vulcanus 5, Vulcanus 6, Vulcanus 7, Vulcanus 8, Vulcanus 9, Vulcanus 10, and Vulcanus 11. The second round of Vulcanus mix loads, I have to set drop to Fulgora. You're right. Make sure you tell yourself to drop to the planet you're heading to because it will give you a reminder that you've made it there. Thank you, Eshi. I appreciate that. This second list of Vulcanus main loads will not all fill right away because they're going to have some things in them. For example, Prod 2s, which we haven't made very many of yet. Or another example would be portable fission reactor, which we don't have even researched yet. Battery MK2s, again, not researched yet. So all we're gonna do right now is launch the ones we can and then set them to auto. So again, this is full, deliver to Vulcanus, set to auto. Deliver to Vulcanus, set to auto. Deliver to Vulcanus, set to auto. Nope. Deliver to Vulcanus, set to auto. Deliver to Vulcanus, set to auto. And just, again, carefully check them all. There should be like 3 or 4 that don't get launched. It's fine. As long as you get a bunch of them to auto and you have the rest waiting, it's perfectly good. All right, that little ticking noise, that's telling me my Fulgora ship is not moving right now, which means it's at Fulgora. I'm gonna just lower the alarms. I don't need to hear it again. And as soon as it gets to Fulgora, I can start emptying everything out of it. The process here is identical to the Gleba process. We're emptying until we see repair packs, and then stop. Do not drop those. And then again, until we see iron ore, skip to iron plates. On this one, we need solid fuel, not carbon. Same thing, all the gear except one, and then all the circuits except for one. You can drop the red circuits, blue circuits, the engines. I do not drop the electric engines immediately. I drop the frames first. The reason for that is this ship will leave Fulgora airspace as soon as it has no electric engines on it. So your goal should be to drop electric engines last, because of the logic, the way I wrote it, which may be stupid, is that once the electric engines aren't here, the ship's gonna leave. So, oh my god. Back to the Fulgora ship, drop the electric engines. So there. Now the ship has no electric engines and everything else is dropped that I want to drop. It's immediately heading to Gleba to pick up science. Done. Our Gleba ship made it to Fulgora and yeeted the player. This ship, you'll notice, as soon as the passenger is not present and 30 seconds have passed, is going to head to Novice. So again, all the stuff these ships do is built into them. You do not have to change anything. If you're confused about why a ship's not moving or what it should be doing, just check what its schedule is and make it do the thing its schedule wants it to do. All right, let's do research before I jump into Fulgora. If you're at this point in the run, again, your research is probably going to go faster than your play. So you should research Vulcanus because that's the next planet we're going to go to. You can jump into Lab 6, Cargo 3, and Bot 6. I try to get as many of the bot speed researches as I possibly can before getting to Fulgora. Most runs, that means I get cargo 3 and not speed 6. You can probably justify bot speed 6 prior to Vulcanus if you're slower, but just you have to make sure Vulcanus is researched when you're ready to go there. Okay. Why 30 seconds instead of just passenger not present for speedrun timing? Honestly, Smokin', it's just because if for some reason, like you're right, it doesn't really need that. It's more just like a mental, like maybe I need to check the ship for something. I don't know. You're totally right. It does not need to sit there for 30 seconds. It's like just mentally if I wanted to check the ship to make sure I didn't need anything on it, but that literally never happens. I don't know. It does not need to be like that. You're right. Shouldn't be like that. But it is. Okay, I'm just gonna check one more time that I can't launch any of these. I can't. Oh, this one I can. Deliver to Vulcanus. All right, let's go to Fulgora. So, landing on Fulgora, pick up all the boxes that are here. Yo, Tarjan, thank you for following. Welcome in. When you are on Fulgora, you are going to craft a car, 5 construction bots only. You're gonna craft 10 lightning rods. You're gonna craft 5 storage chests, 3 chem plants, 20 arms, 20 red arms, sorry, 20 blue arms, 20 red arms, and then 40 yellow arms. Do these numbers need to be precise? No. You will be fine if you're not precise. Fulgora has excess everything. We're just trying to craft the ideal order of material that will help me build as fast as I can. Then you are trying to find one of these large vault ruins and picking it up because you need to pick up that vault ruin to make recyclers. Then you're trying to find a suitable place to build your base. When you look at the screenshot, ideally you're looking for a large island that has a lot of scrap on it. And in a perfect world, which is not always the case, you want it to be adjacent to the non-scrap large sections because it's a lot easier. Oh, I'm waiting for my bots. It's a lot easier to build the accumulators that you're going to need to build when there's not a 50,000 scrap stuff in the way. So I'm going to show you what an ideal location looks like because it exists right over here. And a partridge in a pear tree, yeah. That's funny, Andrew. All right, so this island is large. This island has tons of scrap on it. And furthermore, it is adjacent and touching where I can connect power to this empty section. We have no cliffs on Fulgora, so there's not much you need to worry about. The first thing that you want to craft when you get to Fulgora is 2 sets of this accumulator blueprint. And the more of it you can build by hand, the better. Because again, the bots, you only have 5 of them, and they are entirely reliant on the power that you have in your suit, which is only solar panels, which is really, really shitty over Fulgora especially. So you have very limited personal power. The more you can help the bots by hand, the better. Yeah. Up. I also somewhat intelligently left a little walking lane in the middle this time. I don't normally. But yeah, these blueprints are not the easiest to walk around in if you're building them for the bots. So just be aware that you don't get stuck. Okay, done. Once 2 of these are built, the next thing you're going to try to build is this power blueprint. And I'm going to update my hotbar to have better poles on it. And then you want a roboport near all of this stuff. And then and it should have lightning collectors in it to keep everything safe. You can manually build those if you feel like it's not building them fast enough. Another thing I should be crafting that I forgot about is roughly 150 more construction bots. Does the number need to be precise? No, it does not need to be precise, but roughly that many. I've gone back and forth with how many construction bots I build versus how many logistics bots I build. I used to build a lot more construction bots. I've shrunk that number to be a lot more logistics bots heavy because I find that very quickly the entire build is hinging on logistics bots and not construction bots, and so your mileage may vary. You want at least 300 logistics bots. I've tried to push that number higher, and you only have so many bot frames. So okay, so find a suitable spot around all these scrap to put your main base blueprint. You can check at 7 how big it's going to be, but then you want to scroll down and place 1 first. We're gonna stamp in 1 everywhere you can. Try to manually pick up all these giant piles of scrap for your bots, and then if your inventory is bricking, just keep crafting scrap so that you can clear your inventory of scrap. The goal is to, as quickly as possible, get these yellow chests set up, to get these assemblers set up, and to get power connected to all of it so that this can start assembling recyclers for you, logibots for you, and poles for you, brick for you. One more thing you need to craft is a single stone furnace. And right now my stone furnace is behind the scrap. I'm just gonna yeet the scrap out. Like, just a sec. Clearing your inventory is easy. Just go to one of the boxes and completely drain every single thing you're holding. Then you can drain all the scrap. You're gonna want to pick up the construction bots specifically. You're gonna want to release them as fast as you can. Then you're gonna want to go into your inventory and go into these groups and set Fulgora Player 1 as your logistics request group. It's gonna have everything you want requested. Then you can hit trash unrequested. Then I've thrown away everything I need to make logibots. You should have circuits and bot frames, which you can put into this logibot assembler, and the remainder of which you might have to keep managing your trash unrequested folder if you're still getting this going, but you can put all bot frames and red circuits into this chest because we just want them to start spamming out logistics bots as much as possible. Okay, another thing I need is my poles. Let's go over this way. Excuse me. We need to connect power poles down here to the accumulators to turn everything on. Now that power is going from here up to here, it all turn on and we can place roboports connecting everything. Then all of those bots should spring to life. Okay. You want to manually start these recycler assemblers as a very high priority. Put stone into here. One nice thing is that stone will be the priority if you just click it. It will always, I've found that it always prioritizes stone, even if something else is in your inventory. So now you're trying to basically manually on this planet manage everything you see right here. Your player should not have to move another step. You are literally going to stand next to these assemblers and just micromanage every single one of them, including this furnace for stone, because you need brick for lightning collectors. So just keep all of this stuff running, manually pull out of all of it. Anything that you don't need, again, is going to trash unrequested. So I'm going to dump my inventory, and then set trash unrequested. Now when I handcraft stuff, the logibots will just come get it because I have trash unrequested on. This combinator is giving you a preview of what you need to craft before the next stamp of the base. So I've already crafted all of those inserters. The only thing I'm going to prioritize now is getting some blue chests done. So 1, 2. Now with that done, I can stamp in Fulgora 2. The other thing you need to start doing as soon as possible is spamming scrap drills everywhere. So let's do that first, because we will not be able to make anything for the base if we don't spam out scrap drills. And I am force stamping these scrap drills in, and the reason I'm doing that is they're replacing lightning collectors all over the place, and if you don't force stamp it, the game does not automatically remove lightning collectors for you. It thinks that you want them. We don't want them. We want to get rid of the native lightning collectors that are on the planet, force stamp through them, and get all of this built as soon as possible. Another thing that you're going to have to manually do on this planet is grab the lightning rods and just sparsely put them throughout these large scrap prints. And the way that I put all of these drills in, by the way, is in your Fulgora book, there's going to be a scrap drill blueprint, which if you just hold force stamp in and drag, it will automatically just place them all nicely for you. Very, very easy to do that. Also make sure that you have RoboPort coverage close enough to every single one of these that you place. Otherwise the boxes will do nothing. Again, as a player, you should be able to just park yourself right here and just keep all of this stuff running full time as possible. Your bots now should basically be in full takeover mode and be running all of this stuff. So once you get a bunch of scrap drills in, we're going to try to push Fulgora main base to stage 2. And again, same as before, you're force stamping the Fulgora main base every single time. Because again, you want it to remove lightning collectors, which it will not do automatically unless you are force stamping. So you're always force stamping. The next thing that you're going to want to check again is check the combinator here to tell you what to build. When you see pipe, you don't need to handcraft it. Just keep shoving iron into here. The other thing you can do to check what Fulgora needs is just go into this list and see that Fulgora is currently waiting on recyclers, inserters, a speaker. So things I can actually do something about. Let's do the speaker. Let's do the inserters. And it's totally fine to craft like way more than the planet needs. Everything is abundant here. So like perfect math is not required. Craft excess is fine. And then again, just make sure pipes keep going. Make sure recyclers keep going. The reason you're doing all of this manually is that you have a request on you for 200 gear, for example. Yes, there are requester chests here that will request gear. Bots prioritize the player over the chest. Because of that, you are going to get the first 200 gear. And so it's a lot easier for you, the player, to keep spamming stuff into these recycler assemblers. Otherwise, they'll stop. The reason why you want gear requested to you, though, is that you are doing a lot of handcrafting of things that need gear. Like you're handcrafting inserters, you're handcrafting chem plants, assemblers, things that need gear. So you, the player, are like the primary requester chest on this planet. So anything that is going to be limited, like gear, plates, circuits, you are going to get the first crack at them. And so you are going to have to manually make sure all of these things keep running. This pole assembler does not need to keep going after it's made. It's made like 162 poles. That's plenty. It does not need to keep going after that point. So yeah, make sure that your power build is on. I have had some runs where this ice pass through. It has like scrap on it that it can't pass the ice through. So just make sure you delete entities around that so that everything is passing through here correctly. But yeah, you've got your 2 accumulator builds, your power build. These things now have enough heat. Power should be less of a problem. All you're trying to do now is keep as many of these running as possible. Same thing with red circuits into this Logi bot assembler. This is requesting red circuits, but so are you. And you are a higher priority for the bots than this is. So you need red circuits because you need to be able to craft red chests. You need to be able to craft blue chests. And all of that stuff needs red circuits. But again, the bots like will give you way more than you need. So just make sure that the Logibot thing keeps going. Number one limit you're going to have on this planet to go faster is how fast you can push out every single Logibot possible, because they're trying to bring you stuff from the massive amount of scrap drills that you've made. So total amount of scrap drills we're trying to get on the base. You want to see at least 400. So when you just copy everything you've made, sorry, I said 400, you want 100. 100 recyclers. 100 recyclers is what you're trying to hit. So right now we're at 75 recyclers. We don't need very many more. It's a higher priority to get the scrap recyclers placed than it is to keep stamping more versions of the base, because ultimately you need the scrap recyclers going to have the base do its thing. So I generally get to stage 2 of the base and then sort of stop stamping it until I feel like I've gotten all my scrap up and running, because every single entity possible you want going into making recyclers and pushing scrap, because the base is completely useless without scrap. So let's see how many we're at now. We're at 92. Need a couple more. We'll go up here. Perfect. Again, every single time I'm doing this, I'm just putting down some lightning rods, putting down RoboPort coverage, connecting power. Literally don't have to move. And I just stand here fill boxes, I empty boxes, I make sure all of this stuff runs as much as I possibly can, check what still has to be crafted, try to remember what I have crafted and what I haven't crafted. You'll notice like my trash slots are not being cleared as quickly as possible, because if I check this, 389 Logibots, they're all doing something. So you're limited by how quick your Logibots can get their job done. That's why I've been trying lately to make more and more and more Logibots, because that is the main limit. So now I should be at 104 recyclers. That is enough. Let's get the third version of the base stamped in right here. It's okay if my handcrafting is not keeping up with what the Accommodator is telling me. I can always just check what I'm missing here. So when I check here, I can see that I'm missing like underground pipe, inserters, chests, recyclers. I see it all. Anything I'm missing, I want to try to handcraft. So let's do the offshore pump. Let's do the offshore pump, by the way, won't be in the list, but you need it. So make sure you do the offshore pump. Okay. Chem plants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's do some red arms. And let's do some assembler 2s. More chem plants. Actually, I don't need those more chem plants. I'll do that. Let's do red boxes and blue boxes. I'm running out of green circuits. I find on Fulgora often you'll like set up a huge crafting queue, your bots will be behind you, and like you've filled all of these. You just get to a point where you're kind of waiting. Like Fulgora is just not a perfectly optimized planet. I'm kind of waiting right now for bots to catch up and do their thing. Perfectly reasonable time to visit Novice and make sure everything's going smoothly here. So these are done. I can send them to Vulcanus. On auto. This is done. I can send it to Vulcanus. Auto. And I assume now I'm going to get an alarm on Vulcanus on the ship that it's ready to go. So just, yeah, anytime you're like waiting on this planet for stuff is a very reasonable moment to just go check Novice, make sure everything's going fine. Another thing that we need to do is the Gleba ship. Oh yeah, sorry. This is also super important. Tech order. So I've been a little distracted. You need to research carbon fiber as fast as possible. So the Fulgora ship that brought material to this planet dropped material here and then immediately... I know you guys love these alarms. I know you do. Vulcanus ship, super simple. Send it to Vulcanus. Don't turn these requests on. Just send it to Vulcanus and you're done. Back to what I was saying. The Fulgora ship brings material to Fulgora, then it does a trip to Gleba to pick up the first 1,000 science, which it then brings to Novice so that you can research carbon fiber. Then the Fulgora ship comes back to Fulgora to pick up the player. After that, the Gleba ship is the only one that goes back and forth between Gleba and Novice. It never does anything else. But we need to research carbon fiber as fast as possible because at Gleba, we need to make 20 carbon fiber. Because the Gleba ship has a mixed load that it needs to pick up of carbon fiber, science, and bioflux that it's like waiting to get. And there's an alarm on Gleba to tell us that carbon fiber is done. So all of this to say, just make sure you research carbon fiber. I forgot to research carbon fiber. Very important that you research carbon fiber. Make sure you do that as quickly as possible. It looks like my recyclers are done. And what else do I need? Red boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Arms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And blue arms. 5. Drills. 10. 4. Okay. At this point on Fulgora, your third version of the base is stamped. We don't want to stamp another version of the base until after we've started making our EM plants. Ideally, you should be making refined concrete. We're just missing some inserters. Just waiting for that to be done. You should be making, yep, your holmium now. So holmium's starting to come out. Your refined concrete should be starting to come out. Everything that's needed to make an EM plant. You're now waiting for the bots to fill your inventory with stuff for EM plants, so you can make the first one right here. So as soon as the first one is crafting from this assembler, we're going to empty everything out of it. We only want to make one EM plant from that assembler. Okay. As soon as that is done, we're going to pick up the assembler, place this EM plant, and then start crafting EM plants from here. Another thing I have not done is brought heavy oil. So you're going to want to place an offshore pump somewhere where you can get heavy oil from the ocean, connect a line of pipe into this chem plant that's next to the refined concrete where the heavy oil goes. Important to do that as soon as possible because that heavy oil is required to make the fuel that is going to get you the you need that for the light oil, which you need for fuel, which you're going to need to launch rockets. So just do that as soon as you can. Again, you're just sitting here babysitting this EM plant until, so this next EM plant needs to make 7 more EM plants. You need a grand total of 8 EM plants. Okay, that little ticking noise is our 20 carbon fiber alarm. So we researched carbon fiber, we have 20 of it now. The game wants us to know we have 20 of it because we have a special book called Planet Rockets. In it, this has a bioflux and fiber mixed load. We're going to stamp that here, and that is going to fill this with a 20 carbon fiber load, which is enough to make 1 rocket turret. It is also going to give us a mix of bioflux and a bunch of science. That is probably the last thing the Gleba ship is waiting for in order for it to go back to novice. You'll notice right here, it's waiting for a little bit more bioflux and carbon fiber before it makes its trip home. Now, I believe that it's actually launched too much science because we're slow. That's okay. An extra load of Gleba science is totally fine. It's not going to kill you. As soon as this rocket is full, you are going to send it up and send the ship home. Okay. We're at, where is it? 4. We need this number to turn into 7. It's at 6. That should be 7. It is now done. We can pick it up before it makes any more. We've made a total of 8 EM plants. You can see them here. We can remove EM plants from this list, and then we can add a new section called Fulgora Player 2. That is going to add more requests for rocket silo crafting. Our EM plants are now placed. We can stamp Fulgora main base 4, which is going to put more beacons in. Our goal now is to craft anything the bots need, as well as 2 rocket silos. Typically, I prioritize the first rocket silo as early as possible because your limit right now in leaving this planet is how fast you can prep 2 rockets and launch them. So, silo, as soon as that's crafting, I'll go through this list and craft what's missing. Let's do some assembler 2s. Let's do some red arms. Let's do some blue chests, red chests, blue arms, yellow arms. Make sure it's got plenty of everything. Some chem plants, apparently. All right. On Fulgora, another thing you're going to need before you leave this planet. You are going to need to go to the book and find the accumulator stamps. You want at least 2 of these very large accumulator stamps to be placed. If there's no room for that, you can do a whole bunch of these smaller ones, but your goal is to get 2 of the very, very large ones placed before you leave. That is what you're trying to accomplish. And they should be built properly with Roboport connection, power connection. Just make sure that they touch your main base in some way, and that will give you enough power for the rest of the Fulgora run. Next thing you need on Fulgora, there's a book called Gear Removal. You need to place 2 of these, ideally near your scrap drills and within robo range. 2 gear removal stamps. The reason for this is that gears are going to fill up in these boxes over time, and in order to get enough homium, it is good to have a place to recycle away gears, as they're the most common item mined out of the ground. And so that's just going to make sure that over time you are able to get enough homium easily. Let's make our next silo, and as soon as if you've crafted everything in the list, you can turn off trash unrequested. You can turn off both of the requests here, go to a yellow chest, and just dump your inventory. The last thing that you're going to want, and just keep dumping your inventory for the bots manually, because again, we have 440 logistics bots. They're all doing something. They're very, very busy. The more you can just move product for them, the better. Now this happens often. The fuel is like a bit of a limit here, so I find it all like ends up stockpiled in one chest. So I'm trying to get this one ship to move. Yeah, you can try to min-max fuel so that it launches one. But basically, right now we're trying to do 2 launches off this planet before we can leave. Launch number 1 is going to be our Planet Rockets book, and we're going to launch a EM plant load. We're going to put that on this silo. And then the other launch we're trying to do is the player. We're trying to launch the player up. The EM plant load is going to send 4 EM plants back to Novice. It's also going to do a mix of gear and circuits so that Novice doesn't have to send any more gear and circuits to the planet. Let's go back to Gleba, because I believe on the planet we haven't launched this rocket yet. So let's launch this mixed rocket up to the ship. And then once this mixed load on Gleba has been sent, we can flip this back to auto and pretty much never look at it again. It will do every other launch for the entire run automatically. This is different than the previous guide. The previous guide had like 5 or 6 manual launches that had to continuously be done from Gleba, which was super annoying and awful. That is no longer the case. It is just one mixed load and then it's all automatic. All right, so let's deliver this load to the Factorio ship. And then as soon as one of these ships is ready to take us out of here, we are leaving. This one is at 82%. So I'm just deleting this blue box to give all priority to this one for all the fuel that gets made so that we launch this one first. Because all the fuel going in here is a waste. Let's check tech. So tech that you can research at this point, you need explosives too, and you need rocketry, because you're trying to get to rocket turrets. And then while you're waiting to research rocket turrets, you can do bullet upgrades. So do bullet upgrades 3, do bullet upgrades 4, do explosives upgrades 3. You're gonna need tons of explosives, bullet speed, bullet damage. So if you're done all the research we've reviewed already, you are going to prep rocket turrets to be researchable, and then just load your queue with all damage upgrades until you actually get Gleba Science back to Novice. Gleba Science back to Novice is happening on this ship right now. So you need to research rocket turrets. By the time this ship gets home, you want to have rocket turrets being researched. All right, this is ready to launch, and I apparently have a bunch of stuff in my inventory. I'm going to dump all that there. Travel to Fulgora. Again, the Fulgora ship has its course all laid in, so it's waiting for EM plants and the passenger to be present, and then it's immediately going to go to Novice and then Vulcanus. You don't have to do a single thing. You launch yourself up to the ship, it's going to go for you. Let's now go look at the Vulcanus ship, which is sitting in orbit around Vulcanus. We can start cutting material from here. It's going to be the exact same thing as every other ship. You're going to launch every single thing you see until it gets to repair packs. Stop. Then you're going to do it again, I believe, until iron ore. Stop. Skip ice. Do plates. Steel. Skip carbon. Do lubricant. Leave a stack of gear. Leave a stack of circuits. Cut red circuits. Blue circuits. Cut electric engines. Cut frames. Cut LDS. Cut rocket fuel. Don't cut these asteroids or space platform. You're going to cut the armor, the fission reactor, the battery, and the exoskeleton. As always, this is going to look exactly the same every single time on all of the inner planets. Okay, so let's take a status report of the game right now. We've got the player on the way to Fulgora. The Vulcanus ship is already at Vulcanus. The Gleba ship's on its way to Novice with Gleba Science. The goal right now with your tech is to get biolabs. To get biolabs, you first need rocket turrets and capture bot rockets, which is going to happen with the current load of science. The next load of science is going to be enough to get the biolabs themselves. So that's entirely the goal right now with science, is just getting biolabs. And then otherwise, it's just researching damage for bullets and explosives. The next thing we're going to want to do is start getting the Aquilo ship ready. So every single time we go to a new planet, there's a ship somewhere to start getting ready to go to its planet. Aquilo is the last one. We're taking the Aquilo white ship. We're going to delete every single thing on it and send it back to nothing. And then carefully, we're going to drop out all of these asteroids manually. Just be really careful, because if you accidentally drop all of this stuff out of the ship, it's super annoying. Super annoying, because you have to get some of this stuff back up onto the ship. So just you'll notice like my slots are full now, so just don't like spam click like crazy. Just be a little careful when you're dropping these asteroid chunks out, but we want to get rid of them because they take up a crazy high amount of cargo space that we don't want to use that way. Once all of that is empty, we want to request 700 space platform. So turn on this space platform requester. The next thing you could do on Novice, because Novice is set up in such a way that it only holds on to so much space platform at a time, we're going to want to pump out space platform from here as hard as we can now. And as this starts consuming space platform, the steel belt is going to get gutted. Especially as your speed gets faster, you're not going to have any steel in your base right now. Like, is there a mixed... What is this? Is there a mixed ore? Oh, this one's mixed. Oh, that's so funny. I've had mixed ore this whole time. Hilarious. That is super funny. Well, hopefully it doesn't cause a horrible problem somewhere. We might be lucky in that it's like fine. It probably is. Try not to let that happen. Okay, sorry. In your blueprint book, you have a steel to platforms book. You just want to make sure it's lined up the correct way with wire on the top, and then just hold shift and I drag it right through the entire thing. Don't go further because you might accidentally change the recipes on other assemblers, but that's going to just have your bots manually bring steel and wire here, which again, if you're really fast, you might need, because you might not have enough steel in this buffer. All of your steel might be in a buffer somewhere else, such as right here. So all the steel coming from backside has no way to access this, and I run into this issue often. So yeah, when that happens, you blame chat for not catching it. Exactly, that's exactly right. Okay, I hear a thumping noise. So that thumping noise is telling us that Fulgora has a stamp that needs to happen. It's the same thumping noise that happened when bots used to happen. Fulgora has several more stamps it needs to reach its final form. So if you grab your Fulgora book, you'll notice the first one is 5 that says alarm. So basically when the alarm's happening, we force stamp 5. Then when the alarm happens again, we'll force stamp 6. And when the alarm happens again, we'll force stamp 7. Easy peasy. Okay. So again, on this ship, I have this huge request for space platform. The other thing I'm going to do is after it's received a lot of space platform, I want to stamp in the ship Quillo Loader 1. When a Quillo Loader 1 goes in, I'm going to set the request here for platform and water. And then on Novice, in my book, there's a Quillo Loader mixed stamps. I'm going to start stamping all the Aquilo Loader mixed stamps onto all of these rockets. Okay. This alarm is telling me that EM plants have arrived on Novice, okay? I can delete this alarm and I can stamp 17. Literally what the alarm says is stamp 17 EM plants on Novice. So that's going to put in a new blueprint, which is going to add EM plants right here and that are going to make modules for me. And I'm also researching rocket turrets, which is good because the Gleba ship has already gotten here and left. We want to research rocket turrets and captivity. Then we can go back to researching bullets and explosives to the point that we are using no planetary research, just the basic ones from Novice. Okay, all of these ships that are supposed to go to Aquilo. So deliver to Aquilo, 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 Aquilo. Make sure this one has assembler 3s in it. Sometimes they're late. Aquilo, Aquilo, Aquilo. And then we're going to stamp 9 and 10 and set every other ship to auto. The Aquilo loader has 10 stamps in it total. And then there's going to be an alarm on the Aquilo loader ship that goes off when it is ready for you to stamp more of it. And then again, your mileage may vary. I typically have to keep spamming these blueprints to make more space platform. It could be because there's no steel, and it could be because there's no copper. I noticed that none of these have copper right now. And so again, if you just grab your blueprint, you can drag, it will bring copper to those. I am so sorry for that alarm. I know it is god awful terrible, but it's just telling you to stamp the loader 2, which I can now stamp the loader 2. The reason it does it like that is it wants to make sure you got water and you got your nuclear reactor first to make sure that power will exist properly. Once this is in place, you can set this ammo building request on and go back to novice and just make sure that these last 2 mix loads get sent. That's beeping noise is for Fulgora. So again, when you hear the beeping noise, just go to the next Fulgora print or stamp it. I'm sorry that the run has a lot of like alarms and stuff to pay attention to, but around this part of the run, there's just a lot going on. I assume that we're not gonna have some catastrophic issue with that mixed copper. I mean, everything looks fine, so we might have less green circuits than we should somewhere, but at this pace, it won't matter. Who knows? I don't see anywhere else they've infiltrated like horribly badly. Hard to know. Okay, deliver to Aquilo. Deliver to Aquilo. Set to auto. Set to auto. You should now have an Aquilo ship that exists. It's got a nuclear power plant, which is getting heat because it's got fuel. It has water in the tanks, and it has its requests on. It may be a little inefficient because I can tell right now I'm missing space platform to build out a lot of this. That's okay. Space platform is in the requests, and eventually from novice, it will get space platform sent up to it. It just might take a while. If your pace is slower, it's totally fine to wait. There's logic on this ship that it will not run the power hard until like if there's not enough water in these tanks, it turns off every single thing on here to make sure that there's always water and ability to get more water so that the power doesn't brick. So should be relatively safe until it gets like platform and stuff. Okay, Fulgora ship is almost at Vulcanus. I did not set my drop, but I should have set drop to Vulcanus. Players at Vulcanus now. The Fulgora ship is going to just on its own, after it drops off the player, it's going to go back to Fulgora and just wait there for a really long time. Don't need to worry about it. Gleba's ship is at Gleba, which it's doing its thing automatically. So on Gleba, everything's automated. Don't have to touch a thing. If the alarms on the ships are annoying you, you can turn them off. It's all automatic now. You don't have to look at it once. It's a lot smoother than it used to be. All right, on Vulcanus, let's pick up all of our stuff. And first thing you're gonna do on Vulcanus is switch your power armor. So open up your existing armor and empty it. Put your Mark II on, and then you want 6 legs. It's the wrong armor. Open your Mark II. You want reactors, legs, batteries, roboports. That's what your armor should look like now. First thing you're doing, let's get our Vulcanus book, replace our Gleba book, which we don't need anymore. And we are going to locate, let's build 20 construction bots, 30 logistics bots, 1 offshore pump, and 12 iron chests. Okay. Then you're going to grab your book and set up power. You want to point the chem plant towards roughly the sulfuric acid section, which is down here. That is probably Fulgora. Another stamp here. So just go to Fulgora, stamp in 7 with a force stamp. 7 should be the last one that you have to stamp. Fulgora should leave you alone for a while now. If you were fast, you'd be done by now. It's true. It's actually pretty crazy to think that. Okay. You have 7 pump jacks. We're going to place all 7 of them. And then connect your sulfuric acid. Make sure these are all powered. What a terrible noise. Decon EM plants on novice. Speed 2s are done. Hey, so the base counts how many modules you're making, and it only uses the EM plants for a certain amount of time. If you are faster, the EM plants will run a lot longer. A lot longer. As you get slower, it's not going to need them as much. So we're already done with them. You can decon them and move on. Simple. Very simple, easy. It just, it's The EM plants are more important as you get faster because you're going to need more efficient use of your blue and red circuits. But at this pace, it doesn't matter. So after you get the pump jacks set up to this chem plant, you're going to run power over to the calcite. You're going to hand mine like 4 calcite. And then you're going to do Roboport connection. Make sure it touches these red boxes. And then over here, make sure it touches this blue box. Hand fill calcite into the chem plant. Release all the Logibots that you have. Place a yellow chest and just fill it with pretty much literally whatever. Anything except your construction bots. Don't fill it with your construction bots. Right now, you have a clean inventory. You've got power slowly churning to life. Your goal right now is to mine 1,000 of this tungsten ore. I find it helpful to put it somewhere on my inventory so I can track it. We're now going to just run around the planet and mine 1,000 tungsten ore. So again, we've released Logibots so they can bring calcite to the power. We've kept construction bots on ourselves. We've connected sulfuric acid to the power. We've connected Roboport coverage to the calcite. And we've set up drills on calcite. We've manually put calcite into the chem plant so it can get bootstrapped a little bit. And now over time, the panels that we left there are going to get the steam power running. And now we can just spend our time while that's getting going, collecting rocks until we have 1,000 tungsten ore. By the way, the best way to do this is like basically kind of like what you see me doing. Like you kind of grab like one at a time. So notice like if I stand here and just do a bunch, I have to like kind of walk all over the place. It takes a little longer. The bots are following me around. Uses more of my power. It's a little less efficient. I find it better to skim one at a time like this. Your mileage may vary. Why not everything with logic and blueprints so that everything happens automatically? Can you give me an example? Like I can't, as far as I know, please tell me if I'm wrong, but as far as I know, I can't deconstruct a building with logic. So I need to place the EM plants, and then I need to, at some point, I need to manually deconstruct them because those 4 EM plants are used on Novice temporarily, and then they get sent to Aquilo. And so, yeah, not without recursive BP mod. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, yes, I honestly, a lot more stuff in these prints has been made automatic, but you just can't make everything automatic. Okay, so you'll notice I'm handcrafting stone furnaces right now. This happens every time you do this. Your inventory is going to fill up. Handcraft as many stone furnaces as you possibly can. That is going to remove stone from your inventory to give you more space to keep picking up ore. Again, you're trying to do this until you have 1,000 tungsten ore. We're almost there. And again, just keep crafting stone furnaces. If you reach a point where your inventory looks like this, take your stone furnaces that you've been crafting, lay them out, and then take ore and fill it into all the furnaces. Your goal being a completely empty inventory. Done. All right, now we can come back down here. We've got our 1,000 tungsten ore. We're going to set up our Vulcanist base. What we're looking at, so I'm going to set up the Vulcanist base right around here, and then I'm going to explain why. So right here where I'm standing, this belt is to receive coal. So in a perfect world, your coal patch being here, you're going to set up a line of drills that pushes coal into this belt like that. And so that is why I generally always set up my base underneath the coal patch where it's as close to the power I've made as possible, but able to most easily receive coal from this vertical belt. In this case, vertical, sometimes horizontal. So the next blueprint in your book will be the coal drills. So again, just line them up so that they're all on coal. And then drag your belt down into here. Make sure power is connected from main base to these drills. Make sure your bots have time to build all of this. And then we're going to go down this way and we're going to bring power with us to the main power. You can now pick up the box that you left here earlier. The reason that you can pick that box up so easily is because we cleared our inventory so aggressively of all the random crap we had in it. Next thing you're going to want to do is take your sulfuric acid, bring your sulfuric acid up to your base, and make sure that it touches right here. Now, I made this mistake literally in my PB. I put my underground belt pipe right here. Remember, when there's a pipe in the blueprint, don't remove it. Place your underground belt off of it, or underground pipe off of it, because it will get force stamped in later and ruin your day. All right, once all of this is built, you've got all of this tungsten ore. You're gonna put all your tungsten ore in these assemblers and in these 2 chests right here. So all that tungsten ore is now here. We have sulfuric acid, we have coal, we are making tungsten carbide. While we are making tungsten carbide, and yeah, Jhor, pop a message on Discord, I'll tell you how. I can show you. If you stream and want to be able to draw on the screen, it's very, very easy. It's super easy. And I can show you exactly how, and you can do it too. And then you can have a stream that looks like this. Cool. All right, next thing I'm gonna do is bring red belt. And so you should have a screenshot. Again, you should know roughly the easiest patch of tungsten that you can possibly find. The next thing you're doing once you're getting the carbide set up is we have to wait for all of that ore to turn into carbide. And so I find efficiently while waiting, I'm gonna drag red belt to my tungsten patch, because figuring out where that is and then kind of figuring out the drag pattern takes a little while. And so it's something you can do with your mind while you're waiting for your base to craft all that carbide. All right, found the tungsten. You should have a pretty good amount of red belt that you can be like, I don't want to say wasteful, but you can not be perfect. Like you should have a pretty big, I have never had a map where I don't have tungsten close enough where like a red belt's a problem. It's pretty safe to use red belt inefficiently. Then we're just gonna bring power poles backwards. I would say power poles are at a bigger risk of not making it than red belt. Okay, power is connected. So now our carbide should be, by this point, nearly done. When that is the case, we're gonna pick up these 2 blue inserters and these 2 iron chests. We are going to pick up the red inserters here, and we're gonna pick up these iron chests here. You should now have in your inventory all the carbide you made. We are going to go get, and if it's still crafting carbide, go get lava first. You need lava. Let's go get a source of lava, which is here. And now you should have somewhat near your base. You should have sulfuric acid. You should have lava, and you can stamp in the foundry maker blueprint. Let's connect power to that. This section is very delicate. You have to be careful. If you accidentally miscraft here, you're gonna have a bad time. So you are going to empty out your lube barrels. They go into this pipe. All of your lube is now in this pipe. If you delete pipe, your run is over. Well, your PB is over. You're now going to make 1 foundry in this assembler and then immediately remove all of the other material. If you make a second foundry, your PB is over. You will not, you're gonna screw up the build. Okay, when that foundry is done, pick it up and it gets placed. Pump everything into the foundry now to make more foundries. The total amount of foundries you want this to make is 6. You don't have to do any math. You're just gonna use all of your refined concrete and steel. It has now made 6 foundries. Now you can safely pick all of this up. Once you have 6 foundries, basically a total of 7 foundries because you made 1 and then 6. Now we're going to stamp the next print, which is the drills maker. We are going to bring sulfuric acid to the drills maker here. And then you are going to bring lava to the drills maker up here. Good. And then, oh crap. Make sure that your drills maker is connected to power, and make sure that it has RoboPort coverage because these things need calcite. Now you have a setup that will make you drills here, which you're going to manually fill this with drills. Your concrete is coming out from here to make a silo. So this one box here needs to take all of your brick. You should have exactly 400 brick put in this box to make concrete. You are trying now to get this to make 16 of the big mining drills for you. 16. What category world record is this? You have a huge patches board, not default, right? Yo, Rusty Phillip, it is called RSNG Plus. Should be on speedrun.com 2 days ago. I don't know what's taking them so long, but it should be on speedrun.com soon. Okay, so that alarm right now, by the way, is telling us that Fulgora Holmium is done. We can just delete that alarm. We don't need to do anything with it right now. It's just a good to know. I'll go over Fulgora stuff in a second. I just first want to get these 50. Okay, so there, done. Again, you don't have to worry about overcrafting mining drills because once you are out of drills and red circuits, it's done. You now have 16 of them. So when I pick it up, I have 16. Before you leave, reset the recipe on this one to steel. Now run towards the drills. While that is making concrete and steel for our silo and our cargo landing pad, we can run all the way back to our drill setup and we can craft them. Or place them, I should say. Bots should just do all this for you. You should now have 16 big mining drills, tons of speed modules, and a full red belt of that ore placed and on its way back. There we go. Sweet. It was very entertaining to watch. If you're saying you enjoyed watching my category, Rusty Phillip, thank you very much. I think this category is the most fun Space Age category. It's fast. It's exciting. It has a cool ending with the, you know, the excitement of which they all have that. But like, I like the category. It's really fun to play. It's fun to watch. If you're talking about my category, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. While this is making stuff for my silo, I want to review some stuff. So our Gleba ship just got back to Novice and we're getting an alarm that says carbon fiber done. What this means is we have all the carbon fiber we expect to have for the entire run. So I can go to my Gleba ship now and I can manually remove the carbon fiber request from it. When the carbon fiber alarm goes off, you can manually remove the carbon fiber request from the Gleba ship. That's it. All you have to do for now. Other things you can do to help your speed. You'll notice right now my Gleba ship is at Novice and it's not leaving. I find that the game will prioritize launches to Aquilo White, and I want it to prioritize the Gleba ship to get the Gleba ship moving. So I turn off the ammo building requests on the Aquilo ship until I see the Gleba ship go back to Gleba. Which right now, I'm not totally sure why it's not. Oh, it has 18 science sitting on it for some stupid reason. That's just so weird. Never seen it do that. Maybe there was like a limit on it dropping stuff. Whatever. Okay. Gleba ship's moving. We can leave ammo building on. Other things. So right now, yeah, let me focus on Vulcanus again for a second. Let's pick up all this stuff and we can craft a silo and a landing pad. Perfect. Pick up all the refineries, pick up all the inserters and all the chests. The only things you don't need to pick up right here are the chests right here that have stone in them. You can leave those. That's fine. Okay. Next thing you're going to want to do is go to your Vulcanus book and you're going to want to stamp in the Vulcanus main base 2 or stamp it in place. And then the last thing you need to do is take the lava that you brought here earlier and run it over this way so that it connects into the lava pipe right here. You should already have sulfuric acid connecting here. So now you should have a fully built Vulcanus base. The only thing you might run out of is yellow belt right here. Just manually replace it with red. Doesn't matter if it's red or yellow. It's just the amount of yellow belt is made so that this connects perfectly to this. So sometimes you run out of yellow belt here. Just replace it with red. Doesn't matter either way. It's fine. Your silo, manually fill it with circuits, LDS, and fuel. Put the rest of the circuits, LDS, and fuel in the landing pad here. You can take all of your bots and release them. And then these iron chests can take all the garbage that you have. Then you're going to place a yellow chest and give it everything else that you have so the bots have access to all of it. Now you are going to manually run to the calcite. And then you're going to put 500 calcite into the ship because we want to launch this to Vulcanus, to the Vulcanus ship, I should say. Put the rest in here. And then any extra can just go in the iron. The other thing you're going to need is all of your tungsten carbide, and you're going to need to go to one of the science assemblers and manually just keep stealing material from it. What you are trying to get right now is a minimum of 150 tungsten carbide and 60 tungsten steel. So we're just going to slightly delay our science, very, very little, because we need to steal 60 tungsten steel and 150 carbide. Once that is done, perfect. Put all of that into a yellow chest. If you have to manually remove other stuff, that's fine. It's more important to have the carbide. The steel, we don't need at all. Now, this 500 calcite can be sent to Vulcanus. In our planetary mixed loads, we should have a tungsten mixed load that we can put on the Vulcanus silo. That is going to take the carbide, steel, and a bit of science. So carbide, steel, and a bit of science. This is also going to be sent to the Vulcanus ship. And then you, the player, are going to go to the Vulcanus ship. And then the Vulcanus ship can be set to auto. So I'm just going to wait for this to be ready to launch. I'm going to deliver this to Vulcanus. I would like to see Speedrun Factorio Space Age speedrun tasks, see the limits and possibilities. I know Zaspar is working on a 1.1 task, which I think has taken him several years. I don't think you'll ever see a task for Space Age because the amount of time it would take to make it is like insane. The amount of effort that goes into the tasks for this game, it's pretty incredible. I look forward to the day Zaspar's task is done because it's completely insane to watch it go. It's like crazy the amount of actions you can put out a second. Would a fast inserter, it would be. A fast inserter would be better here, but it doesn't really matter. If you're trying to go faster, I typically just manually keep this to be full. If you're trying to min-max speed as hard as you can, just do it manually. All right, so I'm gonna now travel to the Vulcanus ship myself. And then once I have traveled to the Vulcanus ship, I've done 3 launches to the ship right now. I've done 500 calcite, the tungsten mix load, and the player. The last thing that's needed is science. So I'm gonna go to the ship and turn on the Vulcanus requests. It says after Aquilo, like all in caps, just you do it at the end right now. Okay, that super annoying alarm is telling us to stamp the edge ship. So what that means is we have made enough ammo, we have made enough rockets, and there's enough concrete. It's basically ready to go to Aquilo. Now, I know that you guys get a little stressed with the final trip to Aquilo because it's really stressful and you sometimes run out of bullets and you run out of rockets. If you feel like that is going to happen to you, you can go into these arms and just manually change the limit here to, let's say, 5,500, and it'll make a few more bullets. Maybe you want a few more rockets. Let's change this to 3,200 on all the things that put rockets in. So if you feel like you want this to run a little bit longer, you can manually edit this ship to make that happen. That's okay. I like it as minimized as possible because I'm trying to push the speed, and for me, this works. If you want a little cushion, you can change the inserters to give you a little bit more of a cushion, okay? And you can let that run a little longer. Nothing wrong with that. That's totally okay. Okay, right now what we're trying to do is get every single ship, which is currently on Fulgora, Gleba, and Vulcanus. We're trying to get all of them back to Novice so that we can research biolabs and get the heck out of here. Which apparently I totally forgot about the biter egg handling. Okay, sorry, I forgot about this. You should do this early, like before even leaving Novice. There's a book called Egg Capture. You want to set up your rocket silo where it can only touch 2 egg nests. And then in the same book, you want to set up these egg capture things on the nests, connect power to them, and make sure that it's in robo range because there's logistics chests here. So now the bots are going to come out and place that stuff, and hopefully then we'll be able to research biolabs. Okay, so we're trying to get all of these ships back to Novice as fast as possible. So on Fulgora, we heard that alarm go off earlier. That alarm was telling us that our holmium plates are done. So you have 2 books that need to be launched here, a holmium mix load and a quality 2 load. So we're going to put those 2 ships in. Another thing that you can do is you can delete, like, let's say 3 of the assemblers that are making holmium here, and you can remove the quality modules from the other assemblers. And the reason you're doing that is you don't need quality homium anymore, and you want to slow down the rate that it's stealing homium solution, because it's going to limit the amount of science you can make. Again, at a slower pace, it probably won't make a big difference, but as you get faster, you are going to be stealing too much science. Sorry, too much homium solution from science. So just make sure you've deleted an adequate amount, that this pipe trends up. We want this pipe trending full and not having all of it go into homium plates. Simple. All right, let's take these 2 mix loads, deliver them to the Factorio ship, which should be sitting there waiting. Then we're gonna set these 2 silos to automatic. You could have had them at automatic before, that would have been fine. The Factorio ship is trying to wait for 1800 science from this planet, as well as those mix loads, and then it'll head to novice. Okay, we've captured some biters. Let's research biolabs. After researching biolabs, again, we're just going to want more military upgrades. I'll have a full list of all the bullet and explosive upgrades that you're trying to achieve for the run in the guide. But yeah, you're trying to get biolabs and military. Biolabs and military, that's this entire hour of the run at the end is just bullet upgrades and biolabs. Okay. This was ready to stamp the edge ship, and I see that it's made those extra bullets and rockets that I want, which makes me a little happier, because I'm a slower runner and I want a little bit of peace of mind. Then I'm going to delete all of these sections out of the ship. The stuff that you really don't want to delete, like really don't want to delete, is the water tanks. Pretty much every other entity. Oh, and the reactor. Do not delete the reactor. Do not delete the tanks of water. Everything else can be kind of screwed up a little bit, but like you want it to look roughly like this. Then you are going to force stamp in the edge ship, and this little edge piece at the side you can trim out of there. You can just trim that little piece out. Then you are going to select the Aquilo main base and the Gleba don't drop. Once those are selected, you are going to go to novice, and yes, this is going to start automatically sending stuff. You could turn off auto on all these if you wanted to prior to setting the auto request, because we now want to do the main base mixed request. So Aquilo main base 1, main base 2, main base 3, main base 4, main base 5, main base 6, main base 7, main base 8. And start doing the Aquilo main base mix loads. So again, our Factorio ship on its way to novice. Good. Gleba ship on its way to novice. Good. Vulcanist ship. Don't know what's going on here. It's waiting for science. Why? It's got plenty. Oh, I forgot to put the Vulcanist silo to auto. There you go. So that should get the Vulcanist ship heading to novice. This is roughly what you're looking for around this part of the run. You're looking for every single planetary ship to be heading to novice, and you're trying to research biolabs, and then you're going to be trying to research Aquilo as hard as possible. Okay, let's start sending stuff up to the main load for the Aquilo main base. So deliver to Aquilo, deliver to Aquilo. Something else you need to do is once these are captured, oh my, they don't have any bioflux, but I should have so much. Is it all turning into... That's interesting. I've never had these die before on a run. I'm assuming that won't happen, but it's concerning. It's a little concerning. There is bioflux here, but it's on the way. I think the reason that this happened is because I didn't stamp this in sooner. This is why you absolutely must... Yeah, I've already made a ton of capture ball rockets. You must stamp this in earlier. Stamp this in before leaving. Like when you leave for novice, have this stamped in, because then it will get enough bioflux to stay on for the entire run. I did not do that, and I might pay the price. If I have to, I'll go into editor to fix it. Not the end of the world. But yeah, make sure that that is correctly stamped. Okay, let's keep sending stuff to Aquilo. So again, you're going to notice that some of these rockets don't have everything they need because you're waiting for stuff from planets like quality modules. That's okay. You do want to deconstruct this rocket turret because you need to send it up to the Aquilo ship. Okay, so deliver to Aquilo, deliver to Aquilo, deliver to Aquilo, deliver to Aquilo. Okay, let's do another round. Aquilo 9, Aquilo 10, Aquilo 11, Aquilo 12, Aquilo 13, and Aquilo 14, which is the last one. Then we can start setting them to auto. I think I'm gonna have to jump into the editor to manually fix this. So one, my bad. All right, I'm supposed to be on this ship. Okay. Nobody saw that. Hand wave. Okay, there. They're eating good now. No problem. No problem at all. They're eating healthy, eating good. Maybe keep that. Well, the problem with that is like bot rockets are counted very exactly, so I wouldn't have enough bot rockets to do other things. Yeah, it's like a very fixed number, so it's fine. I'll just hand wave and fix it. Make sure you stamp those egg capture things when you leave novice. I do that on like literally every run I've ever done, and I've never had this problem happen before, and I think it's just because all the bioflux got used when I didn't realize there was no request for it over there. Okay, let's keep launching stuff to Aquilo. Everything that we can, anything that's full, launch it to Aquilo. Just make sure that they are full. So again, these ones that need stuff from specific planets, just don't launch them accidentally when they don't have what they need. If you have launched a rocket and you don't need to launch any more manually, which is the state we're in now, just set them all to automatic. And the Gleba ship will be here very soon. Agora ship is already here. So little min-max things like managing the flow of the ships as you get really fast is critical. So like I tend to turn off the requests that they have for different planets. Like I turn those off to make sure the thing I want loaded the most gets loaded. I am not going to min-max that hard on this tutorial run, but as you get really fast, you might find that you're waiting on a certain ship to load, and you're like, you can turn off loads on some ships and turn on loads on others. One thing I will warn you is on this Aquilo ship, once you've turned on this main base request, you don't turn it off. Do not turn it off under any circumstances, because if you do, Novice is requesting certain things that you want on that ship. So just be very delicate and make sure you unrequest stuff or whatever you got to do. Otherwise, you'll have a major problem where it'll start sending stuff back down. Okay, so our bioflux is now done. There's an alarm that it tells us bioflux is done. Set Gleba science to 4,000. We can delete that alarm. We're going to go to our Gleba ship and we're going to change the request here to 4,000 and delete the bioflux request. Again, there's an alert, or sorry, 66% of our biolabs. It's going to put in 2/3 of our biolabs here, but it's going to allow these original labs to continue running while it does that. What that means is we are not going to do any research at all that has a planetary science pack in it. That includes 7 for explosives because it's got Gleba science in it. No planetary research whatsoever until we've done the next stamp, which is going to delete all of these labs here. You could do a second request on the ship. You're right, I could do that, Skullguard. It's not a bad idea, but that's not the way it is right now, so be careful. All right, so all of our ships have made it to Novice, so we can start launching these mix loads up to Aquilo. So mix load to Aquilo, mix load to Aquilo. This one should be full very soon. Excuse me. Some of the required bioflux comes with the second rocket. Yeah, but it's still like, it's not the bioflux that's the issue. It's like it's the using the extra bot rockets, which is not budgeted correctly. All right, deliver to Aquilo. Set to auto. All right, we've now got 8 silos on auto. Every manual launch sent to Aquilo. We are making biolabs. Typically what I do in a run that's fast paced right now is I try to wait until like a decent amount of the biolabs are up, and then I force stamp the next stamp in and start researching towards Aquilo. You still need the stuff I'm researching now, like the bullets, so I usually let those go a little longer. You can also manually check your science counts. Again, we're playing very slowly, so we have a huge abundance of every single tech or every single science pack that we need. You may find as your pace gets really fast that you start getting limits on purple science, military science, maybe yellow science, maybe blue science. The planetary ones should be pretty precisely counted, so as long as you don't waste them foolishly, that you should be fine there. Anyway, we should be able to make the biolabs. They're all here. We're just waiting. One thing you can do is you can manually check your uranium setup. So this is done. Once these two are not doing anything anymore and this box is sitting full of uranium, this is done. I typically will then deconstruct those 2 centrifuges in that box and every single beacon that's here. And the reason that I do that is because right now, in order to make biolabs, the bots are doing this super long run of uranium, and I find that sometimes like they're waiting too long for that trip. So if I deconstruct the whole thing, it will bring all that uranium ore here much, much more quickly because it'll bring it closer to like a centralized point in the base. We're also very slow on biter eggs, and the reason we're slow on them is because we didn't have this stamped right away, which we should have. Whoopsie. I have nothing to research now except for going to Aquilo, so I am going to stamp 19, which is going to force deconstruct the basic labs. So I force stamp that in. All of our basic labs are gone now, meaning it is safe to research towards the Aquilo research, and then also to go to Explosives 7 and Explosives 8. Once you have what you see on the screen, Explosives 8, bullet speed maxed out, and bullet damage 7, that is adequate. You have the like required research to make the amount of rockets and bullets you have effective enough to get to Aquilo and get to the edge safely. That's like all that you absolutely need. Sometimes I pump out extra bullet upgrades at the very end of the run just for fun. Is it needed? No, it's not needed. It's not needed at all. But don't worry about that. Okay. Right now we are loading our ship to go to Aquilo. It has requests on it. They are being met. All the manual launches are done. This is looking really, really good. We are just waiting now for the research to catch up, for all of the requests to be met here from the launches, and for all of our biolabs to get built. Everything looks pretty good. This is like generally a point in the run that's really smooth. Something I have forgotten to do is you need to drop to novice, and you know, keen observers will note I forgot to do this in my PB. Drop to novice so that you can go to Aquilo too. Alright, so when you land on novice, you're gonna make a run towards the assembler right here that has the bot personal roboports in it. It's like right next to the landing pad. You're gonna go into this box and grab 4 personal roboports. You're gonna go into your inventory and remove 2 legs, and then put in their place 4 personal roboports, and you can go into the same box and dump the legs. That stamp is telling us to leave for Aquilo now. You can delete this alarm. You don't need it yelling at you. It's just telling you that it has everything it needs to go to Aquilo. Then you've got to find a rocket that you can take up to that ship as well. And we haven't researched Aquilo yet, so it's fine. The reason all these rockets are launching right now is they're trying to get the Gleba ship and the Vulcanus ship out of here. So they're launching like LDS and circuits and stuff up to those ships. It's all good. You can go to Aquilo if you drop to novice. Yes, right. You too can go to Aquilo if you first drop to novice. All right, this one's done. Deliver to me to Aquilo. There we go. All right, Gleba ship's moving. Perfect. Vulcanus ship has every request. Perfect. Willow. I just want to make sure that this actually has everything. So it has everything we see here. The alarm is a little misleading because you want to make sure all the walls get built and that this wall request is met. So don't leave until the walls are actually here, which is apparently not in the alarm. I'll try to change that so it's in the alarm. Usually walls are like the last thing that gets sent to the ship, the very, very last thing. But now we can see there's no request here that the ship is waiting for. Every single thing is met. The alarm sounded, so it has everything it's checking for. I am also on the ship, and it automatically loads ammo for the first trip. This ship is effectively 100% ready. If I was min-maxing and trying to go as hard as possible, I would send the ship to Gleba right now, and then it's a little closer. I'm not gonna do that. It's just a guide. I just wanna make sure everything runs smoothly, and it's a little smoother if you don't do it like that, because you'll have to reload ammo again, and the ammo count gets a little funky. Did those requests show several things red? Yeah. So the reason that there's things that are red is like EM plants, calcite, they all request more than you have on the ship. So like I don't need 500 tungsten carbide, I only need 150, but I have to set the request to be more because I don't want the ship to automatically send the smaller number, but I also don't want the ship to drop it back to novice. It's just a annoying functionality, the way the game works. Calcite, yeah, calcite's here. Yeah, no, everything, it all made it up here. The reason calcite doesn't show 500 is because it puts some of it into the fuel, so it's not quite at 500. Anyway, it's confusing. I know it's annoying and confusing to look at, but yeah, that's that. Okay, we should have Aquilo researched very, very soon. Then those things looks good. Run is looking good. Sub 6 could be a sub 6 guide, maybe. All right, the ship is ready to move. You have to do this manually. When the ship is ready to move, you just click Aquilo, boom, it's gonna go. The amount of ammo and rockets it has here, provided that you have the researches we've already discussed and are now researching explosives 7 and 8, is enough to get to Aquilo safely. You do not need to babysit this ship. You do not need to look at this ship. The other 3 ships, I'm going to delete completely. And I'm going to delete the tracker that I'm tracking. I'm going to pin the Aquilo ship. It's the only one I care about now. I want to go to Vulcanus and make sure that this rocket silo is on auto. I want to go to Gleba, make sure this rocket silo is on auto. Go to Fulgora and make sure those silos are on auto. Just a small thing just to make sure those are all on auto. Every single ship now should be on the way to its own planet to get science. And if so, you're good. You're totally good. So we just literally have to watch the Aquilo ship fly to Aquilo. Now, things you might do now is I like to get the Aquilo book out, and then I also like to prep a section of my hotbar to go in order. I like ice platform, concrete, and then heat pipe. And the reason that I set it up like that is because by setting it up like that, there's going to be a lot of sections on Aquilo where you're trying to place a line of ice platform, then a line of concrete, then a line of heat pipe. The more you can do that manually without making your bots do it, the much faster you'll go, because Aquilo and bots is a horrible combo. Bots don't like to work hard on Aquilo. They get cold, they get lazy. So I just like having my hotbar kind of like this, because concrete, ice platform, and heat pipe are the 3 main things that are going to be placed on this planet in very, very high numbers. So the more you can do that for your bots, the better. That simple. So again, some of these back guns, the way this ammo print works is the back guns tend to have less ammo in them than the front guns, just so that we prioritize the front guns having the bulk of the ammo. I do not need to restamp this. I am certain, I've done this run so many times, it will do the trip from novice to Aquilo cleanly without any intervention every single time, as long as you have the ammo upgrades that we've discussed already. So I'm not concerned about it. It will make it. Even if you see some of the back turrets running out, don't worry about it. I didn't even know you can print ammo in the turrets. Yep. So I have a blueprint right here called the ammo loader. And this blueprint literally just has ammo in it, and we stamp it and they fill with ammo. Now, we're at Aquilo. Let's drop. Something I do when I get to Aquilo is I do not restamp ammo. I just leave it here. It'll use what it uses. I just don't worry about it. If you don't restamp ammo and you leave it alone, it'll waste the minimum amount possible. For dropping items to Aquilo strategy. This is a little different than the other planets, and it's complicated and it's challenging. There's a lot of stuff on this ship. You need some of it, you don't need all of it, and you got to make sure you drop the right stuff. For me, I like to do all the concrete immediately, and then I like to do all the steel. And then I like to do all the electric engines, the blue circuits, and the pipe. Then I like to do the red circuits and the green circuits and the frames. And then let's say 2 stacks of iron plates. Then we're going to do the yellow chests. The reason I do that in that very, very precise order is that on the planet now, when I pick everything up, because you're going to have inventory management problems on this planet, and they're just annoying to deal with. When I pick up everything I've dropped now, I should be able to craft 20 construction bots, 80 logistics bots, an offshore pump, and a rocket silo. That is like the main crafting you have to do on this planet the entire time that you're here. And by crafting the rocket silo, it just easily clears up the clutter, and then I can continue dropping what's left. You don't need the belt. We can drop the arms, the poles, all the pipe, the boxes, the roboports, the combinator. You do not need the speaker or the constant combinator, but you can certainly drop them. You might need the constant combinator. Just drop them. It doesn't matter. You want the refined concrete. You don't need all this brick. This brick can just sit here. It's just going to waste space for you. You can do the panels, the accumulators, the reactors, all the heat pipe. You can do pretty much everything now. Like, you're going to need all of this stuff right until you get to the iron ore. Don't drop the iron ore. Don't drop all the plates. All of these plates you don't need. You do need all the solid fuel. You don't need the explosives. Do not drop the carbon, the water bottles. Drop the LDS. Drop the rocket fuel. Drop the uranium fuel. Do not drop calcite. Drop the tungsten carbide and the steel. All the holmium. All the superconductors. The carbon fiber. Once you've dropped carbon fiber, that should be the last thing on the list. Carbon fiber should be the last thing on the list. The plates that are up here, consider these to be like buffer plates. If you need these plates, you can drop them and craft stuff, but you shouldn't need them. Now on the planet, I can start picking everything up. I'm still probably gonna have an inventory problem. So I hit my inventory problem, find some spot off in kind of out of the way, place a yellow chest, and fill it with a bunch of stuff you're not going to need right away. So you could, since you've already crafted the silo, you can cut, like, let's say half the concrete, half the heat pipe, all the blue circuits, the carbide, the holmium, the superconductors, the carbon fiber. You can get the silo away. You don't need that right now. That's reasonable. Let's say that much. Then you should be able to pick up everything else. It's nice to have all this stuff picked up before you start deconning and prepping the main base. Hey, Functional, how you doing? Okay, next thing you gotta do on Aquilo is you're going to need to pick up as much ice as possible, which is in the way of the main base. You want to do this slowly, like this, where you're minimizing the amount of bot usage, because again, you will drain your suit and the bots will get really, really temperamental. So one piece at a time, moving slowly around, or a couple pieces at a time, help them pick up stuff as much as you can. And you're trying to clear the area where you're eventually going to have the base. So just like the main middle part of Aquilo, clear it all out. The more ice you clear, the easier you're going to have a time with the rest of Aquilo. But obviously clearing ice takes time. So you want to get Aquilo built as fast as you can. You need more ice because it gives you lithium, it gives you platform. You need all of that stuff, but the less time you spend clearing this stuff, the better. Now, this is a really, really good Aquilo spawn because it's got a ton of ice on it. It's got an entire second island nearby. You ideally, on your Aquilo, want to access as much of this ice as possible and then put your base where it's not over top of the water where possible, because the least ice platform you need, the better. It's really, really annoying when you need more ice platform. Okay. So our Aquilo base, you'll notice there's 4 reactors at the top, or if I hold it like this at the left. If the Aquilo base is in this orientation, on the right side of the Aquilo base is where you're going to ideally look to connect brine, lithium brine. And on the reactor side is where you're going to be looking to connect fluorine. I know from the screenshot and from looking around on the map that I've got brine down here at the bottom and fluorine at the top. Yo, Storm D, how you doing, dude? So because of that, I'm going to take my base and I'm going to point the reactors north and then the rest of the base to the bottom because that's where my connection points are ideally. I'm going to scroll to Aquilo 4 and I'm going to take kind of a look at what it's going to look like when I stamp it like that. I think in PB I did it like this, which again, you're going to have to judge like is horizontal or vertical better. It's kind of a tough call sometimes, but I'll do it the same way I did on the PB. Stuff you want in the water less is going to be the top of the base where the reactors are. And the stuff that's okay to be in the water more, whoops, only stamp phase 1 first. Stuff that you want in the water more is probably down here because that's later to be built. Is this base flippable? I would not flip this base. I think it is okay to flip it. I don't see any reason why not, but I wouldn't flip it. I would just rotate it and not flip it. It's just, yeah. So you'll notice that some of the stuff never got stamped. So there's like only 1 reactor here. The reason for that is the game has this weird property where until you've placed concrete on a tile, it will not automatically blueprint that tile. So like every type of terrain needs you to have placed concrete on it at least once. So you can just get your concrete and do this. Just wave it all around, place at least 1 tile of ice platform and place concrete on it as well, which I did. Now, when I force stamp Aquilo in right here, it should place all the entities appropriately. Then it's the same strategy I was talking about before, where any long strip, you can do a 2 drag, which is going to be your ice platform, a 3 drag, which is your concrete, and then a 4 drag, which is your pipe. And by doing those 3 drags back to back to back, you're going to build the least possible extra fluff while getting your bots the least work possible. Once you get your 4 reactors down, take your 50 uranium fuel, drag it in a circle until all 4 reactors have roughly an even amount of fuel in it. Good. You flipped it once and it works fine. Yeah, okay. I didn't think, I couldn't remember if there was anything that prevented it from being flipped. I just have an aversion to flipping blueprints. I just feel like there's rarely a case where flipping it is going to be a huge difference maker. So I just don't flip it. But yeah, I can't see any reason why you couldn't flip this one. Anytime your bots are hovering and they can't build something, it's probably just because that tile needs concrete. Feel free to help them. Once this is fully built, make sure you put ice into this chem plant. This chem plant is isolated from the rest of the network. It's using these 5 panels to melt this ice, to get water, to get power into this. As soon as that has a melted ice, you are free to stamp the next stage of the prince. You can stamp sooner than that if you want to, but you're mostly just trying to make sure that that can freely melt some ice. The next thing you're trying to do is prep the base to receive brine and also to receive the ammoniacal solution from the water. Brine, we know, comes from this end. So sometimes when I'm waiting for ice, I just get a thin line of ice platform. I head over to where I know brine is going to be. And then I can start prepping base to receive that. Yep. This is like an insanely good brine map. We were saying before too, by the way, you if you have like I think I actually used too many. I need 1 for Florence. If you have 5 brine spots, that's really good. 6 is insane. This has like 7. This has 8. So like this is like really good and easy map to do lithium on, which is cool. Setting this up is just sort of a getting used to like how the pipe is going to get around, how the heat pipe is going to get around everything. So get all of these set up. Make sure heat pipe touches all of it. It can be a major pain in the butt. But you're going to need to use, yeah, basically as many little underground spots as possible to get the heat pipe through everything. You can be, I'll say, somewhat wasteful here. Because the base does should bring a pretty heavy excess of pipe and heat pipe and everything that you need. So you shouldn't need to be too careful. And then just make sure power touches all of it. Oh, something I completely forgot to set up. Funny, you can tell the difference of like locked in and speedrunning Derek versus slow playing guide Derek. One of the first things you want to set up on this planet is steel furnaces. You should have 6 of them. They can be placed in the snow. You don't need to put anything on them. Fill them with solid fuel. Fill them with lithium. You want to start spamming out lithium plates as fast as possible because you're going to need these for your cryo plants. This has made water. Yes, no. This is still getting heat. Okay. If you are spending time waiting for stuff to get heat, for stuff to get water, for stuff to start working for some reason or another, whatever it is, it's always valuable to pick up ice. You will never regret picking up more ice because you're going to need more lithium. You're going to need more ice platform. You're going to need more of everything. So anytime you're stalling and waiting for something, pick up ice. You can now stamp stage 2 of the Aquila print. Yes, I know power is not ready, but that's okay. We can still start getting this all ready to go. Again, one of the best things you can do to help the prints is just spamming concrete like damn near everywhere that it's needed, because the bots placing concrete takes a really long time. You should have plenty of excess concrete to be pretty wasteful with it. I would not worry about running out of concrete. Very, very unlikely. I've never had a run where I run out of concrete. I would not expect it to happen. Now, I'm saying that, and you're probably wondering, hey, Derek, you only have 20 concrete left. That's because a lot of it's up here in this box. Good. And all that ice you've been collecting, you can put it into these chem plants here, into these blue boxes here. That all of that has access to water when it needs it. Again, it feels really, really slow, but this planet just always feels really, really slow. The more you can help your bots build literally anything, the better, because they are slow as molasses at building stuff. Every entity you can put down for them is good. And what you're going to want is this box right here, which is making cryo plants. We're going to want to fill as much as we can with everything it needs to make cryo plants, which I left behind over here. I accidentally put down the refined concrete instead. That would be bad. Yeah, you don't want to put down the refined concrete. You just want to put the regular concrete down. So you're going to want blue circuits, superconductors, and refined concrete in this box. Blue circuits, superconductors, and refined concrete. And then all of this plating you've been making, again, same thing, put it in this box. Everything that cryoplants needs in this box. We now should have power actually functioning because these are running. All of this is on, so power looks like it is operating correctly. We want to get the first 4 cryoplants up as fast as possible to start making ice. In order to make that ice, this pipe that's sticking out at the tip of the base needs a offshore pump that is popping in like that to get the ammoniacal solution in. That's going to put ammoniacal solution in. All of this is going to start making quality ice now. This is what we want. There's also 2 chem plants here that you can put regular holmium in, and they will start producing lithium. And in order for those to function, we need to make sure that brine is connected. The brine pipe is the one that you see right here. We're going to send our brine pipe over here and send it down this way. Okay. Never did budget this getting out. There we go. And then good. Our heat is just getting here now, and we should have access to brine. I think there it goes. So another thing you're going to want to do is get your speed 2 modules and speed 2 every single one of these pump jacks. Another thing you can do if you do not have enough brine, and you might need to do a lot on some maps, is let's get a beacon down and let's put speed 2s in the beacon and get as many beacons up that are touching multiple pump jacks as you reasonably can. They also need to be connected to a heat pipe in some capacity. Otherwise they won't work. And they also need to be touching the power network. So there, I've got a few beacons up, touching multiple pump jacks. I've got heat pipe coming in. It's just taking a long time to get the heat wrapped around everything. But this should get our brine working properly, which should send brine up here and start making some more lithium for us. This needs to make a total of, I think it's 13 cryoplants. So I can tell it has not made enough. And the reason I can tell it hasn't made enough is it still had refined concrete in it. We bring enough refined concrete for exactly 13 cryoplants and not more. So as soon as that has made 13 cryoplants, it is done. We can then pick it up, pick up the box that's got all the intermediates in it and pick up that box. Excuse me. Sorry. And then we should be able to force stamp the next stage of the blueprint. One thing we can do before force stamping is we can go get our fluorine. So let's send a pipe this way for fluorine. Whoops. Whoops. Again, if you want to keep these running, just let them keep running. More lithium plates is fine. Okay, fluorine is up this way. Again, I'm being a bit of a hypocrite because I said the more of this you do for the boss, the better. And here I am letting them do none of it themselves. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. And then power. And when you're bringing power from fluorine or from anything, try not to touch this pole. You want to touch the main network, not that pole. That pole is only providing power for that singular chem plant that is like your bootstrap chem plant. You want to connect into the main power. Okay, this looks properly done. Everything's touching heat. Power is there. That is going to start bringing fluorine to the base. We have a very bad amount of brine in the base. I wonder why that is. Let's go check brine. This pipe you want loaded full, so I don't know why it's not more full. I'm guessing we don't have all of the brine properly connected to it, although it looks good. Oh, that one is not good. Let's get that. That connects. I don't see a problem here. Do you guys see a problem here? Looks fine to me. I'm guessing it's gonna start trending upwards. Okay, back into the main base. Let's stamp phase 3. So again, force stamp. And by this point, you should be able to release all these Logibots that you're holding onto. And if you want, you can manually pick ice out of these boxes. So these 4 cryoplants are going to be pumping out an insanely high amount of ice. You want to keep flushing these boxes and then manually moving ice everywhere ice is requested. So these all request ice. You want to fill those manually. And again, just regular ice. These request ice. Again, you want to fill them manually. The more you can manually fill these, the better. I did not mean to take the modules out of that. Put that back. Yeah, the more you can manually fill these with ice, the better, because it's going to save your Logibots a lot of time and effort, which is a good thing. Now, I am out of ice platform. So, if I was out of ice platform and this was a real run, I don't want to wait for all that to make ice platform. You can just run over here. You want to run to anything that's got a lot of ice on it and just start deconning ice to get platform. Or boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Yep. If I had released the Logibots a little sooner, I'd have more ice platform, but they weren't bringing ice to my ice platform section. So a little note for you guys, let your Logibots out as soon as you have power. I just forgot to. But no worries, there is tons and tons of ice on this Aquilo. It's the most generous Aquilo I probably could ever ask for. And ice, 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 concrete, 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 beacons. Hey. Concrete, there we go. And then, okay, once you have this stamp in, these chem plants are going to switch their usage of regular holmium to quality holmium. You need to make sure you evenly split your quality holmium between these two chem plants. That's very important. And then once this is all built, we can stamp Aquilo Stage 4. This is the final stamp that's going to start making our science. And this box right here that's feeding this cryo plant, we want to fill with all of our lithium and all of our solid fuel. This should be loaded with lithium and solid fuel right now like crazy. And again, keep flushing our ice boxes, moving regular ice to the blue chest here and the blue chest here. If this stamp is now fully in place, you're going to want to delete the 4 requester chests here for ice platform. They are going to use your Logibots way too much. We do not want the Logibots that taxed. They're already pushing it hard on this planet. Next thing you can do is take your uncommon ice and just manually fill all of these cryo plants with uncommon ice. Then you can take everything else. So hold on, before we do that, let's make our silo now. So we should have a silo in our inventory. I like to put the silo somehow touching, if I can, this lower line of beacons, because it'll just make it go faster. And then we're gonna fill it with all of the rocket parts it needs to load. It does not need modules, don't worry about that. Just fill it with rocket parts. And then we can take our entire inventory and just dump it in chests, just to clear space. But I'm gonna keep the rocket parts on me, because I'm gonna try to keep filling that silo. I also wanna keep moving uncommon ice into all of these cryo plants. You could, if you wanted to min-max super hard, you could move the lithium, uncommon lithium plates for the base. Keep moving the uncommon ice by yourself into these. And if you have excess uncommon ice, you can just dump it into a chest. Make sure you keep pushing rocket parts into the silo because you want to prep 2 rockets fully if you can. Now, as long as these are working, which they are, and this would be working a little bit better if I had preloaded the uncommon holmium into here faster. Okay, never mind. This arm, this is funny. This arm is holding a regular holmium plate and it therefore can't do anything. I need to remove that so that it will start running. Small thing, but it was making half the uncommon lithium plates that it was supposed to. Okay. So yeah, once your Aquilo is in roughly this state, again, you want to make sure the brine pipe is trending upwards, that's full. Chlorine pipe, same thing, it's full. You want to make sure this chest here has access to solid fuel and regular lithium. Everything pretty much in your inventory can be dumped. Anything that you do not need can be gotten rid of. The only thing that you want to hang on to is your rocket parts until you have this at 2 full launches. And then you can empty the rocket parts from there for now. And then, yeah, the main thing you're babysitting is these 4 chests. You'll notice how, like, I've been emptying these a lot, and they're still almost like a third full. They fill up really fast. There's not enough storage in those chests to survive the entire time you're on this planet. So you have to keep manually flushing them, pushing ice where it goes. And again, that helps the Logibots anyway. So just keep manually babysitting those chests, keeping all of these running, which once both of these are making the lithium, they should just stay on properly. So this is working fine now. If you wanted to check Novice, just to make sure things are going okay, you can check the science counts. If this is what you kind of want to see, we have tons of Gleba science, enough pink, enough metallurgic, and everything else is higher. This is like a vast abundance more science than we need. We're fine. So Novice is basically in a state of like ready to end the game. On Aquilo, you can hit L. You're basically watching this. You want this. You're manually loading this science into the rocket. You're waiting until this reaches 1,000 science. And then once it reaches 1,000 science, you're going to manually load it into the rocket. And then you're going to do 400 more on the second rocket. You're trying to send 1,400 science total back to Novice via manual loading. And again, This is like the most relaxing, easy part of the run. You're just manually pushing ice around, keeping all of this running, and manually pushing uncommon ice into these so that your bots don't have to. Every single chance that you have. And then just keep flushing your inventory, keep flushing these boxes. Super simple. We can set up our research queue. So we're gonna wanna go from quantum processors, this is very specific, to railgun, to fusion reactor, to promethium. And then if you really want to, you can go 8, 9, 10, whatever you want for bullet upgrades, doesn't matter. Again, if you're curious, you can just keep poking your nose into all of these and make sure they're running. But as long as you are feeding uncommon ice to them, the bot should be able to keep up with everything else, and they should all be on appropriately. And you're just waiting until this hits 1,000 science. The most relaxed part of the run. The last main thing Novice has to do at this point is it has to send mixed loads up to the final ship to make railgun ammo. Yo, you'd like to know, where can you get my blueprints? That's a great question. So these blueprints will be available on my Discord by the end of the day today. However, in addition to that, by the end of the weekend, I am hoping to have a full guide up. This video is the live cut of the guide. I'm gonna have a written guide to accompany it, and I'm gonna have the blueprints posted on the edited version of the, I'm gonna make an edited version of this guide for YouTube that shrinks it down a little bit so it's not 6 hours long, and I'm gonna have the blueprints posted on that guide as well as on speedrun.com and the new written guide that goes with it. So either Discord, speedrun.com, or in the YouTube video that comes out very, very soon, and you'll be able to access the blueprints that way with a guide that goes with them. So, all right, last thing that we are doing on Novice, we are going to take our Novice Rockets book and go to the railgun ammo mixed load 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. We want 8. That's it. It's exactly 8. That's all of our railgun stuff. We're at 870 here. It's getting close. Let's keep flushing out ice. Okay. Keep pushing uncommon ice here. Again, if you're looking for extra random storage, there's tons over here where it's making ice platform. And we're at 920. My question got ignored. I'm sorry, Windfire. I didn't see your question. Are you going to cosplay as Horny Hornet on September 4th? What is Horny Hornet? If you have a link to some sort of slutty Hornet costume, yeah, I'm totally going to buy that. Definitely. I'm super excited for Hollow Knight. Amanda's going to play it all of September, and then I'm going to play it all of October. I'm really excited. Cannot wait. Like Silk Song, I mean. I'm super pumped. Okay. Science is reaching 1,000 right now. When it reaches 1,000, we're just going to manually empty these chests. Try not to accidentally click on a beacon, because if you do, you'll take the modules out like that, which we don't want. Just only click the science, put the 1,000 science here, deliver it to Aquilo, and then if you want, not saying you have to, when you do that, you can reload that with rocket parts so that it preps another rocket. Yo, thank you for following, dude. I really appreciate it. Welcome into the Twitch stream. I know you were just on the YouTube stream as well. Welcome in. You can type !Discord in Twitch, by the way, to get the Discord channel if you were curious about getting the prints like immediately. Okay, and then just keep doing the same thing. Keep pushing ice into these. Keep clearing these chests. Keep moving ice around. You're literally just ice janitor on this planet. That's your purpose in life. Being an ice janitor for the bots so that they don't have to. And keep moving uncommon ice into cryo plants and regular ice literally anywhere it goes. Again, these are all running. All good. The number we're trying to hit now is 400. We're trying to hit 400. Yeah. 2P1C Silksong win. You know, I can see us doing that. It's too bad that our original 2-player 1 controller, like footage and video, like I'm not sure if like people like watching it. I'm not sure, but it like I can near guarantee that at some point to continue our legacy, we will do 2-player 1 controller Silksong and do every single thing the game has to offer in that format. Or get divorced. One or the other. I mean, I think one or the other for sure, right? All right. We're just waiting for 300 science. What do you mean that's peak content? Well, I'm glad you like it. Look, I mean, the people that do like it, just speak up. Speak up, watch the content, because if you like it, we like doing it. And we have a lot of fun doing it. It's just one of those things that's like underappreciated. Our excuse to roast Derek. I don't think you need an excuse, Functional. You don't think you've ever needed an excuse for that. You've done that no matter what. All right, we're about to hit 400 science. Again, we want 400. It's a little more than we need, but a little bit of extra is good because you don't want to have an issue where you're like waiting on the spread of science to be perfect on novice end. So I have found 1400 to be like a safe amount to send and not have an issue. I've sent 13 and change before, and it's screwed up the entire run and made it not doable. Like I didn't have enough of something. Can't remember what. I love 2P1C content in general. Nice. Playing 2-player Overcooked, each with one hand on one controller. Man, that would be wild. That was a couple hundred science, enough for thousands required to research. Yeah, so we're sending a total of 1400 science, and we need 500, 2500, 4500, 6500. That is just how good biolabs are. First of all, the science is uncommon, and so 1400 science is actually equal to 2800 regular science. So that's one way. And then furthermore, biolabs with prod 2s are just that good. Okay, this now has the loads of science we needed to have on it. It's ready to go. We're going to manually send it back to novice. Before we do that, we're going to stamp our ammo book on the guns, or it will blow up, and that will be bad. We're going to send this back to novice now. It's got its ammo stamp. It should be good to go. On Aquilo, we are going to force stamp the Aquilo Quantum Processors stamp. This is going to manually remove some cryoplants, which if you want to help the bots with that, you certainly can, because they might be absolutely loaded with stuff. But basically, yeah, we're removing all that stuff. Keep putting rocket parts into here, because you need to have enough to launch 2 more rockets. The goal is to have exactly enough to launch 2 more rockets. Your remaining blue circuits can go up here. I don't know why my bots are... I have no construction bots. That's funny. Found them. Release your construction bots when possible so that they do their job. There. Now we have some construction bots. Perfect. And just keep being an ice janitor. You're still being an ice janitor. That is still your primary function. Bots. Okay. At this point, what you are looking to see is that every single one of these has every material in it that it needs to craft something, which is just a sign to me that says the system is built correctly, and the bots will handle it from there. You do not need to do literally anything else. The bots will handle it. As long as there's enough lithium here to keep this running, you're in good shape. If there was not enough lithium there, you might have to go pick up lithium somewhere, but yeah, this is good. The Aquilo ship is almost at novice. How would 2P1C work best in Factorio? You on mouse and a man on keyboard, or the other way around? Still need the quality modules in them. I don't do quality on this. Oh, this is missing 3 speed modules. That's different. Oh, it's from these. These shouldn't even be here. Which, picking those up will put speed modules into the system, which can put them here. There we go. Ship stopped? No, it didn't. Oh, it did. What? It's got no red fuel? Red fuel is... Oh, a single... Wow. I have never had this happen. That is very interesting. I'm guessing when it took off... Wow. Okay, I'm gonna have to fix that in the editor. That is incredible. That is incredible. I've never had that happen. I guess maybe I should send more pipe up. There we go. Oh, whoops. I'm supposed to be on Aquilo. That's interesting. I've never had that happen in so many playthroughs. Wow. Such a random pipe to be dead too. And there's even a wall there. It must have been, I'm guessing that like when I took off from with that, yeah, that would be a rip. Yeah, in a real run, that's absolutely a rip. Yeah. I'm guessing what happened is when the ship took off from Aquilo, it like clipped a rock just right. Yeah. Man, that's really random. Really random. Yeah, I mean, I could leave like a small amount of pipe on the ship. You have an extra water pipe. Oh, you're right, I do. There is an extra water pipe there. Could have fixed it. That's funny. Strategic extra water pipe for the future. Thanks. That's so funny. Wow. Good to have noticed. Good to have noticed. All right. Thank you for catching that. Okay. When the run is at this phase, you are watch them happen. Things you have to do manually right now is as soon as the ship makes it back to Novice, we are going to launch all of the 8 rockets that are sitting there waiting. There's like the railgun ammo rockets on Novice. We're going to launch every single one of those rockets back up to the ship because that's what's going to help us make railgun ammo when we get back to Aquilo. Yeah, that's so weird, man. Certainly hope the amount of fuel that was like in the pipe is not going to cause a problem. I don't think it would have. It would only lost 1 tile of fuel. It should be fine. Such a funny issue to come up. Okay, the ship is at Novice. Let's start launching. So we're going to deliver it to Aquilo. Another nice thing about naming your Aquilo ship Aquilo is that it starts with an A, and this alphabetically listed order of ships will always have it at the top, which is handy. One of them launches automatically. It's the one with steel on it, I think. Everything else should launch by you manually launching it. That's 7 launches that we've just done. Then we can go back to our Aquilo ship. Again, remember to restamp ammo. Every single time we do a new flight, we have to restamp ammo or the ship will blow up and die. All of the launches are on the way here. We'll send this back to Aquilo now. If you're nervous, you can double check it dropped its science, but it always does. So once all of those get back here, this will start heading back to Aquilo, and the bots are all here delivering the science, so the research should start. Something I forgot to do completely because I'm silly. There is a stamp number 20, which you'll see says force after researching Aquilo. It could have made this many more biolabs, which I'll put in now for funsies. I forgot. The reason that it's like that is to make sure that the original biolabs have enough science in them to research Aquilo quickly. If you add these extra ones in, it spreads the science a little too thin. But then after you leave for Aquilo, you're looking to bulk research as hard as possible. So it's perfectly fine to put these in after leaving for Aquilo. I just forgot. Stamp 20. As soon as you leave for Aquilo, put in stamp 20. Okay. Ship is on its way back. We've put ammo in it. Research is happening. If you look where the player is, these are all running, and we're making the quantum processors. Again, we're looking for this number to go to 200. 200. And then the ship, oh, all of these have stopped. I have no lithium plates. That's a small mistake. Small mistake. The run's had many. Okay, so you need lithium plates for these to run. So it would be a good idea to double check that you have at least 200 lithium plates, or like 100 and yeah, like at least 200 because they need 2 each. So I guess at least 300. So yeah, just make sure you've got enough lithium plates, which this should make. So you should have enough regular holmium to put into these chem plants to make lithium, to keep lithium plates coming out, to keep all of this on. Anyway, that's gonna put them back on. I'm not gonna worry about it now. It's fine. Okay. Ship, as soon as this ship gets back to Aquilo, you need it to start making railgun ammo. There is a singular stamp for that, which is in the ship book called Ship's Railgun Ammo Builder. Well, it's just literally going to add that little appendage on the right-hand side, which is going to make railgun ammo. We don't want to do that until the ship successfully parks at Aquilo. So the ship is now parking at Aquilo. We're going to stamp Railgun Ammo Builder on it now. That is going to put this little extra appendage in that's going to make our railgun ammo. On Aquilo, again, we're monitoring these quantum processors until they get to 200. Sub 6 guided speedrun win. You're watching it. You're watching it now. This is it. If you closely follow the guide, it should be easy to get sub 6. I mean, yeah, if you very closely follow this guide video, sub 6 is free now, right? It's free for everybody. We're gifting sub 6 times to everyone. Honestly though, it's a lot of practice, Anthony. Like, I'm able to go from thing to thing in this run without thinking very much because I've just done it so much. It's like, it's just practice. You will get there. Okay, we're at 200 quantum processors. You'll notice that shuts all of these off completely. Once we hit 200, we're gonna want to force stamp in Aquilo railguns. The bots will take like 10 years to pick all this stuff up, so feel free to like give them some manual assistance and pick up all the X's, and then just grab everything railguns need and just jam them in as hard as you can. One, the bots will finish the rest. Once you get a railgun, go over to the silo, put the railgun in it, deliver it to Aquilo, and then ideally you're gonna get one more railgun someday when the bots finish bringing stuff, which takes 10 years. Someday it'll do it. Someday. Any day. There it goes. All right, second railgun. Here. Is Gleba supposed to be more spoiled than your children, Derek? My children are mildly spoiled. All right, second railgun goes up, and again, back to the Aquilo white ship. If all of these assemblers are not doing anything, it probably means they've already made 10 railgun ammo each. You're looking for them to make 10 railgun ammo each, and they should do it at exactly the same time because they have the exact same amount of speed. Then you could delete them all, which will get railgun ammo back in your ship. Delete this little appendage sticking out here that's doing power. Now your ship should look normal again. And then once again, we're gonna take our ammo book. I like to put it on my one hotkey for the flight. We're gonna restamp ammo in one more time. Our last railgun just showed up. I am gonna save the game and call it new guide run. You should save the game at this point. If you are doing this run for the first time, or even just remotely a beginner, you should save the game because you can save scum. And if you are on pace for a really huge PB and could use that save scum, you should do it. Now, we're gonna open up our book, put it down at the bottom so you can just see automatic and paused, and then zoom to the point you find is comfortable. And click edge. Boom. Put this down at the bottom. Now you're in for the most intense nail gripping finish of your life. This is super stressful to do, especially when you're on a huge PB pace, especially when you're on a world record pace. I hope someday for one of you watching that you will be on world record pace right now and flying this ship to the edge, hoping to do it in 5 minutes or less. I hope you can experience the heart pumping, butt puckering emotion that comes along with world record pace flying this fucking jalopy to the edge of space. Okay? It's stressful as hell. Here we go. So general strategy for when you're doing this. I like to keep my eye on the railguns if I have to, and just you're scanning this front area, seeing if it has too many asteroids that you might want to slow down. I recommend you play this very cautiously. Sometimes the rocket turrets will over focus stuff that's not right in front of you and shoot stuff to the side instead, and a regular medium or big asteroid will just pump right into the ship and kill you. It's super random. It happens where like the rockets just don't target what you want them to target. Occasionally while you are flying, press 1, force stamp the guns back onto this print so that you keep pushing ammo into these guns. It does not happen automatically. You have to force stamp it in repeatedly. Once you hit, like I haven't had to pause the ship yet. Generally, once you hit about 50,000, you are going to have to start feathering and pausing the ship. So like I just broke 3 asteroids. I would typically give it a little bit of a pause there to give it time to clear all that stuff. It depends on the density of asteroids that's coming at the ship. It's just, honestly, you should practice this as many times as possible before it's like live on a real run. Yes, you've got 2 railguns. Yeah, you've got tons of firepower, but like sometimes you get a really rough spawn of asteroids and you have to feather pause the ship, and it's just a matter of getting used to. You just got to get used to it. You just got used to it. It's really hard to like. You can explain it, but at some point you just got to play it and get used to it. But all you're doing is switching between automatic and paused, and restamping ammo. That's it. Automatic, paused, restamp ammo. If you feel like there's a lot of asteroids front row center, pause the ship and slow down. Especially if earlier in the run, you were cautious and overproduced ammo and rocket turrets. Rocket ammo and bullets like I showed you. You should have more time here to play slowly, to go really, really slow. Excuse me. And yeah, I think this ship can do this flight at like best in 5 minutes. I think it can like it running at peak efficiency with a really good asteroid spawn. You can hit 5 minutes. I think 6 minutes is like an expected time for flight. So if you're trying to calculate your pace, roughly 6 minutes after the time you leave. If you get insanely lucky, 5 minutes. And if you're playing cautiously, 7 minutes. So unless you're fighting a 10-second PB, ease up. It's amazing how much lower my heart rate is today doing this flight than it was 2 days ago when I was on world record pace. That ice one is gonna hurt. Oh yeah. So again, a lot of rocks in front of me, around me. Just slow down, give your stuff time to clear it, because your rocket turrets will absolutely not keep up with the level of density that we just faced there. I find it's often not the railguns from my ship, because I have 2 railguns. It's usually the big asteroids that spawn from the huge ones that are rocket turret required. The railguns do fine. But because my railguns do so well, I tend to hit a much higher density of the big asteroids that the rocket turrets need to fight. So I find you like it's just scanning the air for how many of those rocket turret asteroids there are and judging whether or not they're all gonna die in time. But again, like especially if you overcraft a little bit of extra rockets and ammo, slow and steady and you'll be fine. It's really not that hard of a flight if you're not trying to push the pedal insanely hard. This is definitely a much denser amount of asteroids than I faced 2 days ago. Can we do next time the perfect base? Yeah, I'd like to do that actually. That'd be fun. Yeah, it might be fun to do that before September. Am I out of fuel? No, I'm just shooting a lot of railgun ammo. I notice my ship slowing down a lot. It's just railgun ammo though. Just an insane amount of railgun shots, which means my ship has no power. All right, we should be good to go. Clear skies at the end. You love to see it. There you go, guys. There's your guide on finishing Factorio Space Age with my blueprints in sub 6 hours. No problem, right? We never used editor once. Don't talk about the times we used editor. It didn't happen one time, not one single time. It was a real, authentic, great run. Great run. I'll give this guide a shot once it's ready. Awesome, dude. So again, in September, there is a big charity event going on in this channel. I am personally donating $5 to charity for every single run that is submitted to the category. The category should be live on speedrun.com this week. I am going to personally donate of my own money, $5 to charity for every single run that gets submitted to the category. So the more of you that do it, the better. I'm also going to personally do 60 runs in September, 2 a day. And I'm going to donate $5 for every single one of those. I'm also hoping that people in the community donate some money to charity too. That'd be cool, but I'm just excited to do some charity stuff. I think it'll be fun. So if you have any desire to do this speed run, please put it on speedrun.com or submit it in my Discord or something, because the more activity, the better. I'd really love it if this on speedrun.com got tons of activity, tons of people playing, tons of people trying it. Even if you're not gonna like do the run 100 times, I get it. Doing it once is fun. Experiencing it one time is super, super fun. It'll deepen your appreciation of watching speedrunners play the game. And you'll get a time on speedrun.com, and you'll force me to throw some money at charity. So participate, it'll be awesome. It should be fun. Kizu, thank you so much for the 13 months, man. That's super awesome. Thank you so much for that. I'll be running this at least 50 times to drive Derek broke. Do it, man. No time limit. No, Glengus, there's no time limit because so editor didn't get used on the broken fuel pipe this run. No, it did not. No, you never saw that. So what I will say is, yeah, over a year, Kizu. That's wild, man. Thank you so much. So no, if for anybody submitting this to speedrun.com, there's no time limit, and it also it should accommodate the break rules that they have set up. You should be able to. You should confirm this on speedrun.com, but I believe if you play for 4 hours, you're allowed to save the game and take a break for like a day, and then resume the game tomorrow, and then do that repeatedly. So you're more than welcome to do 4 hours a night for an entire week and do a 20-hour run. Doesn't matter how long it is. The idea though is that you use these blueprints, and you put a run up on my category. So it has to be on the RSNG category on speedrun.com. If it is officially on the speedrun.com, whatever time it is, I don't care what it is, I will donate money to charity. And I really want to see a ton of submissions. I think it'd be so cool. Is there a link to Discord? If you type in !Discord, you should get a link. I can do that for you right now. That should be an active link to Discord. I'm sorry that it doesn't send that to YouTube. I still need to get a bot for YouTube. I know it's awful, but anyway. So should be a ton of fun. Should be a fun month. We're gonna do this 60 times in September, and at it, you know, I'll go a little faster than I did for the guide, but like I'm gonna play clean and donate tons of money to charity, and I hope you guys, you know, help and hang out, and should be lots of fun. Does it have to be your blueprints? I mean, technically, no, it doesn't have to be my blueprints. I just think that I think it's unlikely that people will do it without my blueprints, but no, if you just submit to the category, I'm happy. It does not have to be my blueprints at all, technically. So, I mean, all that you have to adhere to for the run to be legal, you have to have a random seed, and you have to have filmed footage of the entire run. You have to have like full VOD, YouTube video, whatever, of your entire run. You can stitch it together with the break rules over multiple days, but you have to have you rolling the seed and then playing that randomly rolled seed. So yeah, it's fun to watch. I'm glad that even playing slow is around 6 hours. Yeah, I think a sub 6 hour time is a very achievable time for everybody with practice. I mean, I can only do it sub 6 hours casually because I'm like very, very practiced at this run. But yeah. You gonna cosplay as Hornet on September 5th? Yeah, Windfire, you gotta tell us, is there some sort of like slutty Hornet cosplay? Because like we'll buy it so quick. We will buy it so quick. So quick. I've seen Hornet cosplays and they're like pretty basic. Like there's not a lot to it. I didn't know what there was, but Man and I are really excited about Silksong. Really excited. Man is gonna be playing Silksong that whole month, and I'm gonna kick in October and play a bunch of Silksong too after the charity event. So anyway, that was fun. I've got footage I can edit together for YouTube. I've got a lot of work in front of me because I need to take this 6 hour video and pare it down to something more reasonable, and then get it on YouTube in an edited format. And then I've got to also update my written guide. But I promise everybody, hell or high water, by the end of this weekend, I will have a new written guide, YouTube video accompanying it, and blueprints posted. And you will have the new up-to-date prints that are a lot easier to run. These are easier to run than the old ones. They have less alarms, less annoyances, and you guys will be good to go for September. You can all submit runs, and we can donate a whole bunch of money to charity. It should be fun. All right, guys, I am going to I'm gonna stop there. That's it for me. Sorry to scare you. Boo, Big Derek. You should raid Team McIntyre Amanda one day. I pretty much raid her every single time I end my stream, if she's online. But if she's online is kind of the factor there.
Wide surprise.
She's not always online. Oh yeah.
God damn.
God damn. This is where you guys you love spamming the wide egg. All right, guys, let me take off. I'm gonna end the live on YouTube. Thank you all for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna get this edited for you by the end of the weekend.